Chapter 41 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 163. From Lepsius, Totenbuch. Vignette. Two winged Uchats on legs, and a serpent also upon legs, with a disk and horns upon his head. Text. The chapters which are taken from another work, and are here added to the book of Coming Forth by Day. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to moulder away in the underworld, and of delivering him from those who devour the souls that are shut in the underworld, and of not allowing to rise up against him the things which he abominated upon earth, and of making sound and strong his limbs and bones against worms, and against every god who would attack him in the underworld, and of causing him to come forth and to go in as he pleaseth, and to do whatsoever he hath in his heart to do without hindrance. The Osiris auf Ankh triumphant saith, I am the divine soul of the great divine body, which is laid to rest in Atabu, which protecteth the body of Harethi, the which resteth in the marshes of Sen-Hakaraha. O divine soul, which hath no languor of heart either in rising or setting, and which resteth within his divine body, which is laid to rest in Sen-Haparakana, grant thou to Osiris auf Ankh triumphant, that he may deliver himself from the souls of the god of the savage race, who gaineth the mastery over hearts, and taketh possession of limbs, and from whose mouths fire cometh forth to devour souls. Hail, thou who art lying prostrate within thy body, whose flame cometh into being from out of the fire which blazeth within the sea or water, in such wise that the sea or water is raised up on high out of the fire thereof. Grant thou that the flame may leave the fire, wherever it may be, to raise up the hand of Osiris auf Ankh triumphant, and to make him to have an existence for ever and for ever. Verily, let his period of existence be as the period of existence of heaven in the limitless boundaries thereof. Heaven holdeth thy soul, O Osiris auf Ankh, and earth holdeth thy form. O deliver thou Osiris auf Ankh triumphant, and let him not be consumed by the Kawi, who devour the souls of those who have raised up evil. Let his soul have its being within his body, and let his body have its being with his soul. And let him be hidden within the pupil of the Uchat of the god, whose name is Sharai Sharai Shapu Neta Arikar, who reposeth at the northwest of the brow of the Abt of the land of Kenset, Nubia, and journeyeth not to the east. Hail, God Amen, thou divine bull scarab, thou lord of the divine Uchats, God, the pupil of whose eye is terrible, is thy name, the Osiris auf Ankh triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu triumphant, is the emanation of thy two eyes, the name of one of which is Shari Shari Ket, and Shapu Neta Arikar of the other, though Shaka Amen Shakanasa at the brow of Tem, who illumineth the two lands, is his name in very truth. Grant that Osiris auf Ankh triumphant may be of this land of Mart. Let him not be left in his solitude, for he is of this earth, wherein he will no more appear, and An is his name. Or let him be with a perfect coup, or, as others say, a strong coup, and let him be the soul of the mighty body which is in Sao, Sais, the city of Neith. Rubric. This chapter is to be recited over a serpent having legs, and wearing a disk and 2 horns, and over 2 uchats, having both eyes and wings. In the pupil of one of the uchats there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand, with the face of the divine soul, and having plumes, and a back like a hawk. And in the pupil of the other there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand, with the face of the goddess Neith, and having plumes, and a back like a hawk. And this chapter shall be written with ante, either upon a meh stone, or upon mother of emerald of the south, and dipped in water of the western lake of Kempt, Egypt, or upon a bandage of a watchet linen, wherewith a man should swathe every limb, and the deceased shall not be turned back at any gate of the underworld. He shall eat and drink and ease himself, even as he did when he was upon earth, and none shall rise up to cry out against him, and he shall be protected from the hands of the enemy for ever and ever. If this book be recited for him upon earth, he shall not be seized by the messengers of attack who work evil in all the earth. He shall not have gashes inflicted upon him. He shall not die through the slaughter of Set, and he shall not be carried off to any place of restraint whatsoever, but he shall go in unto the Kesbet, and he shall come forth with triumph, and he shall go out to terrify the evildoers who exist in all the earth. Chapter 164. From Lepsius, Token Book. Vignette. A goddess with a head of a woman and 2 heads of a vulture, standing with outstretched wings. On each side of her is a dwarf with 2 heads, one of a man and one of a hawk. Each dwarf has a disk and plumes upon his head. Text. Another chapter. Homage to thee, O Sekhet Pastora, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, lady of the Eras bandlet, queen of the crowns of the south and of the north, only one, sovereign of her father, superior to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments in the boat of millions of years, thou who art pre-eminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of Pasha Kasa, royal wife of Pa-Ehaka Keparu, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion, offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the bows of the boat of thy divine father to overthrow the fiend. Thou hast placed Mart in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess, Ami Seshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Thy name is Kahariza, Puzaremkaka Remet. Thou art like unto the mighty flame of Sakanakat, which is in the bows of the boat of thy father, Harepukeka Share Shaibau. For behold, thus is the name uttered in the speech of the negroes, and of the Anti, and of people of Ta Kensetet, Nubia. Praise be to thee, O Lady, who art mightier than the gods, and words of adoration rise to thee from the 8 gods. The living souls who are in their chests praise thy mystery, O thou who art their mother, thou source from whom they sprang, who makest for them a place of repose in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preservest them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preservest them from the evil chamber of the souls of the god of the terrible face, who is among the company of the gods, Baba, that comest forth from the god of the terrible face, who keepeth his body hidden, is thy name. Atere am techa kemtu remnu pa sheta is the name of one divine son. Pa nema is the name of the other. Uchat of Sekhet, mighty lady, mistress of the gods, is thy name. Emanation of is the name of Mut, who maketh souls strong, and who maketh sound bodies, and who delivereth them from the abode of the fiends, which is in the evil chamber. The goddess saith with her own mouth, they shall never be fettered, and I will do according to what ye say, O ye Techawi of the divine Son, for whom they perform the funeral rites. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of Mut, which hath 3 heads. The first shall be like unto that of Pecat, and shall have upon it plumes. The second shall be like unto that of a man, and shall have upon it the crowns of the south and north. And the third shall be like unto that of a vulture, and shall have upon it plumes, and the figure shall have a phallus, and a pair of wings, and the claws of a lion, and it shall be painted with anti and powder of hatch mixed with yellow colour, upon a bandage of axes linen. In front of it shall stand one dwarf, and behind it another, and each shall have upon him plumes, and one hand and arm shall be raised, and each shall have 2 faces, one of a hawk and one of a man, and the body of each shall be fat. Then shall the deceased be divine along with the gods in the underworld. He shall never, never be turned back. His flesh and his bones shall be like those of one who hath never been dead. He shall drink water at the source of the stream. A homestead shall be given unto him in Sekhet Anre. He shall become a star of heaven. He shall set out against the serpent fiend Nehau, and against Tar, who are in the underworld. He shall not be shut in along with the souls which are fettered. He shall deliver himself wherever he may be, and worms shall not devour him. Chapter 165. From Lepsius, Toten Book. Vignette. An ithyphallic god with the body of a beetle. On his head are plumes, and his right hand and arm are raised. Behind him is a man who has a ram's head on each shoulder. Text. The chapter of arriving in port. To make the body germinate, and to drink water, and not to disappear. Recite the following. Hail, O Bekenu, Bekenu, O Prince, Prince, O Amen, Amen, O Rei Ukasa, O God, Prince of the gods of the eastern part of heaven, O Amen, Nathakareti, Amen, O thou whose skin is hidden, whose form is secret, thou Lord of the 2 horns of Nut, thy name is Na-ari-ik, or, as others say, Ka-ari-ka. Ka-sa-ika is thy name. Arathika-sa-thiika is thy name. Amen-na-an-ka-entek-share, or, as others say, Thek-share-amen-kerete is thy name. O Amen, let me make supplication unto thee. I, even I, know thy name. Thy transformations are in my mouth. Thy skin is before my eyes. Come, I pray thee, and place thou thy air and thy image, Osiris, Auf, Ang triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu triumphant, in the everlasting underworld. Grant thou that all his members may repose in Nete Kertet, the underworld, or, as others say, in Akertet, the underworld. Let his whole body become like that of a god. Let him escape from the evil chamber, and let him not be imprisoned therein. I adore thy name. Thou hast made for me a skin, and thou hast comprehended my speech, and thou knowest it exceedingly well. Amen is thy name. O Retzashaka, I have made for thee a skin, namely, a divine soul. Erakai is thy name. Makathai is thy name. Rerai is thy name. Nasak Bubu is thy name. Tanasa is thy name. Sharasha Takata is thy name. O Amen, O Amen, O God, O God, O Amen. I adore thy name. Grant thou to me that I may comprehend thee. Grant thou that I may have peace in the Tuat underworld, and may possess all my members therein. And the divine soul which is in Nut saith, I will make my divine strength to protect thee, and I will perform everything which thou hast said. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of the god of the lifted hand, which shall have plumes upon its head. The legs thereof shall be wide apart, and the middle portion of it shall be in the form of a beetle, and it shall be painted blue with lapis lazuli mixed with Kamai water, and it shall be recited over a figure with a head like unto that of a man, and the hands and arms thereof shall be stretched away from its body. Above its right shoulder shall there be the head of a ram, and above its left shoulder shall there be the head of a ram. And thou shalt paint upon a piece of linen a figure of the god of the lifted hand immediately over his heart, and thou shalt paint the other figure over the breasts. Let not the god Sukati, who is in the underworld, know it. Then shall the deceased drink water from the source of the stream, and he shall shine like the stars in the heavens above. Chapter 166. From the Papyrus of Nebsene. Vignette. A headdress. Text. The chapter of the pillow. Thou art lifted up, O sick one that liest prostrate, O scribe Nebsene. They lift up thy head to the horizon. Thou art raised up, and dost triumph by reason of what hath been done for thee. Ptah hath overthrown thine enemies, according to what was ordered to be done for thee. Thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, Neset, Nesertet, who giveth back the head after the slaughter. Thy head shall not be carried away from thee after the slaughter. Thy head shall never, never be carried away from thee. Chapter 167. From the Papyrus of Nebsene. Vignette. An Uchat resting upon the emblem of gold. Text. The chapter of bringing the Uchat. Nebsene, the scribe, saith, The god Thoth hath brought the Uchat, and he hath made it to rest, or to be at peace, after it departed. O Ra, it was grievously afflicted by storm, but Thoth made it to be at rest, after it had departed from the storm. I am sound, and it is sound. I am sound, and it is sound. And Nebsene, the Lord of piety, is sound. Chapter 168. From the Papyrus of Mut Hetep. Vignette. A stream upon which sail 3 boats. The first contains Khnemu, the second Khepera, and the third Ra. Each god is seated in a shrine. Harpocrates occupies the place of lookout in the boats of Knem and Ra. Behind the boats, Ra is seated on a throne which rests on the water. 2 hands and arms stretch down from heaven and enshrine him. A man-headed sphinx on a bier, a god with a serpent on his head, two gods lying on biers with a serpent between, Anubis, a goddess seated, a bull on a pedestal, a man-headed lion, two gods and two goddesses, a bowed human figure and a mummy, a man holding a disc shedding light, two women lying face downwards, two male figures, each carrying a human being on his head. Text. The 27 short lines of text which accompany this vignette consist of extracts from a version of the chapter which is given in full immediately following, and to this the reader is referred. Chapter 168 from the Papyrus. Section 1. 1. Text. May they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that, Osiris, I may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette. A god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the lord of offerings in Amentet, in the bight of Sekhet Hetep. 2. Text. May they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that, Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette. A god carrying a child upon his shoulders. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the follower of the great god, the lord of the beautiful Amentet. 3. Text. May they who smite Ra grant that cake shall come unto Osiris, as to the followers of Ra when he setteth. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when Horus, the lord of Tehent, cometh. 4. Text. May they who possess offerings grant that Osiris shall exist even as do those who are in the underworld. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth and go in along with Ra for ever. 5. Text. May those who build up grant that Osiris shall arrive happily in the hall of double truth. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of offerings in the beautiful Amentet. 6. Text. May those who make adorations grant that Osiris shall follow after Ra in his boat. Vignette. A god bowing to the ground. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides with the gods of the underworld. 7. Text. May those who have offerings and who make sacrificial meals for the gods, grant oblations of Techapha food to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god holding upright a conical object. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, along with them whose soul shall stand up at the pylon. Section 2. The gods of the 8th Quartet in the underworld, whose attributes are hidden, and who wins. 1. Text: may the gods who dwell in their shrines, the princes of Nu, grant that Osiris shall drink water. Vignette: a god in a shrine, with 3 serpents in front of him, and 3 behind him. At the entrance to the shrine is the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May his soul live, and his body be preserved in the underworld. 2. Text: may the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that the body of Osiris shall rest along with his Sar. Vignette: a woman and a god, and the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, by the side of the great god within his boat. 3. Text: may Aha, that is, he who standeth, make Osiris to praise Ra when he riseth. Vignette: a god standing, holding a sceptre. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who shall be with those who are over their altars. 4. Text: may Amen, that is, the hidden one, give power unto Osiris in the hall of Seb. Vignette: a cow standing on a standard. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who knoweth all the mysteries of the Tuat. 5. Text: may Sheta, that is, the secret one, make the body of Osiris to grow and to be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase by Osiris, as the Lord of Strides in the underworld and in Restar. 6. Text: may Seta give cakes and ale to Osiris along with you in the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who hath entered into all the secret places of the Tuat. 7. Text: may Seshita Ausar, that is, he who maketh Osiris to be secret, grant that Osiris may be a lord of strides in the habitation of Tchsert. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth, when he becometh the lord of an abode in the underworld. 8. Text. May Herein not allow any evil thing to come to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, the soul that hearkeneth unto the words of the gods. 9. Text. May Star, that is, the leader, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he riseth and when he setteth. Vignette. A bull upon a standard. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris. May his limbs live, and may his limbs be sound for ever. 10. Text. May Senk, that is, splendour, give glory to Osiris upon earth, and make him strong in Amentet. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris. May his legs have power as the lord of an abode in Amentet. 11. Text. May he who liveth in darkness, that is, Horus, grant that Osiris shall be among those who are over their altars. Vignette. A crocodile-headed god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who is in the everlasting Tuat. 12. Text. May the of Osiris grant that he shall be near the great god, the lord of Amentet. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris. May he become the lord of his hands, and have power over his heart in the underworld. 13. Text. May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be along with them in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright and hiding something with his hands. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris. May they bring me to the throne of Osiris. 14. Text. May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be sound, and that offerings shall be before him continually. Vignette. As in number 13. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be a lord of horns, and shall listen unto the words of the gods. 15. Text. May he whose limbs are hidden give right and truth to Osiris before Ra, and in the company of his gods. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of the phallus and ravisher of women for ever. 16. Text. May the souls who come forth open the mouth of Osiris among the gods who are along with them. Vignette. A bird on a tree, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, among the living ones, the lords of eternity. 17. Text. May those who belong to there, grant that Osiris may have power over his offerings upon earth, even as have the gods, the lords of offerings. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be endowed abundantly with Tchefau food in the underworld. 18. Text: may those who receive grant that Osiris shall enter in over all the secret places of the Tuat. Vignette: a god bowing to the ground, and a star. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall have power over offerings upon earth, and be the lord of altars. 19. Text: may the Ananite, that is, widows, grant that Osiris shall be with the great god as possessor of a phallus before. Vignette: a woman kneeling on a couch. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be ordered to dwell in the secret place in the darkness. 20. Text: may Osiris Anubis grant that Osiris may be a possessor of a seat in Ta Tchesetet. Vignette: Anubis holding a hawk-headed sceptre in each hand. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and pass through the pylon of Osiris. Section 3. The gods of the 10th Karet in the Tuat, who are to be praised, and whose mysteries are holy. 1. Text: may those who are denizens of light grant that Osiris shall shine in the darkness. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 8. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who praiseth the great god in his abode day by day. 2. Text: may the smiters grant that Osiris may be among those who sing praises. Vignette: a god standing upright, holding in his upraised hand a hatchet dripping with blood. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, on the day when he repulseth the serpent fiend by the mighty one of iniquity. 3. Text: may the company of the gods who guard those who are in the Tuat give the breaths of life to Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god lying on a bier, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shooteth forth his hand, and repulseth him that cometh. 4. Text: may the company of the gods of the hidden hand give glory unto Osiris, as unto the perfect Khus. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be sound upon earth and in the underworld. 5. Text: may the hidden goddess grant that the soul of Osiris may grow, and that his body may be preserved, even as are those of the gods who dwell in the Tuat. Vignette: a woman standing before an Uchet. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, whose soul shall rest upon whatever seat he pleaseth. 6. Text: may the souls of the gods who have come into being in the members of Osiris grant that he shall have peace. Vignette: a woman lying upon her back, and the number 21. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who shall receive his place in the land of the underworld. 7. Text: may those who praise Ra not turn Osiris back at the pylons of the Tuat. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth by day, and shall refresh himself in the place of coolness. 8. Text: may the beings of warlike face grant coolness unto Osiris in the place of flame. Vignette: a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit in the shrine with the great god. Section 4. The gods of the 11th Quartet of the Tuat. 1. Text: may the goddess Amemet grant that Osiris shall be strong before the great god in the Tuat. Vignette: a woman in a shrine. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who shall become like the god Khepera in Amentet. 2. Text: may the soul of Ament grant sepulchral meals unto Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, the lord of the abode of peace in the mountain of the underworld. 3. Text: may the soul of the earth make Osiris to triumph over his enemies in heaven and upon earth. Vignette: a god standing upright with drooping hands, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, whose body shall be concealed from any that would look upon him. 4. Text: may those who sing praises grant that Osiris shall be like the divine mariners who are in heaven. Vignette: a man standing upright with his hands raised. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, when he entereth through the hidden pylons. 5. Text: may the company of the gods who rule over Anyent grant that Osiris shall go in through the secret door of the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god lying upon a bier, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides among the lords of the Tuat. 6. Text: may the company of the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that Osiris shall have power over his enemies. Vignette: a god lying upon or by the side of a serpent on a bier. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, when he becometh a perfect soul day by day. 7. Text: may Akka grant that Osiris shall be with Ra, and that he shall walk over heaven for ever. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 bars upon earth by Osiris, when he is in the following of him that dwelleth in the city of embalmment, that is, Anubis, the lord of Tachiset. 8. Text: may those who Osiris grant that the soul of Osiris may live, and that it may never die a second time. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, for whom lamentation shall be decreed as for his god. 9. Text: may the 9 watchers grant that Osiris may wake up, and that he may never be destroyed. Vignette: Anubis on a standard, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant before Osiris, the lord of the land of the lake. 10. Text: may the 9 mourners cause mourning to be made for Osiris, as was made for Osiris. Vignette: a woman lying on the ground face downwards. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul cometh forth with the coup. 11. Text: may he that invoketh Ra invoke Osiris before Ra and before the company of his gods. Vignette: a god crying out to someone. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul goeth into the hidden place and cometh forth from earth. 12. Text: may Arken drive away every evil thing from Osiris for ever. Vignette: a god standing upright with hands hanging down. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh in peace and hath triumphed. 13. Text: may those who dwell with Tesset grant that Osiris may go in and come out with long strides, like the lords of the Tuat. Vignette: a woman-headed serpent over a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and come forth through the door of the Tuat. 14. Text: may the goddess Tesset grant that Osiris may have power over the water. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he shall walk up the great staircase. 15. Text: may Mehenet grant that Osiris may be a distinguished being in the Tuat for ever. Vignette: a serpent on a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a perfect soul in his shrine. 16. Text: may those who dwell with Mehenet grant that Osiris may walk with long strides in the holy place. Vignette: a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is with the followers of Horus. 17. Text: may the company of the gods who hide Osiris grant that Osiris shall sit upon the throne which he loveth. Vignette: a seated god, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be among the lords of Maat. 18. Text: may he that destroyeth the face open the face of Osiris, and let him see the coup. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be in the following of the goddess Mehi of Amentet. Section 4. The gods of the 12th Kereret in the Tuat. 1. Text. May Mart grant that Osiris may be a lord of the lake of Marti. Vignette. A god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a lord of offerings in Sekhet Aru. 2. Text. May the gods who dwell in the land of the Tuat grant justice unto Osiris in the hall of double truth. Vignette. A god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall plough in Sekhet Hetep. 3. Text. May the gods who dwell with Mehen grant that Osiris shall be in whatsoever place his car wisheth to be. Vignette. A god within the folds of a serpent. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come into being at the words of the Lord of Amentet. 4. Text. May the gods who possess land grant a lake unto Osiris in Sekhet Arneru. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit upon whatsoever place he would there. 5. Text. May Herta grant an estate unto Osiris in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette. A snake-headed god. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be protected by amulets like the lords of the Tuat. 6. Text. May the gods who dwell in the land grant offerings and to Chafau food and joints of meat to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright with arms hanging down, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when Ra setteth in Manu. 7. Text. May the chiefs of the secret things who dwell in the land place their wall behind Osiris, even as they do for the still heart. Vignette. A ram-headed sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh forth and goeth into the underworld. 8. Text. May the gods who dwell in the folds of the serpent goddess Mehem grant a sight of the disk to Osiris. Vignette. A god within the folds of a serpent. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a Khu who hath gained power over fresh water. 9. Text. May Anu-Ba grant peace unto Osiris in Amentet. Vignette. A god bowing. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, in coming out and going into Ament, along with other folk therein. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 169. From the Papyrus of Nefer Uben F. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette. Text. The chapter of making to stand up the Henkit. The Am Kent, Osiris Nefer Uben F, triumphant, saith, Thou art the Lion God, thou art the double Lion God, thou art Horus, the avenger of his father Osiris. Thou art Four, the four glorious gods. Acclamation is made unto thee, along with cries of delight and sounds of joy, and the water from their haunches and from their thighs I bring unto thee. Thou art lifted up on thy right side, and thou art lifted up on thy left side. The god Seb hath opened for thee thy two eyes which were blind, and he hath given thee the power to stretch out thy legs in walking, hath been bound unto thee thy heart, Hat, thy mother, and thy heart, Hat, is in thy body. Thy soul is in heaven, and thy body is under the ground. There are cakes for thy body, and water for thy throat, and sweet breezes for thy nostrils, and thou art satisfied with offerings. Those who dwell in their shrines open their abodes unto thee. Thou hast thy provisions, and thou journeyest along. Thou art stablished upon that which emanateth from thy existence, and thou comest forth from heaven. The cord hath been coiled up for thee by the side of Ra, and thou snarest fish with the net in the stream from which thou drinkest vessels of water. Thou performest a journey on thy legs, and in going forward thou dost not stumble. Thou comest forth from over the earth, thou dost not make thy appearance from below the walls thereof. Thy walls are not thrown down, and what there is of thine within hath been made for thee by the God of thy city. Thou art pure, thou art pure. Thy fore parts are washed by libations, and thy hinder parts are cleansed with resin and natron, and made cool with incense. Thou art made clean with the milk of the Hap cow, and with the ale of the goddess Tenemet, and with natron. All the evil which clung to thee hath been done away with, and Tefnet, the daughter of Ra, hath made offerings on thy behalf, even as she did for her father Ra. And the funeral valley, which was the burial place of her father Osiris, hath been set in order for thee. I make to eat of the sweet things which he giveth there, the Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, that is to say, the celestial cakes which are before Ra, and the grain and drink, and the four terrestrial cakes which are before the god Seb, and the grain brought by the citizens I have brought unto thee, Sekhet Hetep, and the gifts thereof are before thee. Thou comest forth as Ra, thou hast gotten power as Ra, and thou hast gotten power over thy legs. And thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F, hast gotten power over thy legs at every season and at every hour. Thou hast not been condemned in the judgment, thou hast not been put under restraint. A guard hath not been set over thee, thou hast not been imprisoned, and thou hast not been given over to the chamber of the fiends therein. The sand is gathered together before thy face, and guarded are the offerings which are for thee. Thy face is not suffered to be turned back, and thou art guarded, and dost not come forth. Thou hast received thy tunic, and thy sandals, and thy stick, and thy garment, and thy weapons for fighting of all kinds, wherewith thou shalt cut off heads. Thou shalt turn back the necks of thy foes, whom thou shalt take captive, and thou shalt keep away from thee death, so that it shall not come nigh unto thee. And the great God hath said concerning thee, Bring him hither on the day when events take place. The hawk rejoiceth in thee, and the smen goose cackleth at thee. Ra openeth for thee the doors of heaven, and Seb unbolteth for thee the earth. Thy coup is mighty, and it is perfect, knowing thy name. Thy soul maketh a way through Ament, and thy perfect soul, O Nefer Uben Ep triumphant, hath the power of speech. Thy form is within Ra, and it resteth within the divine sovereign chiefs of him who uniteth the two paths. Mankind keepeth guard over it, and the double lion God guideth it to the place where thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben Ep triumphant, makest thy car to rest. And behold, the two lands and mankind work the snare for thee. Thou livest, thy soul is strong, thy body is enduring, and great thou hast sight of the fire. Thou dost snuff the breeze, thy face doth penetrate into the house of darkness. Thou abidest at the gap, thou dost not see the whirlwind and the storm. Thou followest in the train of the prince of the two lands, and thou refreshest thyself on the branch of merit tree on both sides of the god Ur-Hakau. The goddess Seshetet sitteth before thee. The god Sa protecteth thy members. The steer and his cow give thee milk from the breast in the following of Seket Heru. Thou washest thyself at the mouth of the stream of Ker Abba. Thou art in favour with the princes of the cities of Pe and Tep. The god Thoth and thyself see each other, and Ra in heaven holdeth converse with thee. Thou comest forth from, and thou enterest into, the Anit chamber, and thou holdest converse with the two divine combatants, that is, Horus and Set. Thy car is with thee to make thee to rejoice. Thy heart is with thee to give thee thy transformations. Happy, keep watch over thee, the company of the gods make thy heart glad. Thou comest forth to 4 cakes in the city of Shechem, and 4 in the city of Akenu. Thou comest forth to 4 in the city of Anu, upon the altar of the Lady of the Two Lands. The stars keep watch over thee by night. The lords of Anu have a favour unto thee. The God who is in thy mouth, thy feet are not turned back, and thy members have life. Thou graspest the sand in Abtu, the sacrificial cakes of the divine chiefs, and the libations of the celestial beings are brought forward to thee, with the offerings in the festival which are due to Osiris on the morning of the Uak festival for hidden things. Thou art ornamented with objects of gold, and thine apparel is interwoven with byssus. Happy, that is, the Nile, thrusteth himself upon thy body. Thou hast power over the tablet which is inscribed with lists of offerings, and thou drinkest water on both sides of the lake of Testes. The gods who are there have a favour unto thee, and thou comest forth from heaven along with the gods who make to advance the mart of Ra, and thou art led into the presence of the company of the gods, and there is done for thee even as it is done for one of them. Thou art the cart-bird of the geese, and Ptah of the southern wall maketh an offering unto Nefer-uben-ep, triumphant. Chapter 170. From the Papyrus of Nefer-uben-ep. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text. The chapter of arranging the hen-kit. The Osiris Nefer-uben-ep saith, Thy flesh have I given unto thee, thy bones have I fastened together for thee, thy members have I collected for thee. The earth submitteth itself unto thee, thy limbs are guarded. Thou art the mighty one within the egg, thou art set in order. Thou seest the gods, thou settest out on thy way, and thy hand reacheth unto the horizon, and unto the holy place where thou wouldst be. There is acclamation made unto thee, and there are shouts of joy raised to thee at thine appearances at the altar. Horus maketh thee to stand up at his risings, even as he did him who is in the chamber of holiness. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-ep triumphant, the goddess Ua hath given thee birth, and Ampu, Anubis, who dwelleth upon his hill, hath set thee in order, and he hath fastened for thee thy swathings. Hail, Nefer-uben-ep, the god Ptah Sakri hath given unto thee of the ornaments of the divine house which he hath. Hail, Nefer-uben-ep, the god Thoth himself cometh unto thee with the books of holy words, and he maketh thy hand to reach unto the horizon, even unto the place wherein thy car loveth to be. And Osiris worketh for thee on the night of journeying unto life. Thy white crown established on thy brow, the god Nemu is with thee, and he giveth unto thee fine feathered fowl. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-ep triumphant, thou hast been set in order upon thy funeral couch. Thou comest forth, and Ra, who is in the hidden horizon within his boat, hath set thee in order. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-ep triumphant, the god Tem, the father of the gods, hath made for thee the things which are to endure for ever. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-ep triumphant, the god Amsu of Kebti hath set thee in order, and the gods of the shrine praise thee. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-ep, with twofold happiness thou settest out in peace to thine everlasting habitation, and to thine abode of eternity. Homage is paid unto thee in the cities of Pe and Tepu, in the shrine which thy car loveth, and before thine abode, and thou art the mighty one of souls, and hath set thee in order, and the gods embrace thee. Thou art like a god, and thou hast been begotten for transformations which are more numerous, and with a created form more perfect than those of the gods. Thou hast more light than the Khus, and thou art more mighty of souls than are those who are in them. Hail, Osiris Nefer-Uben-Ef! Ptah on his southern wall hath set thee in order, and he hath made to advance thine abode more than that of the gods. Hail, Osiris the Amken, Nefer-Uben-Ef! Thou art Horus, the son of Isis, begotten of Ptah, and Nut hath created thee a being of light like unto Ra in the horizon, when he illumineth the two lands with his beauteous light. And the gods say unto thee, Come forward, advance now, and look thou upon the things which are thine in thine abode of everlastingness. The goddess Renutet, the heir and firstborn of Tem, hath set thee in order in the presence of the company of the gods of Nut. I, even I, am the heir of heaven, and the fellow of the God who maketh his light. I have come forth from the womb, and I shall grow young again, even as doth my father, and I shall not be prevented from making my answer in my season. Chapter 171. From the Papyrus of Amen-Hetep. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tefnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Heru-Khuti, Harmakis, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two mate, O Sebek in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy car hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amen-Hetep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amen-Hetep, by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements, or praisings, which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of hesmen, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Mart itself, of the fish that are in the river. To the statue of the temple of Hesmen, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house, Mut Restha, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favour unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favour unto him, and every god hath a favour unto him, and every goddess hath a favour unto him. Thy beauties are a stream, bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art lamented. Verily thou art praised. Verily thou art exalted. Verily thou art glorious. Verily thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Thy head, O my lord, is a standard with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in colour. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were, the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bacchau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye-paint of meschem. Thy tulips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehem, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skilful. Thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcharu bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are stablished upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Ampu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thine is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebsene, thou lord of piety. 4. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Ampu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are stablished through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are ankum flowers. And Nebsene praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are stablished each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness. O scribe Nebsene, thou favoured one! Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu, and behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Timet garment, when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy car, O scribe Nebsene, and a breast, or heart, of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tiet herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Sekert, the artificer, hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread, and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers. Thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee. And those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sar, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star Bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sar, Orion, the son of Ra and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draughtsman Nebsene into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebsene, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great God. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Anu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars, which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of Anmut-Ap, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon, wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebsene, and see thy splendour there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Anu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy sail, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy two hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day, at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebsene hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebsene, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 173. From the Papyrus of Nebsene. Vignette. Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands, with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts, which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text. The speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris, when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great arched chamber to look upon Ra as Un-Nefer, the lord of Ta-Tchsert. Then doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his coup there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great God, the Lord of Abydos, the King of eternity, the Prince of everlastingness, the holy God in Restau, by the scribe Nebsene, who saith, I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God, one who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Mart, even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have stablished all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words, Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have stablished for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have ploughed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims at those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive for thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have stablished for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and I have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have ploughed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Aru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may stablish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174. From the Papyrus of Muthetep. Vignette: the deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great door. Mut-hetepet, triumphant, saith: Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife which is in thy hand, when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O God Sa! The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years, and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born, now that I have been born. I see, and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of Winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet, and by Shez Kentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost one, who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of Maishepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the great form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesharu garment, and the watcher of the Urias, on the night of the flood of the Great One. I rise like Nefertem, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut-hetepet, who is triumphant before the cars, and who gathereth together hearts for Sa-u-er, whom the god Sa-amenti-Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cars, and I have gathered together hearts for Sa-urt, and I have my being as Sa, whom Ra, the god of Amenti, holdeth, and the Chachach implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa-amenti-Ra, the strong of heart, within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175. From the Papyrus of Ani. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing, with hands raised in adoration, before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne, and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith: Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of Thoth, that that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion and throng in and push to disturb their mouths. For in all that they have done unto thee they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail, Tammuz! What manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the Shining Ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The god Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain thee. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the god Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth, he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth, it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long, then, have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did from the time when this earth came into being, from Nu, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate, or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of diverse serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold, the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is stablished upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily, the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which my father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Serf. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honour. The remains of a much longer version of this chapter have been found in the papyrus of a scribe of the offerings of the king of the north and south, called Ra, and from these we may see that the happiness of the deceased in the underworld was more fully described therein. No connected sense can, however, be given to this version, for the beginnings and ends of the lines of the text of the chapter are wanting almost throughout. From the rubric we learn that the chapter was to be recited over a figure of Horus, made of lapis lazuli, which was to be laid upon the neck of the deceased, and that the performance of this ceremony was believed to be most efficacious in securing important benefits for the dead. Chapter 176. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. The chapter is without vignette. Text. The chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, That which I abominate is the land of the East. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the mesket chamber. And let the god Neb-Eft-Cher grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric. If the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect coup in the underworld. Chapter 177. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. The deceased standing upright. Pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text. The chapter of raising up the khu, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favour of his God, saith, Hail, Nut, Nut, who castest thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety in happiness, and giving his commands unto the khus. And behold, the divine power, or prince, is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul, who hath the horns of the cow Smarmet and An-Unser, the black. Hail, children of Seret-Beket, who have suckled milk from the 4 Uapu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The God speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The god of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of cars in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favour unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth, lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu, thy head. Thy head I make to stand up, thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of stablishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, saith: The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offering. Hail, ye who make the labourers to rejoice, and who raise up the heart and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Anu. Destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his god, let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst, and let the god Kaz carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall ye give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see, O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni, this day be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his God. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and travelling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the god. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty god, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Asert. For the mouth of Nebseni the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he hath set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat, let him drink of that whereof ye drink, let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit, let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong, let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the god. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebsene to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebsene was conceived in the night, and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebsene was conceived in Nu, and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come, and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the then tree. The governor of those in Amente cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebsene liveth also, and of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebsene, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris, the scribe Nebsene, is triumphant, and he is favoured of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebsene! Thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the door of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebsene! Thou hast no enemies in Het-Ur, and the scales balanced when thou wert wed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebsene! What thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine load of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebsene. Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Kenemet Urt, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebsene. Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra! Make ye a way for the scribe Nebsene, the lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the lord of life of the two lands, who liveth for ever, and let the scribe Nebsene, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra for ever. Chapter 179. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of advancing from yesterday, and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the lord of the Ureret crown, and the god Neheb-Kau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me, in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my part. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amente, I am the lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty Ready One have been brought to me, and the mighty Ready One hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me, in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Uatitchit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. From a Papyrus at Paris. Vignette. The deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text. The chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra in Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of perfecting transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith: Ra setteth as Osiris, with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Nefer, whose duration of life is for ever and for ever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat, like a mighty divine star, unto whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Aukert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Ureret crown, the great god whose seat is hidden, the lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra in Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Chench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris! I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth within thy divine house. And thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star, unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta-Tiunem. And let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along. Praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises. For Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have stablished for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehiu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have stablished the sceptre of the god Sa, and the Nemes crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the guides of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I have received his Nemes crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Hembi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hetepe in Auket. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-Nutira. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Aru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra, who follow after the divine soul which he hath. Lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye, who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me, for I am like unto the divine and holy soul who is in Amentet. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 181. From the Papyrus of Kenna. Vignette. The deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text. The chapter of entering in to the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris, Kenna, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Nefer, lord of Ta-Techeset, O thou who art diademed like Ra. Verily I come to see thee and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light. His Ureret crown is thy Ureret crown. His majesty is thy majesty. His risings are thy risings. His beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odour is thy odour. His hall is thy hall. His seat is thy seat. His throne is thy throne. His air is thy air. His ornaments are thy ornaments. His decree is thy decree. His hidden place is thy hidden place. His things are thy things. His knowledge, or powers, is thy knowledge. The attributes of greatness which are his are thine. The power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee for ever and for ever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty, before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Anu, Heliopolis. May he be mighty of transformations in Tatu, Mendes. May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Aati. May he be mighty in victory in Restau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu, Abydos. May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Ker Abba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Hetkar Patar, Memphis, and the things of the night are prepared for him in Shechem, Letopolis. Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thy... Thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and I make thee to stand up alive for ever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Births, thy two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life, and strength, and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee, through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee for ever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are stablished for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh a libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother, Nut, maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet, in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus, who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee, the words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Tartashet, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, or Nefer, whose twofold existence is for ever and for ever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure. I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee, like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries, and I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul, and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric. If this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. From the Papyrus of Mut-Hetep. Vignette. The deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are 3 vases. At the foot stand Isis, Harpy, and Tuamatef, and at the head Nephthys, Mestha, and Kebsenoth. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing, man-headed and animal-headed deities, who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text. The book of establishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris, who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong, and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the lord of the 2 horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neb-Ertchech, the lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the 2 lands. I am Thoth, the lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and the truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm, and I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris-Un-Nefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart of Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the two lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance. And Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta-Techesa, Osiris, bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened for ever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee, having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this God. Protection and life were behind this God, and his car was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atep crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip unto him, the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown. Every god gathereth together and love for him who is Un-Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amente, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth. Thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of Tem hath been conferred upon thee, O Un-Nefer. Thou art raised up, O bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is stablished upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly stablished with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one, I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Shechem, Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the coos. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odour, even as is that of the beautiful god. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Kher-Abba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Markent boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Apuat, that is, opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Nefer, whose existence is for ever and for ever. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 183. From the Papyrus of Hu-Nefer. Vignette. A. The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. B. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. A text. The Osiris Hu-Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the Two Lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Un-Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Ta-Tchset, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut Osiris, Prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Ta-Tchset. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendour. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Temu, and which hath been established by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah-Tanen, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed, that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are stablished upon their own lands, cities and nomes possess firmly the property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name for ever. Acclamations are made in thy name, libations are poured out to thy car, sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the Khus who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings, upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee, according to his, that is, Ra's, commands in the beginning, hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed, as Neb-Ev the chair is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies. The lords of all lands praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not as yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned Lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee, bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my Khu, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the Chephow food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein, according to the command of the God thereof. who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth. And to him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honour, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Teshert. I have come unto thee, and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Nebertcher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Unnefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart, Unnefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184. From the Papyrus of Uar. Vignette: the deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown, and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: the chapter of being nigh unto Osiris. The Osiris Uar, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185. From the Papyrus of Sutim. Vignette: Osiris, at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife, Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: the giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the god in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutim, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the Acts, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat. To thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men and Khus and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Sutan-Henen. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Anu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186. From the Papyrus of Ani. Vignette. The goddess Hathor, in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disk and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow Me'urit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text. Hathor, Lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, Lady of Ta-Teshset, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favoured ones. In the versions of this chapter given by Neville, the deceased, sometimes accompanied by his wife, is seen standing in adoration before the hippopotamus and cow goddesses. The texts which occupy the upper portions of the scenes are longer than that given in the Papyrus of Ani, a part of which is manifestly corrupt, and though all of them are more or less fragmentary, we learn from them that this chapter is entitled "The Praise of Hathor, the Mistress of Amentet, and the Paying of Homage to Me-Urit." After reciting the titles of Hathor, the deceased describes his devotion to the gods, and the works which he did for them whilst he was upon earth, and having stated that he is innocent of offence, he entreats the goddess that he may have his existence among her divine followers, and that suitable offerings of all kinds may be made unto him in Amentet. Chapter 187. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra. I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day. Chapter 188. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of the going in of the soul, to build an abode, and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: Come in peace, thou hast a coup. Enter thou in peace into the divine Uchat. Behold, thou hast a coup, together with a soul, Ba, and a shade, Ka'bet, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendour, in the temple of, and may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs, from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down, and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night, and celebrate the festivals. Chapter 189. From the Papyrus of Nu. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith, The things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth, and I will not eat thereof, in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the cars. Let me be not thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live, then, upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong. Let me have a large room. Let me make a way. Let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one, I cackle like the smem goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akeb. I come forth, and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate, the things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my car are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body, they shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. Oh, send ye not forth against me foul water, harm ye not me with the rod. Give ye not unto me, snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes in Sekhet-hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any and every god. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, What hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Alchemul beings of the god Penhazeb shall say unto me, Who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, The divine associate of the temples of the Hechati goddess of Anu. And they say, Where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, Beneath the beams of the beautiful ark to which hymns are sung as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Alchemul beings of the god Penhazeb shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plough the fields of my estate in Sekhet Haru. And the divine Alchemul beings of the god Penhazeb shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, The 2 divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Alchemul beings of the god Penhazeb shall say unto me, Who will plough them for thee? And I reply, The divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Hapiu, who dwelleth in the city of Sau, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Suti, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The book of making perfect the Khu within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric. This book shall be recited on the 1st day of the month, on the festival of the 6th, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Tuat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neterkert, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the Khu. It shall make broad his steps, it shall give him power to walk, it shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the God. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart, and the priest who readeth the service Ker Hebe. Thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber, lined with cloth, decorated, literally shot, with stars throughout. The soul of every Khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve round about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him. And indeed he shall be as the Divine One among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it. End of chapter 45. End of the Book of the Dead. Translated by E.A. Wallis Budge. Chapter 46 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Courtney Langdon. Inferno 1. Introduction to The Divine Comedy, The Wood and the Mountain. When, halfway through the journey of our life, I found that I was in a gloomy wood, because the path which led aright was lost, and how hard it is to say just what this wild and rough and stubborn woodland was, the very thought of which renews my fear. So bitter 'tis that death is little worse. But of the good to treat which there I found, I'll speak of what I else discovered there. I cannot well say how I entered it. So full of slumber was I at the moment when I forsook the pathway of the truth. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, where that vale ended which had pierced my heart with fear, I looked on high, and saw its shoulders mantled already with that planet's rays which leadeth one aright o'er every path. Then quieted a little was the fear which in the lake depths of my heart had lasted throughout the night I passed so piteously. And even as he who from the deep emerged, with sorely troubled breath upon the shore, turns round and gazes at the dangerous water, even so my mind, which still was fleeing on, turned back to look again upon the pass which ne'er permitted any one to live. When I had somewhat eased my weary body, o'er the lone slope I so resumed my way, that ere the lower was my steady foot, then lo, not far from where the ascent began, a leopard which, exceeding light and swift, was covered over with a spotted hide, and from my presence did not move away. Nay, rather, she so hindered my advance that more than once I turned me to go back. Some time had now from early morn elapsed, and with those very stars the sun was rising, that in his escort were, when love divine in the beginning moved those beauteous things. I therefore had as cause for hoping well of that wild beast with gaily mottled skin, the hour of daytime, and the year's sweet season. But not so that I should not fear the sight which next appeared before me of a lion. Against me this one seemed to be advancing with head erect, and with such raging hunger that even the air seemed terrified thereby, and of a she-wolf which with every lust seemed in her leanness laden, and had caused many ere now to lead unhappy lives. The latter so oppressed me with the fear that issued from her aspect that I lost the hope I had of winning to the top. And such as he is who is glad to gain, and who, when times arrive that make him lose, weeps, and is saddened in his every thought, such did that peaceless animal make me, which gainst me coming pushed me step by step back to the place where silent is the sun. While toward the lowland I was falling fast, the sight of one was offered to mine eyes who seemed through long continued silence weak. When him in that vast wilderness I saw, "Have pity on me," I cried out to him, "whate'er thou be, or shade, or very man." "Not man," he answered, "I was once a man, and both my parents were of Lombardy, and Mantuans with respect to fatherland. 'Neath Julius was I born, though somewhat late, and under good Augustus' rule I lived in Rome in days of false and lying gods. I was a poet, and of that just man Anchises' son I sang, who came from Troy after proud Ilion had been consumed. But thou, to such sore trouble why return? Why climb'st thou not the mountain of delight, which is of every joy the source and cause?" "Art thou that Virgil then, that fountainhead, which poureth forth so broad a stream of speech?" I answered him, with shame upon my brow. "O light and glory of the other poets, let the long study and the ardent love which made me con thy book avail me now. Thou art my teacher and authority. Thou only art the one from whom I took the lovely manner which hath done me honour. Behold the beast on whose account I turned. From her protect me, O thou famous sage, for she makes both my veins and pulses tremble." "A different course from this must thou pursue," he answered, when he saw me shedding tears, "if from this wilderness thou wouldst escape. For this wild beast, on whose account thou criest, alloweth none to pass along her way, but hinders him so greatly that she kills, and is by nature so malign and guilty, that never doth she sate her greedy lust, but after food is hungrier than before. Many are the animals with which she mates, and still more will there be, until the hound shall come and bring her to a painful death. He shall not feed on either land or wealth, but wisdom, love, and power shall be his food, and 'tween two feltros shall his birth take place. Of that low Italy he'll be the saviour, for which the maid Camilla died of wounds with Turnus, Nisus, and Aureolus, and he shall drive her out of every town, till he have put her back again in hell, from which the earliest envy sent her forth. I therefore think and judge it best for thee to follow me, and I shall be thy guide, and lead thee hence through an eternal place, where thou shalt hear the shrieks of hopelessness of those tormented spirits of old times, each one of whom bewails the second death. Then those shalt thou behold who, though in fire, contented are, because they hope to come, whene'er it be, unto the blessed folk, to whom thereafter, if thou wouldst ascend, there'll be for that a worthier soul than I. With her at my departure I shall leave thee, because the Emperor who rules up there, since I was not obedient to his law, wills none shall come into his town through me. He rules as Emperor everywhere, and there as king. There is his town and lofty throne. O happy he whom he thereto elects." And I to him, "O poet, I beseech thee, even by the God it was not thine to know, so may I from this ill and worse escape. Conduct me thither where thou saidst just now, that I may see St. Peter's gate, and those whom thou describest as so whelmed with woe." He then moved on, and I behind him kept. Inferno 2. Introduction to the Inferno. The mission of Virgil. Daylight was going, and the dusky air was now releasing from their weary toil all living things on earth, and I alone was making ready to sustain the war both of the road and of the sympathy which my unerring memory will relate. O Muses, O high genius, help me now! O memory, that wrotest what I saw, herewith shall thy nobility appear. I then began: Consider, poet, thou that guidest me, if strong my virtue be, or ere thou trust me to the arduous course. Thou sayest that the sire of Silvio entered, when still corruptible, the immortal world, and that while in his body he was there. Hence that to him the opponent of all ill was courteous, considering the great result that was to come from him, both who and what seems not unfitting to a thoughtful man. For he, of fostering Rome and of her sway in the empyrean heaven, was chosen as sire, and both of these, if one would tell the truth, were foreordained unto the holy place where greatest Peter's follower hath his seat. While on this quest, for which thou giv'st him praise, he heard the things which of his victory the causes were, and of the papal robe the chosen vessel went there afterward, to bring thence confirmation in the faith through which one enters on salvation's path. But why should I go there, or who concedes it? I'm not Aeneas, nor yet Paul am I, me worthy of this, nor I nor others deem. If, therefore, I consent to come, I fear lest foolish be my coming. Thou art wise, and canst much better judge than I can talk. And such as he who unwills what he willed, and changes so his purpose through new thoughts, that what he had begun he wholly leaves, such on that gloomy slope did I become. For as I thought it over, I gave up the enterprise so hastily commenced. If I have rightly understood thy words, replied the shade of that great-hearted man, thy soul is hurt by shameful cowardice, which many times so sorely hinders one, that from an honoured enterprise it turns him, as seeing falsely doth a shying beast. In order that thou rid thee of this fear, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard the first time I was grieved on thy account. Among the intermediate souls I was, when me a lady called, so beautiful and happy that I begged her to command. Her eyes were shining brighter than a star, when sweetly and softly she began to say, as with an angel's voice she spoke to me, O courteous Mantuan spirit, thou whose fame is still enduring in the world above, and will endure as long as lasts the world, a friend of mine, but not a friend of fortune, is on his journey o'er the lonely slope, obstructed so that he hath turned through fear, and from what I have heard of him in heaven, I fear lest he may now have strayed so far that I have risen too late to give him help. Bestir thee then, and with thy finished speech, and with whatever his escape may need, assist him so that I may be consoled. I, who now have thee go, am Beatrice. Thence come I, whither I would fain return. 'Twas love that moved me, love that makes me speak. When in the presence of my lord again, often shall I commend thee unto him?" Thereat she ceased to speak, and I began: "O Lady of virtue, thou through whom alone the human race excels all things contained within the heaven that hath the smallest circles, thy bidding pleases me so much that late I'd be, hadst thou already been obeyed. Thou needst but to disclose to me thy will. But tell me why thou dost not mind descending into this centre from that ample place, whither thou art so eager to return." "Since thou wouldst know thereof so inwardly, I'll tell thee briefly," she replied to me, "why I am not afraid to enter here. Of those things only should one be afraid that have the power of doing injury, not of the rest, for they should not be feared. I of his mercy, and so made by God, that me your wretchedness doth not affect, nor any flame of yonder fire molest. There is a gentle lady up in heaven, who grieves so at this check, whereto I send thee, that broken is stern judgment there above. She called Lucia in her prayer, and said, Now hath thy faithful servant need of thee, and I too recommend him to thy care. Lucia, hostile to all cruelty, set forth thereat, and came unto the place where I with ancient Rachel had my seat. Why, Beatrice, she said, true praise of God, dost thou not succour him who loved thee so, that for thy sake he left the common herd? Dost thou not hear the anguish of his cry? Seest not the death that fights him on the flood, o'er which the sea availeth not to boast? Ne'er were there any in the world so swift to seek their profit and avoid their loss, as I, after such words as these were uttered, descended hither from my blessed seat, confiding in that noble speech of thine, which honours thee, and whosoe'er has heard it. Then, after she had spoken to me thus, weeping, she turned her shining eyes away, which made me hasten all the more to come, and even as she wished, I came to thee, and led thee from the presence of the beast, which robbed thee of the fair mount's short approach. What is it then? Why dost thou hold back? Why dost thou lodge such baseness in thy heart? And wherefore free and daring art thou not, since three so blessed ladies care for thee within the court of heaven, and my words too give thee the promise of so much that's good? As little flowers by the chill of night, bowed down and closed, when brightened by the sun, stand all erect and open on their stems, so likewise with my wearied strength did I, and such good daring coursed into my heart, that I began as one who had been freed. O piteous she, who hastened to my help, and courteous thou, that didst at once obey the words of truth that she addressed to thee. Thou hast with such desire disposed my heart toward going on, by reason of thy words, that to my first intention I've returned. Go on now, since we two have but one will, thou leader, and thou Lord and teacher thou. I thus addressed him. Then, when he had moved, I entered on the wild and arduous course. Inferno 3. The Gate and Vestibule of Hell. Cowards and Neutrals. Acheron. Through me one goes into the town of woe. Through me one goes into eternal pain. Through me among the people that are lost. Justice inspired my high exalted Maker. I was created by the might divine, the highest wisdom, and the primal love. Before me there was naught created, save eternal things, and I eternal last. All hope abandon, ye that enter here. These words of gloomy colour I beheld inscribed upon the summit of a gate, whence their meaning, teacher, troubles me. And he to me, like one aware, replied, all fearfulness must here be left behind. All forms of cowardice must here be dead. We've reached the place where, as I said to thee, thou'lt see the sad folk who have lost the good, which is the object of the intellect. Then, after he had placed his hand in mine, with cheerful face, whence I was comforted, he led me in among the hidden things. There sighs and wails and piercing cries of woe reverberated through the starless air. Hence I at first shed tears of sympathy, strange languages and frightful forms of speech, words caused by pain, accents of anger, voices both loud and faint, and smiting hands withal, a mighty tumult made, which sweeps around for ever in that timelessly dark air, as sand is wont whene'er a whirlwind blows. And I, whose head was girt about with horror, said, Teacher, what is this I hear? What folk is this that seems so overwhelmed with woe? And he to me, this wretched kind of life the miserable spirits lead of those who live with neither infamy nor praise. Commingled are they with that worthless choir of angels who did not rebel, nor yet were true to God, but sided with themselves. The heavens, in order not to be less fair, expelled them, nor doth neither hell receive them. The heavens, in order not to be less fair, expelled them, nor doth nether hell receive them, because the bad would get some glory thence. And I, what is it, teacher, grieves them so? It causes them so loudly to lament. I'll tell thee very briefly, he replied. These have no hope of death, and so low down is this unseeing life of theirs, that envious they are of every other destiny. The world allows no fame of them to live. Mercy and justice hold them in contempt. The world allows no fame of them to live. Mercy and justice hold them in contempt. Let us not talk of them, but look and pass. And I, who gazed intently, saw a flag which, whirling, moved so swiftly that to me, contemptuous it appeared of all repose, and after it there came so long a line of people that I never would have thought that death so great a number had undone. When some I'd recognized, I saw anew the shade of him who through his cowardice the great refusal made. I understood immediately, and was assured that this the band of cowards was, who both to God displeasing are, and to his enemies. These wretched souls, who never were alive, were naked, and were sorely spurred to action by means of wasps and hornets that were there. The latter streaked their faces with their blood, which, after it had mingled with their tears, was at their feet sucked up by loathsome worms. When I had given myself to peering further, people I saw upon a great stream's bank. I therefore said, "Now, teacher, grant to me that I may know who these are, and what law makes them appear so eager to cross over, as, in this dim light, I perceive they are." And he to me, "Their things will be made clear to thee, as soon as on the dismal strand of Acheron we shall have stayed our steps." Thereat, with shame suffused and downcast eyes, and fearing lest my talking might annoy him, up to the river I abstained from speech. Behold then, coming toward us in a boat, an aged man, all white with ancient hair, who shouted, "Woe to you, ye souls depraved! Give up all hope of ever seeing heaven. I come to take you to the other shore, into eternal darkness, heat, and cold. And thou, that yonder art a living soul, withdraw thee from these fellows that are dead." But when he saw that I did not withdraw, he said, "By other roads and other ferries shalt thou attain a shore to pass across, not here. A lighter boat must carry thee." To him, my leader, "Charon, be not vexed. Thus is it yonder willed, where there is power to do whate'er is willed. So ask no more." Thereat were quieted the woolly cheeks of that old boatman of the murky swamp, who round about his eyes had wheels of flame. Those spirits, though, who nude and weary were, their colour changed, and gnashed their teeth together as soon as they had heard the cruel words. They kept blaspheming God and their own parents, the human species, and the place and time and seed of their conception and their birth. Then each and all of them drew on together, weeping aloud to that accursed shore, which waits for every man that fears not God. Charon, the demon, with his ember eyes, makes beckoning signs to them, collects them all, and with his oar beats whoso takes his ease. Even as in autumn leaves detach themselves, now one and now another, till their branch sees all its stripped off clothing on the ground, so one by one the evil seed of Adam cast themselves down that river bank at signals, as doth a bird to its recalling lure. Thus o'er the dusky waves they wend their way, and ere they land upon the other side, another crowd collects again on this. "My son," the courteous teacher said to me, "all those that perish in the wrath of God from every country come together here, and eager are to pass across the stream, because justice divine so spurs them on, that what was fear is turned into desire. A good soul never goes across from hence. If Charon, therefore, findeth fault with thee, well canst thou now know what his words imply." The darkling plain, when this was ended, quaked so greatly that the memory of my terror bathes me even now with sweat. The tear-stained ground gave forth a wind, whence flashed vermilion light, which in me overcame all consciousness, and down I fell like one whom sleep o'ertakes. Inferno 4. The first circle. The borderland. Unbaptized worthies. Illustrious pagans. A heavy thunderclap broke the deep sleep within my head, so that I roused myself, as would a person who is waked by force, and standing up erect, my arrested eyes I moved around, and with a steady gaze I looked about to know where I might be. truth is, I found myself upon the verge of pain's abysmal valley, which collects the thunder roll of everlasting woes. So dark it was, so deep and full of mist, that howsoe'er I gazed into its depths, nothing at all did I discern therein. Into this blind world let us now descend. The poet, who was death-like pale, began, I will be first, and thou shalt second be. And I, who of his colour was aware, said, How am I to come, if thou take fright, who art wont to be my comfort when afraid? The anguish of the people here below, he said to me, brings out upon my face the sympathy which thou dost take for fear. Since our long journey drives us, let us go. Thus he set forth, and thus he had me enter the first of circles girding the abyss. Therein, as far as one could judge by listening, there was no lamentation, saving sighs which caused a trembling in the eternal air, and this came from the grief devoid of torture felt by the throngs which many were and great, of infants and of women and of men. To me, then, my good teacher, dost not ask what spirits these are whom thou seest here? Now I would have thee know, ere thou go further, that these sinned not, and though they merits have, it is not enough, for they did not have baptism, the gateway of the creed believed by thee. And if before Christianity they lived, they did not with due worship honour God. And one of such as these am I myself. For such defects, and for no other guilt, were lost, and only hurt to this extent, that in desire we live deprived of hope. Great sorrow filled my heart on hearing this, because I knew of people of great worth who in that borderland suspended were. Tell me, my teacher, tell me, thou my lord, I then began, though wishing to be sure about the faith which conquers every error. Came any ever by his own deserts, or by another's hence, who then was blessed? And he, who understood my covert speech, replied, To this condition I was come but newly, when I saw a mighty one come here, crowned with the sign of victory. From hence he drew the earliest parent shade, and that of his son Abel, that of Noah, and Moses the lawgiver and obedient, Abraham the patriarch, and David king, Israel with both his father and his sons, and Rachel too, for whom he did so much, and many others, and he made them blessed. And I would have thee know that earlier than these there were no human spirits saved. Because he talked, we ceased not moving on, but all the while were passing through the wood, I mean, of thickly crowded shades. Nor far this side of where I fell asleep had we yet gone, when I beheld a fire which overcame a hemisphere of gloom. Somewhat away from it we were as yet, but not so far but I could dimly see that honourable people held that place. O thou that honourest both art and science, who are these people that such honour have, that it divides them from the other's life? And he to me, The honourable fame which speaks of them in thy live world above, in heaven wins grace, which thus advances them. And hereupon a voice was heard by me, Do honour to the loftiest of poets, his shade which had departed now returns. And when the voice had ceased and was at rest, four mighty shades I saw approaching us. their looks were neither sorrowful nor glad. My kindly teacher then began to say, "Look at the one who comes with sword in hand before the three, as if their lord he were. Homer he is, the sovereign poet; Horace, the satirist, the one that cometh next; the third is Ovid; Lucan is the last. Since each of them in common shares with me the title which the voice of one proclaimed, they do me honour, and therein do well." Thus gathered, I beheld the fair assembly of those the masters of the loftiest song, which soareth like an eagle o'er the rest. Then, having talked among themselves a while, they turned around to me with signs of greeting, and when he noticed this, my teacher smiled, and even greater honour still they did me, for one of their own company they made me, so that amid such wisdom I was sixth. Thus on we went as far as to the light, talking of things whereof is silence here becoming, even as speech was where we spoke. We reached a noble castle's foot, 7 times encircled by high walls, and all around defended by a lovely little stream. This last we crossed, as if dry land it were, through 7 gates. With these sages I went in, and to a meadow of fresh grass we came. There people were, with slow and serious eyes, and in their looks of great authority. They spoke but seldom, and with gentle voice. We therefore to one side of it drew back into an open place, so luminous and high that each and all could be perceived. There, on the green enamel opposite, was shown to me the spirits of the great, foreseeing whom I glory in myself. I saw Electra with companions many, of whom I knew both Hector and Aeneas, and Caesar armed with shining falcon eyes. I saw Camilla with Penthesilea upon the other side, and King Latinus, who with Lavinia his own daughter sat. I saw that Brutus who drove Tarquin out, Lucretia, Julia, Marcia, and Cornelia, and all alone I saw the Saladin. Then, having raised my brows a little higher, the teacher I beheld of those that know, seated amid a philosophic group. They all look up to him, all honour him. There Socrates and Plato I beheld, who, nearer than the rest, are at his side. Democritus, who thinks the world chance-born, Diogenes, Anaxagoras, and Thales, Empedocles, Heraclitus, and Zeno. Of qualities I saw the good collector, Dioscorides I mean, Orpheus I saw, Tully and Livy, and moral Seneca, Euclid the geometer, and Ptolemy, Hippocrates, Avicenna, Galen, Averroes, who made the famous comment. I cannot speak of all of them in full, because my long theme drives me on so fast that oft my words fall short of what I did. The 6-fold band now dwindles down to 2. My wise guide leads me by a different path, out of the calm into the trembling air, and to a place I come where naught gives light. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 5. The Second Circle. Sexual Intemperance. The Lascivious and Adulterers. Thus from the first of circles I went down into the second, which surrounds less space, and all the greater pain, which goads to wailing. There Minos stands in horrid guise and snarls. Inside the entrance he examines sins, judges, and as he girds himself commits. I mean that when an ill-born soul appears before him, it confesses itself holy, and thereupon that connoisseur of sins perceives what place in hell belongs to it, and girds him with his tail as many times as are the grades he wishes it sent down. Before him there are always many standing. They go to judgment, each one in his turn. They speak and hear, and then are downward hurled. "O thou that comest to the inn of woe," said Minos, giving up, on seeing me, the execution of so great a charge, "see how thou enter, and in whom thou put thy trust. Let not the gateway's width deceive thee." To him my leader said, "Why dost thou too cry? Hinder thou not this fate-ordained advance. Thus is it yonder willed, where there is power to do whate'er is willed, so ask no more." And now the woeful sounds of actual pain begin to break upon mine ears. I now am come to where much wailing smiteth me. I reached a region silent of all light, which bellows as the sea doth in a storm, if lashed and beaten by opposing winds. The infernal hurricane, which never stops, carries the spirits onward with its sweep, and as it whirls and smites them, gives them pain. Whene'er they come before the shattered rock, there lamentations, moans, and shrieks are heard. There, cursing, they blaspheme the power divine. I understood that to this kind of pain are doomed those carnal sinners who subject their reason to their sensual appetite, and as their wings bear starlings on their way when days are cold in full and widespread flocks, so doth that blast the evil spirits bear this way and that, and up and down it leads them. Nor only doth no hope of rest, but none of lesser suffering, ever comfort them. And even as cranes move on and sing their lays, forming the while a long line in the air, thus saw I coming, uttering cries of pain, shades borne along upon the aforesaid storm. I therefore said, "Who, teacher, are the people the gloomy air so cruelly chastises?" "The first of those of whom thou wouldst have news," the latter thereupon said unto me, "was Empress over lands of many tongues. To sexual vice so wholly was she given, that lust she rendered lawful in her laws, thus to remove the blame she had incurred. Semiramis she is, of whom one reads that she gave suck to Ninus, and became his wife. She held the land the Soldan rules. The next is she who killed herself through love, and to Sichaeus' ashes broke her faith. The lustful Cleopatra follows her. See Helen, for whose sake so long a time of guilt rolled by, and great Achilles see, who fought with love when at the end of life. Paris and Tristan see, and then he showed me and pointed out by name 1,000 shades and more whom love had from our life cut off. When I had heard my leader speak the names of ladies and their knights of olden times, pity o'ercame me, and I almost swooned. Poet, I then began, I'd gladly talk with those two yonder who together go, and seem to be so light upon the wind. Thou'lt see thy chance when nearer us they are, said he. Beseech them by that same love which leadeth them along, and they will come. Soon as the wind toward us had bent their course, I cried, O toil-worn souls, come speak with us, so be it that one else forbid it not. As doves, when called by their desire, come flying with raised and steady pinions through the air to their sweet nest, borne on by their own will, so from the band where Dido is they issued, advancing through the noisome air toward us, so strong with love the tone of my appeal. O thou benign and gracious living creature, that goest through the gloomy purple air to visit us, who stained the world blood-red, if friendly were the universal King, for thy peace would we pray to him, since pity thou showest for this wretched woe of ours. Of whatsoever it may please you hear and speak, we will both hear and speak with you, while yet, as now it is, the wind is hushed. The town where I was born sits on the shore, whither the Po descends to be at peace, together with the streams that follow him. Love, which soon seizes on a well-born heart, seized him for that fair body's sake whereof I was deprived, and still the way offends me. Love, which absolves from loving none that's loved, seized me so strongly for his love of me, that, as thou seest, it doth not leave me yet. Love to a death in common led us on. Cain's ice awaiteth him who quenched our life. These words were wafted down to us from them. When I had heard those sorely troubled souls, I bowed my head, and long I held it low, until the poet said, What thinkest thou? When I made answer, I began, Alas! How many tender thoughts and what desire induced these souls to take the woeful step? I then turned back to them again and spoke, and I began, Thine agonies, Francesca, cause me to weep with grief and sympathy. But tell me, at the time of tender sighs, whereby and how did love concede to you that ye should know each other's veiled desires? And she to me, There is no greater pain than to remember happy days in days of misery, and this thy leader knows. But if to know the first root of our love so yearning a desire possesses thee, I'll do as one who weepeth while he speaks. One day, for pastime merely, we were reading of Launcelot, and how love o'erpowered him. Alone we were, and free from all misgiving. Oft did that reading cause our eyes to meet, and often take the colour from our faces, and yet one passage only overcame us, when we had read of how the longed-for smile was kissed by such a lover, this one here, who never more shall be divided from me, trembling all over, kissed me on my mouth. A Galahad, the book, and he who wrote it. No further in it did we read that day. While one was saying this, the other spirit so sorely wept that out of sympathy I swooned away as though about to die, and fell as falls a body that is dead. Inferno 6. The third circle. Intemperance in food. Gluttons. On my return to consciousness, which closed before the kindred couple's piteous case, which utterly confounded me with grief, new torments all around me I behold, and new tormented ones where'er I move, where'er I turn, and wheresoe'er I gaze. In the third circle am I, that of rain eternal, cursed cold and burdensome. Its measure and quality are never new. Coarse hail and snow and dirty-coloured water through the dark air are ever pouring down, and foully smells the ground receiving them. A wild beast, Cerberus, uncouth and cruel, is barking with three throats, as would a dog over the people that are there submerged. Red eyes he hath, a dark and greasy beard, a belly big, and talons on his hands. He claws the spirits, flays and quarters them. The rainfall causes them to howl like dogs. With one side they make shelter for the other. Oft do the poor profaners turn about. When Cerberus, the mighty worm, perceived us, his mouth he opened, showing us his fangs, nor had he any limb that he kept still. My leader then stretched out his opened palms, and took some earth, and with his fists well filled, he threw it down into the greedy throat. And like a dog that barking yearns for food, and when he comes to bite it is appeased, since only to devour it doth he strain and fight, even such became those filthy faces of demon Cerberus, who thundering stuns the spirits so that they would fain be deaf. Over the shades the heavy rain beats down. We then were passing, as our feet we set upon their unreal bodies, which seem real. They each and all were lying on the ground, excepting one, which rose and sat upright when it perceived us pass in front of it. "O thou that through this hell art being led," it said to me, "recall me if thou canst, for thou before I unmade wast made." And I to it, "The anguish thou art in perchance withdraws thee from my memory so, it doth not seem that thee I ever saw. But tell me who thou art, that in so painful a place art set, and to such punishment, that none, though greater, so repulsive is." And he to me, "Thy town, which is so full of envy that the bag o'erflows already, owned me when I was in the peaceful life. Ciacco, you townsmen used to call me then, for my injurious fault of gluttony. I'm broken, as thou seest by the rain. Nor yet am I, sad soul, the only one, for all these here are subject for like fault unto like pain." Thereat he spoke no more. "Thy trouble, Ciacco," I replied to him, "so burdens me that it invites my tears. But tell me, if thou canst, to what will come the citizens of our divided town, if any one therein is just? And tell me the reason why such discord hath assailed her." And he to me then, After struggling long, they'll come to bloodshed, and the boorish party will drive the other out with much offence. Then afterward the latter needs must fall within 3 suns, and the other party rise by help of one who now is on the fence. A long time will it hold its forehead up, keeping the other under grievous weights, howe'er it weep therefore and be ashamed. 2 men are just, but are not heeded there. The 3 sparks that have set men's hearts on fire are overweening pride, envy, and greed. Herewith he closed his tear-inspiring speech, and I to him, I'd have thee teach me still, and grant the favour of some further talk. Farinata, Entegiaio, who so worthy were, Jacopo, Rusticucci, Arrigo, and Mosca, and the others who were set on doing good. Tell me where these are, and let me know of them. For great desire constraineth me to learn if heaven now sweeten or hell poison them. And he, among the blackest souls are these. A different fault weighs toward the bottom each. If thou descend so far, thou mayst behold them. But when in the sweet world thou art again, recall me, prithee, unto others' minds. I tell no more, nor further answer thee. His fixed eyes thereupon he turned askance. A while he looked at me, then bowed his head, and fell therewith among the other blind. Then said my leader, He'll not wake again on this side of the angel trumpet's sound. What time the hostile podesta shall come, each soul will find again its dismal tomb. Each will take on again its flesh and shape, and hear what through eternity resounds. We thus passed through, with slowly moving steps, the filthy mixture of the shades and rain, talking a little of the future life, because of which I said, These torments, teacher, after the final sentence, will they grow or less become, or burn the same as now? And he to me, Return thou to thy science, which holdeth that the more a thing is perfect, so much the more it feels of weal or woe. Although this cursed folk shall never more arrive at true perfection, it expects to be more perfect after than before. As in a circle round that road we went, speaking at greater length than I repeat, and came unto a place where one descends. There found we Plutus, the great enemy. Inferno 7. The 4th circle. Intemperance in wealth. Misers and prodigals. The 5th circle. Pape Satan, alap! Thus Plutus with his clucking voice began. That noble sage then, who knew everything, said to encourage me, Let not thy fear distress thee, for whatever power he have, he'll not prevent our going down this rock. Then to those swollen lips he turned around and said, Be silent, thou accursed wolf, with thine own rage consume thyself with them. Not causeless is our going to the bottom. There is it willed on high, where Michael wrought vengeance upon the arrogant rebellion. As sails, when swollen by the wind, fall down, entangled, when the mast breaks, even so down to the ground the cruel monster fell. Into the 4th ditch we descended thus, advancing further o'er the woeful edge, which bags all evil in the universe. Justice of God, alas, who heapeth up the many unheard of toils and pains I saw, and wherefore doth our sin torment us so? As yonder o'er Charybdis doth the sea, which breaks against the one it runs to meet, so must the people dance a ring dance here. I hear so folk, more numerous than elsewhere, on one side and the other, with great howls, rolling big weights around by strength of chest. They struck against each other, then, right there, each turned, and rolling back his weight, cried out, "Why keepest thou? And wherefore throw away?" They circled thus around the gloomy ring, on either hand and to the point opposed, still shouting each to each their vile refrain. Then each turned back, when through his own half-ring he had attained the other butting place. And I, whose heart was well nigh broken, said, "Now, teacher, show me who these people are, and tell me whether all these tonsured ones upon our left ecclesiastics were." And he replied to me, they each and all were in their first life so squint-eyed in mind that they with measure used no money there. Clearly enough their voices bark it forth, whene'er they reach the 2 points of the ring, where differences in fault unmateth them. These churchmen were, who have no hairy covering upon their heads, and popes and cardinals, among whom avarice works its mastery. And I to him, "Among such men as these, I surely, teacher, ought to recognize a few who by these sins polluted were." And he to me, "Thou shapest a vain thought. The undiscerning life which made them foul now to all recognition makes them dark. To these two shocks they'll come eternally. These from the sepulchre will rise again close-fisted. These, shorn of their very hair, ill-giving and ill-keeping took from them the lovely world, and set them at this fray. To qualify it, I'll not use fair words. Now canst thou sum, behold the short-lived cheat of riches that are put in fortune's care, and for whose sake the human race contends. For all the gold there is beneath the moon, and all that was there once, could not avail to make one of these weary spirits rest." "Teacher," said I to him, "now tell me further, what is this fortune thou dost touch upon, which hath the world's good things thus in her claws?" "O foolish creatures," said he then to me, "how great the ignorance which hurteth you! I'd have thee swallow now my thought of her. The one whose knowledge everything transcends, so made the heavens, and so gave guides to them, that every part on every other shines, thus equally distributing the light. Likewise for worldly splendours he ordained a general minister and guide, to change from time to time the vain goods of the world from race to race, from one blood to another, past all resistance by the minds of men. Wherefore one people governs, and the other declines in power, according to her judgment, which hidden is, as in the grass a snake. Your knowledge is not able to resist her, foreseeing she decides, and carries on her government as theirs the other gods. Her permutations have no truce at all. Necessity compels her to be swift. Hence oft it happens that a change occurs. This is the one who is so often cursed, even by those who ought to give her praise, yet give her blame amiss and ill repute. But she is blessed, and gives no heed to that. Among the other primal creatures glad, she turns her sphere, and blest enjoys herself. But now to woe more piteous let's descend. Now falls each star that rose when I set out, and one is here forbidden too long a stay. We cross the circle to the other bank, over a bubbling stream that poureth down, along a ditch which from it takes its shape. than purple black. Much darker was its water, and we, accompanying its dusky waves, went down and entered on an uncouth path. A swamp it forms, which hath the name of Styx, this dismal little brook, when it hath reached the bottom of the grey malignant slopes. And I, who was intensely gazing there, saw muddy people in that slimy marsh, all naked and with anger in their looks. They struck each other, not with hands alone, but with their heads and chests, and with their feet, and rent each other piecemeal with their teeth. Said the good teacher, "Son, thou seest now the souls of those whom anger overcame. Nay, more, I'd have thee certainly believe that 'neath the water there are folk who sigh, and make this water bubble at its surface, as, wheresoe'er it turn, thine eye reveals. Stuck in the slime, they say, sullen we were in the sweet air that's gladdened by the sun, bearing within us fumes of surliness. We now are sullen in the swamp's black mire.' This hymn they gurgle down inside their throats, because they cannot utter it with perfect speech. And so we circled round the filthy fen, a great arc 'tween the dry bank and the marsh, our eyes intent on those that swallow mud, and to a tower's foot we came at last." Inferno 8. The fifth circle. Intemperance in indignation. The wrathful and sullen. Styx, the city of Dis. I say, continuing, that long before we ever reached the lofty tower's foot, our eyes had upward toward its summit turned, because of two small flames we there saw placed, and of another answering from so far that hardly could mine eyesight make it out. Then to all wisdom's sea I turned around and said, "What saith this? And what replies that other fire? And who are they that made it?" And he to me, "Upon the filthy waves thou canst already see what is expected, unless the marsh's fog conceal it from thee. Bowstring ne'er shot an arrow from itself that sped away so swiftly through the air, as I beheld a slender little boat come toward us through the water thereupon, under the guidance of a single boatman, who shouted, 'Thou art caught now, wicked soul!' 'O Phlegyas, Phlegyas,' said my master then, 'this time thou criest out in vain. No longer shalt thou have us than while we cross the swamp.' Like one who listens to a great deceit practised upon him, and who then resents it, so Phlegyas in his stifled wrath became. My leader then went down into the boat, and had me enter after him, and only when I was in it did it laden seem. Soon as my leader and I were in the boat, the ancient prow goes on its way, and cuts more water than with others is its wont. While we were speeding through the stagnant trench, one stood before me filled with mud, and said, 'Now who art thou that comest ere thy time?' And I to him, 'Even though I come, I stay not. But who art thou that art become so foul?' He answered, 'As thou seest, I'm one who weeps.' Then I to him, 'In sorrow and in grief mayst thou, accursed spirit, here remain, for thee I know, all filthy though thou be.' Then toward the boat he stretched out both his hands. My wary teacher therefore thrust him off, saying, 'Away there with the other dogs!' And with his arms he then embraced my neck, and kissed my face, and said, 'Blessed be she who pregnant was with thee, indignant soul! He was a haughty person in the world, nor is there any goodness which adorns his memory. Hence his shade is furious here. How many now up yonder think themselves great kings, who here shall be like pigs in mire, leaving behind them horrible contempt. And I said, Teacher, I'd be greatly pleased to see him get a ducking in this broth before we issue from the marshy lake. And he to me, Thou shalt be satisfied before the shore reveal itself to thee. 'Tis meet that thou enjoy a wish like that. Soon after this I saw the muddy people making such havoc of him that therefore I shall give praise and render thanks to God. They all were shouting, At Filippo Argenti! The spirit of the wrathful Florentine turning, meanwhile, his teeth against himself. We left him there. Of him I therefore tell no more. But on mine ears there smote a wail. Hence I, intent ahead, unbar mine eyes. The kindly teacher said, Now, son, at last, the town whose name is Dis is drawing near, with all its host of burdened citizens. And I said, Teacher, clearly I behold its mosques already in that valley there, vermilion as if issuing out of fire. And he to me, The eternal fire within, which keeps them burning, maketh them look red, as thou perceivest in this nether hell. Thereat we came inside the trenches deep, which fortify that region comfortless. To me its walls appeared to be of iron. Not without going first a long way round, we came to where the boatman cried aloud to us, Get out, for here the entrance is. More than 1,000 o'er the gates I saw of those that from the heavens had reigned, who vexed were saying, Who is he that without death is going through the kingdom of the dead? And my wise teacher thereupon made signs of wishing to have private talk with them. Their great disdain they somewhat checked, and said, Come thou along, and let him go his way, who with such daring entered this domain. Let him retrace alone his foolish road, and try it if he can, for thou shalt here remain, that him so dark a land didst show. Think, reader, whether I lost heart on hearing those cursed words, for I did not believe that I should e'er return on earth again. O, my dear leader, who hast made me safe more than 7 times, and extricated me from serious dangers which I had to face, forsake me not, said I, when so undone. If further progress be denied to us, let us at once retrace our steps together. That lord then, who had brought me thither, said, Be not afraid, for none can take from us our passage, since by such an one 'tis given. But thou await me here, and with good hope nourish and comfort thou thy weary soul, for I'll not leave thee in the nether world. Thus goes his way, and there abandons me, my tender father, and I in doubt remain, for yes and no contend within my head. I could not hear what he proposed to them, but with them there he did not long remain, for each in rivalry ran back within. They closed the gates, those enemies of ours, right in my master's face, who stayed outside, and walking with slow steps returned to me. His eyes were downcast, and his eyebrows shorn of all self-trust, and as he sighed he said, Who has forbidden me the homes of pain? Though I get angry, be not thou dismayed, he said to me, for I shall win the fight. Whate'er defensive stir be made within, this insolence of theirs is nothing new. For at a gateway less concealed than this they used it once, which still is lockless found. Death's scroll thou sawest over it, and now this side of it one such descends the slope, crossing the rings unguided, that through him the city will be opened unto us. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 9. The Gate of the City of Dis. The Sixth Circle Heresy. The colour cowardice brought out on me, who saw my leader coming back, the sooner repressed in him his unaccustomed hue. He stopped, attentive, like a man who listens, because his eyesight could not lead him far through the dark air and through the heavy fog. "Yet we must win the battle," he began, "unless one such did offer us herself. Oh, how I long for some one to arrive!" I well perceived how, when he overlaid what he began to say by what came after, that these were words that differed from the first. But none the less his language gave me fear, because I lent to his unfinished phrase a meaning worse perhaps than he intended. "Into this bottom of the dismal shell doth any of that first grade e'er descend, whose only penalty is hope cut off?" I asked this question. He replied to me, "It seldom comes to pass that one of us performs the journey whereupon I go. 'Tis true that I was conjured once before down here by magic of that wild Herein, who used to call shades back into their bodies. My flesh had hardly been made bare of me, when me she forced to enter yonder wall, and thence withdraw a soul from Judas' ring. That is the lowest and the darkest place, and from the heaven that turns all things most distant. Well do I know the road, so be it rests. This marsh, from which the mighty stench exhales, girdles the woeful city round about, which, without wrath, we cannot enter now." And more he said, but I recall it not, because mine eye had made me wholly heed the glowing summit of the lofty tower, where 3 infernal furies, stained with blood, had suddenly uprisen all at once, having the members and the mien of women, and girt with water snakes of brightest green. For hair they had small serpents and horned snakes, wherewith their frightful temples were entwined. And he, who well the handmaids of the Queen of everlasting lamentation knew, said unto me, "Behold the fierce Erinyes! This is Megaera here upon the left, Alecto, she who weepeth, on the right. Tisiphone is between." Thereat he ceased. Each with her nails was tearing at her breast. They smote them with their hands, and cried so loud that to the poet I drew close in dread. "Now let Medusa come, we'll turn him thus to stone," they all cried out, as down they looked. Wrong were we not to punish Theseus' raid. Turn back and close thine eyes, for should the Gorgon reveal itself, and thou behold the face, there'd be no more returning up above. The teacher thus, and turning me himself on my hands, he did not so far rely as not to close mine eyes with his as well. O ye in whom intelligence is sound, heed carefully the teaching which lies hidden beneath the veil of my mysterious lines. There now was coming o'er the turbid waves the uproar of a dread-inspiring sound, because of which both shores were all a-quake, a noise like nothing other than a wind, impetuous through opposing heats, which smites a forest, and without the least restraint shatters, lays low, and carries off its boughs. Dust-laden, it goes proudly on its way, and makes wild animals and shepherds flee. He freed mine eyes, and said, "Direct thou now thy keenest vision o'er that ancient scum, to where that reeking smoke is most intense. As frogs before the hostile water‐snake scatter in all directions through the water, till each is squatting huddled on the shore, more than 1,000 ruined souls I saw, who thus from one were fleeing, who on foot, but with dry feet, was passing over Styx. That dense air he kept moving from his face, by often passing his left hand before him, and only with that trouble weary seemed. I well perceived he was a messenger from heaven, and to my teacher turned. With signs he warned me to keep still, and bow before him. Ah, how disdainful did he seem to me! He reached the gate, and with a little wand he opened it, for hindrance had he none. "O people, thrust from heaven and held in scorn," upon the horrid threshold he began, "whence dwells in you this overweening pride? Why is it that ye kick against the will from which its end can never be cut off, and which hath more than once increased your pain? Of what avail to butt against the fates? Your Cerberus, if ye remember well, still sports for this a hairless chin and neck." He then returned along the filthy road, nor did he say a word to us, but looked like one whom other cares constrain and gnaw than that of him who in his presence is. Then we with full assurance toward the town, after those holy words, addressed our steps. We entered it without the least contention, and I, who longed to look about and see the state of those whom such a fortress holds, when I was in it, cast mine eyes around, and see on every side an ample plain, with anguish and with awful torture filled. Even as at Arles, where marshy turns the Rhone, or as at Pola, near Cornaro's gulf, which bounds Italia and her border bathes, the sepulchres make all the ground uneven, so likewise did they here on every side, save that their nature was more bitter here, for flames were spread about within the tombs, whereby they glowed with such intensity that no art needeth greater heat for iron. The lids of all of them were raised, and wails so woeful issued thence, that of a truth they seemed the wails of wretched tortured men. "Teacher, what sort of people are those there," said I, "who, buried in those ark-like tombs, make themselves heard by means of woeful sighs?" "Arch‐heretics are with their followers here," said he, "of every sect, and far more laden than thou believest are the sepulchres. Here like with like is buried, and more hot and less, so are the monuments." Thereat, when he had turned him to the right, we passed between the woes and lofty bastioned walls. Inferno 10. The Sixth Circle. Heresy. Heretics. Now wends his way along a narrow path between the torments and the city's wall, my teacher, and behind his shoulders I. "O lofty virtue," I began, "that leads me around the impious circles at thy pleasure, converse with me and satisfy my wishes. The people that are lying in the tombs, could they be seen? For all the lids are raised, it seems, and there is no one keeping guard." And he to me, "They all will be locked in, when from Jehoshaphat they here return, together with the bodies they have left above. On this side have their burial place with Epicurus, all his followers, who claim that with the body dies the soul. To the request, however, which thou makest, thou'lt soon receive a due reply in here, as also to the wish thou keepest from me." And I, "Good leader, I but keep my heart concealed from thee, in order to speak little, nor hast thou only now thereto disposed me." "O Tuscan, thou that through the town of fire dost go alive with such respectful speech, in this place be thou pleased to stay thy steps. Thy very language makes thee manifest a native of that noble fatherland, to which I was, perhaps, too great a bane." All of a sudden issued forth these words from one of those arched tombs. Hence I in fear a little closer to my leader drew. And he said, "Turn around, what doest thou? See Farinata, who has risen there, thou'lt see him wholly from his girdle up." Already had I fixed mine eyes on his, and he was standing up with chest and head erect, as if he had great scorn for hell. My leader then, with bold and ready hands, pushed me between the sepulchres toward him, saying, "Now let thy words be frank and clear." When I was 'neath his tomb, he looked at me awhile, and then, as though disdainfully, he asked of me, "Who were thine ancestors?" And I, who was desirous to obey, hid it not from him, but revealed it all, whereat he slightly raised his brows and said, "So bitterly were they opposed to me, and to mine ancestors, and to my party, that I on 2 occasions scattered them." "If they were driven out," I answered him, "from all directions they returned both times. Your people, though, have not well learned that art." A shade then at the tomb's uncovered mouth rose at his side as far up as his chin. I think that he had risen upon his knees. Round me he looked, as if he wished to see whether some other one were with me there. But when his doubt had wholly spent itself, weeping he said, "If thou through this blind prison dost go by reason of high-mindedness, where is my son, and why is he not with thee?" And I to him, "I come not by myself. He who is waiting yonder leads me here, one whom perhaps your Guido held in scorn." The nature of his torment and his words had read this person's name to me already. On this account was my reply so full. Then of a sudden standing up, he cried, "What saidst thou, held? Is he not still alive? Doth not the sweet light strike upon his eyes?" When he perceived the short delay I made before replying, down upon his back he fell, nor outside showed himself again. The other one, meanwhile, the great-souled man, at whose request I stopped, changed not his looks, nor did he move his neck or turn his side. "And if," continuing his previous words, he said, "if they have badly learned that art, far more doth that torment me than this bed. And yet that lady's face, who ruleth here, shall not be lighted 50 times again, ere thou shalt know how heavy that art is. and so mayst thou return to the sweet world. Pray tell me, why so pitiless toward mine that people is in every law of theirs? Whence I to him: the havoc and great slaughter which caused the Albion to be coloured red occasion such petitions in our church. When, sighing, he had tossed his head, he said: In this thing I was not alone, nor surely had I without due cause moved with the rest, but I was yonder where assent was given by every one to do away with Florence, the only one to openly defend her. So may your seed eventually repose, I begged of him. Untie for me, I pray, the knot which has perplexed my thinking here. It seems, if well I hear, that ye behold beforehand that which time brings with itself, while in the present ye do otherwise. We see, he said, like one whose sight is poor, things that are far from us. To that extent the highest leader shines upon us still. When they approach or are, our intellect is wholly vain, and we, if others bring no news, know nothing of your human state. Hence thou canst understand that wholly dead will be our knowledge from that moment on, when closed shall be the gateway of the future. Thereat, for I was grieved at my mistake, I said: You'll therefore tell that fallen man his son is dwelling with the living still, and if in answering I was mute just now, cause him to know it was because my thoughts were struggling with the problem you have solved. And now my teacher was recalling me. With greater haste I therefore begged the spirit that he would tell me who was with him there. He said: With o'er 1,000 here I lie. The second Frederick and the Cardinal are here with him. I speak not of the rest. He thereupon concealed himself, and I, those words recalling which seemed hostile to me, back toward the ancient poet turned my steps. The latter moved, and then, as on we went, he said to me: Why art thou so perplexed? And him in what he asked I satisfied. Then let thy mind preserve, that sage enjoined, what thou hast heard against thyself. Pay now attention here. His finger then he raised. When in the sweet ray's presence thou shalt be, of her whose lovely eyes see everything, from her thou'lt know the journey of thy life. Thereafter to the left he turned his feet. We left the wall, and toward the middle went along a path which to a valley leads, which even up there unpleasant made its stench. Inferno 11. The sixth circle. Heresy. The distribution of the damned in the Inferno. Upon the utmost verge of a high bank, formed in a circle by great broken rocks, we came upon a still more cruel pack, and there, by reason of the horrible excess of stench the deep abyss exhales, for shelter we withdrew behind the lid of a large tomb, whereon I saw a scroll which said: Pope Anastasius I contain, whom out of the right way Photinus drew. Our going down from here must be delayed, so that our sense may first get used a little to this foul blast. We shall not mind it then. The teacher thus, and I: Find thou therefore some compensation, lest our time be lost. And he to me: See how I think of this. My son, within these rocks, he then began, are 3 small circles, which from grade to grade are similar to those thou leavest now. full of accursed spirits are they all. But that hereafter sight alone suffice thee, hear how and wherefore they are packed together. Of all wrong-doing, which in heaven wins hate, injustice is the end, and each such end aggrieves by either violence or fraud. But whereas fraud is man's peculiar evil, God hates it most. Therefore the fraudulent are down below, and greater pain assails them. All the first circle holds the violent, but since against three persons force is used, its shape divides it into three great rings. Both against God, one's neighbour, and one's self may force be used. Against themselves, I mean, and what is theirs, as clearly shown thou'lt hear. By force both death and painful wounds are given. One's neighbour, and thereby his property, is ruined, burned, and by extortions robbed. The first ring hence torments in separate troops all homicides, and those that smite with malice, spoilers of property, and highway robbers. Upon oneself may one lay violent hands, and on one's goods. Hence in the second ring must needs repentant be without avail, whoever of your world deprives himself, gambles away, and dissipates his means, and weepeth there where he should joyful be. 'Gainst God may force be used, by wittingly denying that he is, by blasphemy, and by despising nature and his goodness. And therefore with its mark the lesser ring sealeth both Sodom and Cahors, and him who, speaking from his heart, despises God. And fraud, whereby all consciences are bitten, one may employ against a man who trusts him, and gainst a man who storeth up no trust. This latter kind of fraud would seem to kill only the bond of love which nature makes. Hence in the second circle make their nest hypocrisy and flatteries, and workers of magic, coining, theft, and simony, panders and grafters, and such filth as these. In the other way, forgotten is the love which nature makes, and that which afterward is joined thereto, whence special trust is born. Hence in the smallest ring, where the universe its centre hath, and on which Dis is seated, whoe'er betrays is spent eternally. "Teacher," said I, "thine argument proceeds most lucidly, and full well classifies this deep abyss, and those that people it. But tell me now, those of the muddy marsh, those whom the wind drives, those the rain beats down, and those that with such keen tongues meet each other, why aren't they punished in the red-hot town, if God be angry with them? And if not, why are they tortured in those several ways?" And he to me, "Why doth thine intellect wander so far from that which is its wont, or doth thy mind intently gaze elsewhere? Hast thou no recollection of the words with which thine Ethics treats extensively the dispositions three which heaven rejects, incontinence and malice, and insane bestiality, and how incontinence offends God least, and hence receives least blame? If thou consider this opinion well, and then remember who those are above that outside undergo their punishment, well shalt thou see why from these wretches here they are set apart, and why less wrathfully vengeance divine is hammering on them there. O Sun, that healest every troubled sight, Thou so contentest me when answering questions, that doubt no less than knowledge pleases me. Return a little further back, said I, to where thou sayest usury offends goodness divine, and loose the tangled knot. Philosophy, said he to me, points out to him that understandeth it, and not in one part only, that nature takes her course from the intellect divine and from its art. And if thou note thy physics carefully, after not many pages shalt thou find that your art follows that as best it can, as the disciple him who teaches. Hence your art is grandchild as it were to God. From these two things, if thou recall to mind the first of Genesis, must people needs obtain their livelihood and progress make. And as the usurer takes another course, nature both in herself and in her follower he scorneth, since in something else he trusts. But follow me now, for I please to go, because the fishes o'er the horizon quiver, and wholly over chorus lies the wane, and one descends the bank much further on. Inferno 12. The seventh circle. The first ring. Violence against one's fellow man. Murderers and spoilers. Phlegethon. The place where to descend the bank we came was Alp-like, and through what was also there, such that all eyes would be repelled by it, as is that downfall on the hither side of Trent, which sidewise smote the Adige, through earthquake or through failure of support, since from the mountain's summit, whence it moved down to the plain, the rock is shattered so that it would yield a path for one above. Even such was the descent of that ravine, and on the border of the broken bank was stretched at length the infamy of Crete, who in the seeming heifer was conceived. And when he saw us there, he bit himself, like one whom inward anger overcomes. In his direction then my sage cried out, "Dost thou, perhaps, think Athens' Duke is here, who gave thee death when in the world above? Begone, thou beast! For this man cometh not taught by thy sister, but is going by in order to behold your punishments." As doth a bull, who from his leash breaks free the moment he receives the mortal blow, and cannot walk, but plunges here and there, so doing I beheld the Minotaur, and he, aware, cried out, "Run to the pass! 'Tis well that while he rages thou descend." Thereat we made our way adown that heap of fallen rocks, which often 'neath my feet were moved, because of their unwonted load. I went along in thought, and he, "Perchance thou thinkest of this landslide, which is guarded by that beast's anger which I quenched just now. Now I would have thee know that, when down here to nether hell I came, that other time, this mass of rock had not yet fallen down. But certainly, if I remember well, not long ere he arrived, who carried off from Dis the highest circle's mighty prey, on every side the deep and foul abyss so trembled that I thought the universe had felt the love, whereby, as some believed, the world to chaos hath been oft reduced. And at that moment this old mass of rock was thus both here and elsewhere overthrown. But turn thine eyes down yonder now, for lo, the stream of blood is drawing near to us, wherein boils who by violence harms others. O blind cupidity! O foolish wrath! that so dost in our short life goad us on, and after in the eternal steep us thus. I saw a wide moat curving in an arc, and such that it embraces all the plain, according as my escort had informed me, and in a file between it and the bank centaurs were running by, with arrows armed, as in the world it was their wont to hunt. On seeing us descend, they all stopped short, and 3 of them detached them from the troop with bows and arrows they had chosen first. And one cried from afar, "Ye that descend the slope, to what pain are ye coming? Tell it from there, or else I draw my bow." My teacher said, "Our answer will we give to Herein yonder, when we reach his side. Thus ever to thy harm was thy will rash." He touched me then, and said, "That one is Nessus, who died for lovely Deianira's sake, and who himself wrought vengeance for himself. The middle one, who gazes at his breast, is that great Herein, who brought up Achilles, the other Pholus, who so wrathful was. They go by thousands round about the moat, shooting each soul that from the blood emerges further than its own sin allotted it." To those swift-footed beasts we then drew near. Herein an arrow took, and with its notch backward upon his jaws he pushed his beard. When he had thus uncovered his great mouth, he said unto his mates, "Are ye aware that he who comes behind moves what he touches? Yet dead men's feet are not thus wont to do." And my good leader, who now reached his breast, where the 2 natures are together joined, replied, "He lives indeed, and thus alone must I needs show to him the dark abyss. Necessity is leading him, not pleasure. One who withdrew from singing praise to God gave me this new commission. He is not a highwayman, nor I a robber's soul, but by the power through whom I move my steps along so wild a road, bestow on us one of thy troop, at whose side we may be, and who may show us where one fords, and carry this man upon his back, for he is not a spirit who can travel through the air." Upon his right breast Herein turned, and said to Nessus, "Turn around, and guide them thus, and if another troop should meet you, cause it to stand aside." Then we, with this safe escort, skirted the edge of that red boiling stream, wherein the boiled were crying out aloud. I saw some people in it to their brows. "These tyrants are," the mighty Centaur said, "who took to bloodshed and to plundering. Here tears are shed because of heartless wrongs. Here Alexander is, and who for years grieved Cecily, fierce Dionysius. The brow which hath so black a head of hair is Azolino, the other which is blonde, Abiso of Est, who in truth was quenched up in the world by his unnatural son." I turned then toward the poet, but he said, "Be he now first to thee, and second I." A little further on the Centaur stopped, over some people who, it seemed, emerged out of that boiling river from their necks. On one side there a lonely shade he showed us, and said, "He yonder in God's bosom pierced the heart, which still is honoured on the Thames." Then people I beheld, who from the stream held out their heads, and even all their chest, and many did I recognize of these. Thus shallower and shallower became that blood, until it only cooked their feet. Here was the place for us to ford the ditch. "Even as thou seest that boiling stream grow shallow more and more on this side here," the Centaur said, I wish thee to believe that on this other side its bottom sinks increasingly until it joins the place where it behoveth tyranny to groan. Justice divine is over here tormenting that Attila who was a scourge on earth, Pyrrhus and Sextus, and for ever milks the tears which with the boiling it unlocks from Rhenia Daconato and Rhenia Pazzo, who on the high roads waged so great a war. He then turned back and crossed the ford again. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 13. The Seventh Circle. The Second Ring. Violence against oneself. Suicides and squanderers. Not yet had Nessus reached the other side when we had set our steps within a wood which was not marked by any path whatever. No green leaves there, but leaves of gloomy hue. No smooth and straight, but gnarled and twisted twigs. Nor was there any fruit but poison thorns. No thickets rough and dense as these are owned by those wild beasts that hate the tilled estates that lie between the Cecina and Corneto. Herein those ugly harpies make their nest, who drove the Trojans from the Stopher days with gloomy prophecies of future loss. Wide wings they have, and human necks and faces. Their feet are clawed, and feathered their great bellies. They utter wailings on the uncouth trees. My kindly teacher then began to say, Before thou enter any further, know that in the second ring thou art, and wilt be, until thou reach the horrid plain of sand. Hence look around thee well, and things thou'lt see that from my words would take away belief. Moans I heard uttered upon every side, but saw no person who might make them there. Hence, utterly confused, I checked my steps. I think I thought that all those voices were uttered from among those thorny trunks, by people hiding there on our account. The teacher therefore said, If thou break off a little twig from any of these trees, the thoughts thou hast will all be proven false. I then stretched out my hand a little way, and from a sturdy thorn tree plucked a twig, whereat its trunk cried out, Why dost thou rend me? Then, after growing dark with blood, its cry began again, Why dost thou break me off? Hast thou no spirit of compassion in thee? Men were we once, and now are stocks become. Thy hand ought surely to have had more pity, even if the souls of serpents we had been. As from a fresh green log that at one end is being burned, and at the other drifts, and makes a hissing with the escaping air, so from the broken twig together issued both words and blood. I therefore dropped the end, and stood dumbfounded, like a man who fears. Had he before been able to believe, O wounded soul, replied my sage to him, what in my verses only he has seen, he had not set his hand on thee, whereas the thing's incredibility has made me lead him to do what I myself regret. But tell him who thou wast, that he, by way of compensation, may refresh thy fame up in the world where he can still return. The Trunk. With sweet words thou dost so entice me that I cannot keep still. Be not annoyed if I am tempted to a little talk. I am the man who once held both the keys of Frederick's heart, and he who turned them round so gently, locking and unlocking it, that most men from his secrets I withheld. So faithful was I to my glorious charge, that for its sake I lost both sleep and strength. The courtesan who never turned away her harlot eyes from Caesar's dwelling place, a common form of death and vice of courts, gainst me inflamed the minds of every one, and those on fire inflamed Augustus so, that my glad honours turned to wretched grief. My mind, to vent its feelings of disdain, and thinking to avoid disdain by death, made me unjust against myself the just. By this tree's uncouth roots I swear to you I never broke the faith I owed my lord, who so deserving was of reverence. And to the world, should one of you return, let him assist my memory, which still lies crushed beneath the blow which envy gave it. A while he waited. Then the poet said, Since he is still, lose not thy chance, but speak, and ask him other questions, if thou like. Whence I to him, ask thou again whate'er thou thinkest satisfactory to me, for I could not, such pity stirs my heart. Hence he began again. So may this man do freely for thee what thy words request, imprisoned spirit. May it please thee still to tell us how within these knotted trunks a soul is bound, and tell us, if thou canst, if any from such limbs is ever freed. Thereat the trunk blew hard, and afterward that wind was changed into the following words. Briefly shall a reply be made to you. Whenever a wild spirit leaves the body, from which itself hath torn itself away, Minos commits it to the seventh ravine. Into the wood it falls, nor is a place allotted to it, but where fortune hurls it. There, like a grain of spelt, it germinates. It grows into a sapling and wild tree. The harpies, feeding then upon its leaves, cause pain to it, and for the pain a vent. Like other spirits, for our spoils we'll come, though not that any be reclothed therewith, for 'tis not right to have what one casts off. We'll drag them with us here, and then our bodies will all around the dismal wood be hung, each on the thorn tree of its hostile shade. We still were giving heed unto the trunk, believing that it wished to tell us more, when we were startled by a sudden noise, as likewise he is, who perceives a boar and pack of hounds approach his hunting post, and hears the crashing of the beasts and boughs. And lo, two on the left, who naked were and scratched, and fled away so rapidly they shattered all the branches of the wood. The one ahead, Now, hurry, hurry, death! And the other one, who thought himself too slow, cried, Lano, not so knowing were thy legs when running from Del Topo's battle joust. And then, perhaps because of failing breath, he there made of himself and of a bush a group. The wood behind these two was full of swarthy bitches, ravenous and fleet as greyhounds are, when from their chains unleashed. Into the one who crouched they set their teeth, and tore him into pieces bit by bit. They then made off with those his suffering limbs. Thereat my escort took me by the hand, and led me to the bush, which, all in vain, out of its bleeding rents was shedding tears. "O Giacomo," it said, "da Sant'Andrea, what boots it thee to make a screen of me? And how am I to blame for thy bad life?" When over him my teacher stopped, he said, "Who then wast thou that through so many gashes art blowing forth with blood such painful speech?" And he to us, "O spirits that have come in time to see the unbecoming havoc which from me thus hath torn away my leaves, collect them at the foot of my sad bush. I to that town belonged which for the Baptist changed its first patron, wherefore he for this will always make her mournful with his art. And were it not that on the Arno's bridge there lingers still some little glimpse of him, those townsmen who rebuilt her afterward over the ashes left by Attila had caused that work to be performed in vain. I made myself a gibbet of my house." Inferno 14. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against God. Blasphemers. Since love for my own native place constrained me, I gathered up the scattered twigs and leaves, and gave them back to him who now was weak. Thence to the bound we came, where from the third the second ring is severed, and wherein a frightful form of justice may be seen. To manifest aright what here was new, I say that we had reached a barren plain, which from its bed removeth every plant. The woeful wood is as a garland round it, as round the former is the dismal moat. There on its very edge we stayed our steps. Its soil was of a dense and arid sand, whose nature differed in no way from that which once was trodden by the feet of Cato. Vengeance of God, how much by every one thou oughtest to be feared, who readeth here what to these eyes of mine was manifest. Of naked souls I many flocks beheld, who all wept very sorely, while on each a different law appeared to be imposed. A few lay on the ground upon their backs, and some were seated cuddled up together, while others moved about continually. Most numerous were those that moved around, and least so those that under torment lay, but all the freer had their tongues to wail. Down on the whole great waste of sand there rained, with gentle fall, dilated flakes of fire, like flakes of snow that fall on windless Alps. As were the flames which Alexander saw in India's torrid regions as they fell upon his hosts unbroken to the ground. And this he met by ordering his troops to trample on the soil, because the flames, when single, were more easily put out. Even such descended here the eternal heat, whereby the sand was set on fire, as tinder is kindled under steel through double pain. And ever without resting was the dance of wretched hands that kept now here, now there, slapping away each latest burning flake. "Thou, teacher," I began, "that conquerest all, except the stubborn devils who came out against us at the entrance of the gate, who is that great one who seems not to mind the fire, but lies there scornful and awry, so that the rain seems not to ripen him?" And that same one who had observed that I, concerning him, was questioning my leader, cried, "As I was alive, such am I dead. If Jove should tire that smith of his, from whom in wrath he took the pointed thunderbolt wherewith I smitten was that final day, or should he tire the others each in turn, in mongy billows smithy black with smoke, by calling out, "Help! Help! Good Vulcan, help!" even as he did on Phlegra's battlefield, and should he shoot at me with all his might, no glad revenge would he obtain thereby. Thereat my leader spoke with so much force that I had never heard him use the like. "In that thine arrogance, O Capaneus, is not distinguished, art thou all the more chastised. No torment, saving thine own rage, were for thy furious pride a fitting pain." Then with a gentler mien he turned to me and said, "One of the 7 kings was he who Thebes besieged. He held, and seems to hold, God in disdain, and little seems to prize him. But, as I told him, his own spitefulness is fit enough adornment for his breast. Now follow me, and see that thou meanwhile set not thy feet upon the burning sand, but to the thicket keep them ever close." In silence we went on, and came to where out of the wood a little stream spurts forth, whose ruddy colour makes me shudder still, as from the Buli Kame springs a brook, which afterward the sinful women share. Even so went that one down across the sand. Its bottom and both sides had turned to stone, as also had the embankments on each side. I hence perceived the crossing place was there. Of all the other things which I have shown thee, since first we entered through the outer gate, whose threshold unto no one is denied, nothing has ever by thine eyes been seen as notable as is this present brook, which deadens o'er itself all little flames. These were my leader's words. I therefore begged that he would freely grant to me the food, desire of which he had so freely given. "Amid the sea there lies a wasted land," he told me thereupon, "whose name is Crete, under whose king the world of old was pure. There is a mountain there, which happy once, with waters and green leaves, was Ida called. 'Tis now abandoned like a thing outworn. Whilom, as trusty cradle for her son, Rhea selected it, and when he wept, to hide him better, caused a shouting there. Within that mountain stands a great old man, who holds his shoulders toward Damiata turned, and who, as at his mirror, looks at Rome. His head is formed of finest gold, his arms and breast are of the purest silver, then as far as to his loins he's made of brass. All chosen iron is he down from there, save that baked clay his right foot is, and straighter he stands on that than on the other foot. Each of these parts, except the golden one, is broken by a cleft, whence trickle tears, which, when collected, perforate that cave. From rock to rock they course into this vale, then Acheron with Styx and Phlegeton they form, and through this narrow duct descend as far as where one goes no further down. They form Cocytus there, and what that pool is like thou'lt see, hence here it is not told." And I to him, "If thus this present stream is from our world descended, why alone on this ring's edge hath it appeared to us?" And he, "Thou knowest that the place is round, and though a long way thou hast gone already, ere to the left descending toward the bottom, through the whole circle thou hast not yet gone. Wherefore, if aught that's new appear to us, it should not bring amazement to thy face." And I again, "But where of Phlegeton and Lethe, teacher? For of this one silent thou say'st the other of this rain is made." And he replied, "Thou certainly dost please me in all thy questions, but the red streams boiling ought surely to have answered one of them. Lethe, thou'lt see but there outside this cave, whither souls go to wash themselves when once their sin repented of has been removed." And then he said, "It now is time for us to leave the wood. See that thou follow me. The banks which are not burned afford a path, and up above them every flame is quenched." Inferno 15. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against nature. Sodomites. One of the hard embankments bears us now, and overhead the brook's mist shades them so that from the fire it saves the stream and banks. Such bullocks as to keep the sea away the Flemings make between Whitsand and Bruges, through fearing lest the high tide break upon them, and as the Paduans make along the Brenta their villages and strongholds to defend, ere Ciar and Tana feel the summer heat. In such a way were those embankments made, although the Master did not make them there so high or thick, whoe'er he may have been. So far we were already from the wood that I could not have seen just where it was, even had I turned around to look behind, when we, a band of spirits, met, who came along the bank, each one of whom looked hard at us, as in the evening one is wont to look at people when the moon is new. And toward us they were knitting close their brows, as an old tailor at his needle's eye. When by that gathering I had thus been eyed, one of them, who had recognized me, seizing my garment's hem, exclaimed, "How wonderful!" And I, when toward me he had stretched his arm, fastened upon his roasted face mine eyes, so that, though blistered, it did not prevent mine intellect from recognizing him. And downward having bent my face toward him, I answered him, "Are you here, Sir Brunetto?" And that one, "O my son, be not displeased, should Brunetto Latini a little way turn back with thee, and let the troop go on." "I beg you to with all my power," said I, "and if you'd have me sit with you, I will, if it please that one, for with him I go." "O son," he said, "whoever of this herd stands still at all, lies prone 100 years, nor shields himself when smitten by the fire. Therefore go on, I'll follow at thy skirts, and then I'll join again my company, which goes bewailing its eternal loss." I dared not from the path descend to go upon his level there, but held my head bowed down, like one who walks in reverence. And he began, "What fortune or what fate before thy last day leadeth thee down here, and who is he that showeth thee the way?" I answered him, "When in the life serene up yonder in a vale I lost my way, before my age had rounded out its noon, thereon I turned my back but yestermorn, this one, as I returned to it, appeared to me, and o'er this path now leads me home." And he to me, "If thine own star thou follow, thou canst not fail to reach a glorious port, if in the lovely life I judged aright. And had I not so prematurely died, I, seeing heaven so well disposed toward thee, had given thee comfort in thy work. But that ungrateful wicked people which of old came down from Fiesole, and which e'en now smacks of the mountain and of hard grey stone, for thy well doing shall become thy foe, and rightly, for among the acid sobs it is not fitting that sweet figs bear fruit. An old fame in the world proclaims them blind, a greedy, envious, overweening folk. See to it that thou cleanse thee from their ways. Thy fortune hath in store for thee such honour that either party shall be hungry for thee, but distant from the goat shall be the grass. Let Then the beasts of fierce soully make litter with their own selves, nor let them touch the plant. If on their dung heap any burgeon still, in which the sacred seed may live again of those old Romans who remained therein, when of such wickedness the nest was made. If perfectly fulfilled had been my prayer, I then replied to him, you had not yet been banished from the natural life of man, for in my mind is fixed, and stirs e'en now my heart, that dear and kind paternal face you showed, when in the world from time to time you taught me how man makes himself eternal, and how much gratitude I feel for this must, while I live, be in my words perceived. What of my course you tell, I write and keep with other texts for a lady to explain, who can, if ever I attain to her. I only wish that this be clear to you, that I, if but my conscience chide me not, am ready for whatever fortune wills. Not new unto mine ears is such reward. Hence, as she lists, let fortune turn her wheel, and let the country clown his mattock ply. Thereat my teacher over his right cheek turned back, and looked at me, and then he said, he listens well, who giveth heed to this. Nor speaking less do I, on this account, go on with Ser Brunetto, asking who his fellows were of greatest note and rank. And he to me, 'Tis well to know of some, our silence on the rest will merit praise, for short the time were for so long a talk. Know then, in brief, that clerics were they all, and mighty men of letters of great fame, soiled by the self-same sin when in the world. And with that sad crowd yonder Priscian goes, and Francis of Accoso too, and him, if thou hadst had a longing for such scurf, thou couldst have seen there, whom the servant's servant changed from the Arno to the Bacchiglione, where he behind him left his ill-strained nerve. I'd speak of more, but I can come and talk no further, for a new dust cloud I see rising o'er yonder from the sandy plain. People with whom I must not be are coming. Let my Tesoro, in which I'm still alive, be recommended thee. I ask no more. Then round he turned, and seemed to be of those who at Verona run across the meadow to win the green cloth, and of these he seemed not he who loses, but the one who wins. Inferno 16. The seventh circle, the third ring. Violence against nature. Sodomites. I now was where the booming of the water, which fell into the following ground, was heard like the dull buzzing sound which beehives make, when three shades separated from a group, which neath the rain's tormenting punishment was passing by and ran along together. Toward us they came, and each of them cried out, Stop, thou, that by thy garb dost seem to us a citizen of our corrupted town. Alas, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, both old and recent, by the flames burnt in! It pains me still but to remember them. My leader, giving heed to these their cries, turned his face round toward me and said, Now wait. To these men yonder courtesy is due, and were not for the fire, which arrow-like the nature of the place shoots forth, I'd say that haste were more becoming thee than them. And they, when we had stopped, began again their old refrain, and after they had reached us, all three of them made of themselves a wheel, as champions oiled and nude are wont to do, when looking for an advantageous grip, before they come to giving blows and wounds. Thus, as he wheeled, each turned his face toward me, so that his feet continuous journey made in opposite direction to his neck. and one began: "Even if the wretched nature of this soft place and our burned, shrivelled faces bring us and our requests into contempt, still let our reputation bend thy mind to tell us who thou art, that dost so safely rub on the soil of hell thy living feet. He in whose footprints thou dost see me tread was, though we go both nude and hairless now, of higher rank than thou believest him. He was the grandson of the good Galdrada. His name was Guido Guerra, and when alive his wisdom and his sword accomplished much. The other, who behind me treads the sand, Tegiajo Aldobrande is, whose voice should have been welcomed in the world above. And I, who with them am tormented here, Jacopo Rusticucci was, and surely my shrewish wife than aught else hurts me more. If I had been protected from the fire, I would have leapt into their midst below, and I believe my leader had allowed it. But since I should have burned and baked myself, fear was victorious over my goodwill, which made me eager to embrace them there. I then began: "Your state impressed within me not scorn, but so much pain, that only late will all of it entirely disappear. As soon as this, my lord said words to me, because of which I thought within myself that there were people coming such as you. Of your own town am I, and evermore have I your doings and your honoured names related, and heard mentioned with regard. I leave the Gaul, and for the sweet fruit go, which my voracious leader promised me, but to the centre must I first descend." "So may thy spirit lead thy members long," the former thereupon replied to me, "and after thou art gone, thy fame be bright. Tell me if courtesy and worth abide within our town as they were wont to do, or whether they have wholly gone from it. For Guglielmo Bossiere, who but newly has been in pain with us, and with our mates goes yonder, grieves us greatly with his words. The people, newly come, and sudden gains, have bred in thee such pride and such excess, that, Florence, thou art even now in pain." Thus with uplifted face I cried, whereat the three, who this as answer understood, looked at each other as one looks at truth. "If satisfying others other times cost thee so little, happy thou that thus of thy sweet will dost speak," they all replied. "Hence, so mayst thou, from these dark places saved, return to see the lovely stars again, when, saying, 'I was there,' thou shalt do thee good. See that thou tell the people about us." They then broke up their wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their nimble legs were wings. Amen could not have been as quickly said, as they then disappeared. My teacher, therefore, thought it advisable for us to leave. I followed him, and not far had we gone before the water's noise was so near by that had we spoken we had not been heard, and as the stream, which is the first that eastward from Monte Veso takes a separate course upon the left slope of the Apennines, and which above is Aquacheta called, before it flows into its lowly bed, and at Forli is of that name deprived, booms loud because of falling o'er a cliff above San Benedetto of the Alp, where for 1,000 there should refuge be, even thus, as o'er a precipice it fell, we found that coloured water roaring so that very soon it would have hurt our ears. I had a cord around about me girt, wherewith I once had thought that I could capture the leopard with the brightly coloured hide. When from me I had wholly loosened it, even as my leader had commanded me, I coiled it up and held it out to him. Thereat upon his right he turned around, and hurled it to some distance from the edge down into that profound and dark abyss. "Surely some strange new thing must needs reply," said I within myself, "to this strange signal, which with his eye my teacher follows thus." Ah, with what caution men should deal with those who see not only what is done by others, but with their wisdom see into their thoughts. He said to me, "What I am waiting for, and what thy thought now dreams, will soon come up. Soon to thy vision will it be revealed. Ere to a truth that hath a falsehood's face ought one to close his lips as best he can, for though one faultless be, it brings him shame. But I cannot suppress it here. Hence, reader, even by the verses of this comedy, so may they not be void of lasting favour, I swear to thee that through that coarse dark air I saw a shape which would have chilled with wonder however brave a heart comes swimming up, as he returns who, going down at times to clear an anchor clinging to a reef, or aught else lying hidden in the sea, above extends and draweth in below. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 17. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against art. Usurers. Behold the wild beast with the pointed tail, which, crossing mountains, breaks through walls and armour. Behold, who sickens all the world with stench. My leader thus began to speak to me, and signalled to it to approach the edge, near where the marble we had traversed ended. And that foul image of deceit came on, and landed on the bank its head and chest, but o'er the edge it drew not up its tail. Its face was as the face of a just man, so pleasing outwardly was its complexion, the body of a serpent all the rest. 2 paws it had, all hairy to the armpits. Its back and breast, as well as both its sides, were painted o'er with snares and wheel-like shields. Ne'er with more colours in its woof and warp did Turks or Tartars manufacture cloth, nor by Arachne were such webs designed. As flat boats sometimes lie upon the shore, in water partly, partly on the land, and as among the greedy Germans yonder the beaver seats himself to wage his war, so lay that worst of beasts upon the edge which closes in the sandy plain with stone. All of its tail was quivering in the void, and twisting upward its envenomed fork, which like a scorpion's weapon armed its tip. "Our path must turn aside a little now," my leader said to me, "until we reach that wicked beast reclining over there." Around our right breast, therefore, we went down, and took 10 paces on the very edge, thus surely to avoid both sand and fire. And after we had come to it, I saw upon the sand, a little further on, some people sitting near the precipice. My teacher them, that thou mayest take with thee a full experience of this ring, go on, and see the nature of the life they lead. There be thy conversation brief. Meanwhile, till their return, I'll talk with this wild beast, that its strong shoulders maybe yielded us. Thus, further on, along the outer edge of that seventh circle, all alone I went, to where the melancholy people sat. Out of their eyes their woe was bursting forth. First here, then there, they helped them with their hands, now from the flames, now from the heated soil. Not otherwise do dogs in summer time, now with their paws, and with their muzzles now, whene'er by fleas or flies or gadflies bitten. When on the face of some I set mine eyes, on whom the woeful fire is falling there, I knew not one of them, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch, which had a certain colour and design, wherewith their eyes appeared to feed themselves. And as I looking came into their midst, azure upon a yellow pouch I saw, which had the form and semblance of a lion. Then, as my gaze continued on its course, another I beheld, as red as blood, exhibiting a goose more white than butter. And one of them, who had his small white pouch emblazoned with an azure pregnant sow, said to me, "What dost thou in this hour ditch? Now go thy way, and since thou livest still, know that my fellow townsman, Vitaliano, will sit beside me here upon my left. I, with these Florentines, a Paduan am, and very frequently they stun my ears by shouting, 'Let the sovereign knight arrive, who bring with him the pocket with 3 beads.'" Herewith his mouth he twisted, sticking out his tongue, as doth an ox that licks its nose. And I, afraid lest any longer stay might anger him who warned me to be brief, turned from those weary spirits back again. I found my leader, who had climbed already upon the back of that fierce animal, and said to me, "Now be thou strong and bold. By stairs like these shall we descend hereafter. Climb thou in front, for midst I wish to be, so that the tale may do no injury." Like one with cotton fever's chill so near, that pale already are his finger‐nails, and that, but looking at the shade, he shudders, such at the words he uttered I became. But that shame made its threats to me, which renders a servant strong when in a good lord's presence. As on those horrid shoulders I sat down, I wished to tell him, "See that thou embrace me." My voice, however, came not as I thought. But he, who succoured me at other times and other straits, as soon as I was up, encircled and sustained me with his arms. And then he said, "Now, Geryon, move thou on. Wide be thy wheels, and gradual thy descent. Bethink thee of the unwonted load thou hast." As from its mooring place a little boat backs slowly out, even so did he withdraw. And when he wholly felt himself in play, to where his breast had been he turned his tail, and moved the latter stretched out like an eel, while with his paws he gathered in the air. I do not think that there was greater fear when Phaeton let go his horse's reins, whereby, as still appears, the sky was burned; nor yet when wretched Icarus perceived his back unfeathering through the melting wax, while, calling him, his father cried, "Thou hold'st an evil course," than mine was, when I saw that I was in the air on every side, and gone the sight of all things save the beast. The latter, swimming slowly, wends his way, wheels and descends, but I perceive it not, save by the wind below and in my face. The waterfall I now heard on the right, making a horrid roar beneath us. Hence I outward thrust my head, with eyes turned down. More fearful of the abyss I then became, for fires I now beheld, and wailings heard. Hence, trembling, I clung closer with my thighs. And then, for I perceived it not before, by the great torments which on divers sides drew near, I saw our wheeling and descent. Even as a falcon long upon the wing, which without seeing lure or game bird makes the falconer say, Alas, thou comest down, descendeth weary through 100 rings, whence he had swiftly started, and alights far from his lord in angry sullenness. So likewise Herein set us down below, close to the bottom of the rough-hewn rock, and of our persons rid, as fast as flies an arrow from a bowstring, sped away. Inferno 18. The 8th circle. Fraud. The 1st trench. Pandars and seducers. The 2nd trench. Flatterers and prostitutes. A place there is in hell, called Malebolge, wholly of stone and of an iron hue, as is the round wall which encircles it. Right in the midst of its malicious field yawneth a well exceeding wide and deep, of whose construction in its place I'll speak. Round, therefore, is the girdle which remains between the well and that hard high wall's base, and 10 great trenches subdivide its bed. As is the appearance which, where many moats encircle castles for the wall's protection, the section where they are presents, such was the one whose trenches furnished here. And just as in such fortresses small bridges stretch from their threshold to the outmost bank, so crags ran from the bottom of the cliff across the banks and trenches to the well, which, gathering them together, cuts them off. In this place, then, we found ourselves, when dropped from Gerion's back. The poet thereupon held to the left, and I behind him moved. Upon the right side I beheld new cause for sympathy, new pains, and scourges new, wherewith the 1st trench was completely filled. Down at its bottom naked were the sinners. This side, the middle facing us, they came, beyond it with us, but with quicker steps. Means such as those which at the Jubilee the Romans took, because of its great throng, to have the people pass across the bridge, who toward the castle all on one side face, and toward St. Peter's go their way, while all move toward the mountain on the other edge. This side and that, upon the dark stone floor, horned demons with great scourges I beheld, who from behind were fiercely whipping them. Ah, how they caused them to lift them up their heels, when by the first blow smitten, certainly none waited for the 2nd or the 3rd. While I was going on, mine eyes were met by one of them, and instantly I said, I fast not from a previous sight of him. To make him out, I therefore stayed my feet, and having stopped with me my gentle leader, assented to my going back a little. That scourged one thought that he could hide himself by looking down, but little it availed him. "For thou that castest down thine eyes," said I, "unless the features which thou hast are false, venitico cacianimico art. But what brings thee into such pungent sauces?" And he to me, "Unwillingly I tell it, but forced I am by thy transparent speech, which makes me recollect the olden world. I was the one who led Gisola Bella to do according to the Marquis' will, however the disgusting tale be told. Nor am I here the only Bolognese that weeps. Nay, this place is so full of us that not so many tongues are taught to-day between Savena and Reno to say Sipa. And if, therefore, thou wouldst have pledge or proof, recall to mind her avaricious breasts." As thus he spoke, a demon with his lash smote him, and said to him, "Pander, begone! There are no women here to sell for coin." I then rejoined my escort, whereupon, when we had taken some few steps, we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This we ascended with the greatest ease, and, turning to the right along its ridge, we left those everlasting circling walls. When we were where it hollows out below, to let the scourged pass through, my leader said, "Now stay thy steps, and on thee let the sight of all these other ill-born spirits strike, whose faces thou hast not perceived as yet, because they've gone with us in our direction." As from the ancient bridge we watched the troop, which on the other side was toward us coming, and which the scourge was likewise driving on without my asking, my good teacher said, "Look at that great man there, who, as he comes, for all his pain, seems not to shed a tear. How royal an appearance he still keeps! Jason is he, who by his doughtiness and wit deprived the Colchians of their ram. He passed the Isle of Lemnos on his way, after its pitiless and daring women had given up to death their every male. With tokens of his love and flattering words he there deceived the maid Hypsipyle, who previously had all the rest deceived. He left her there with child, and all alone. Him to this punishment that fault condemns, and for Medea too his vengeance wrought. With him go those that in this way deceive. Be this enough to know of this first ditch, and of those two that in its fangs it holds. Already were we where the narrow path forms with the second bank a cross, and makes therewith abutments for another arch. We thence heard people in the following trench, who whined and groaned, and with their muzzles puffed, while smiting their own bodies with their palms. The banks were crusted over with a mould by vapour from below, which, sticking there, offensive to both eyes and nose became. So deep the bottom that there is no means of looking into it unless one climb the arch's summit, where the crag is highest. Thither we came, and from it in the ditch people I saw immersed in excrement, which seemed from human privies to have come. While peering with mine eyes down there, I saw a head so foul with filth that whether clerk's or layman's head it were was not apparent. Scolding, he said, "Why, greedier art thou to look at me than at the other foul one?" And I, "Because, if I remember well, I've seen thee with dry hair ere now, for thou Alessio Interminii of Lucca art. That's that's why I eye thee more than all the rest. And he then, as he beat upon his pate, those flatteries immerse me here below, wherewith my tongue was never surfeited. Then after this my leader said to me, see that thou urge thy glance a little further, that with thine eyes thou quite attain the face of that disgusting and dishevelled wench who yonder claws herself with filthy nails, and crouches now, and now is on her feet. That Thais is, the prostitute, who answered her paramour when he had said, have I great thanks from thee? Nay, marvellously great. Herewith then let our sight be satisfied. Inferno 19. The eighth circle fraud. The third trench. Simoniacs. O Simon Magus, O his wretched followers, since ye the things of God, which ought to be the brides of righteousness, rapaciously adulterate for silver and for gold, it now behoves the trumpet sound for you, for in the third great trench your station is. We now had climbed the next tomb-spanning bridge, and were on that part of the crag which hangs directly o'er the middle of the trench. Wisdom supreme, how great the art thou showest in heaven, on earth, and in the evil world! How justly, too, thy virtue makes awards! I saw that on its sloping sides and bottom the livid-coloured stone was full of holes, all of one width, while each of them was round. Nor less nor more wide did they seem to me than those which in my beautiful St. John's are made as places for baptizing priests, and one of which, not many years ago, I broke to save one who was choking in it. Be this a witness, undeceiving all. Out of the mouth of each a sinner's feet protruded, and as far as to the calf his legs. The rest of him remained within. The souls of all were both of them on fire, because of which their joints so strongly twitched they would have snapped green twigs and cords of grass. And as a flame on oily things is wont to move along the outer surface only, so likewise was it there from heels to toes. Who, teacher, is he yonder, who is tortured by twitching more than all the rest his mates? Said I, and whom a redder flame is sucking. And he to me, if thou wouldst have me bear thee down yonder bank which lowest lies, from him thou'lt know both of himself and of his sins. And I, what pleases thee I like, my lord thou art, and that I part not from thy will thou knowest, as also what is left unsaid. We then upon the fourth embankment came, and turning round, descended on our left into that narrow bottom pierced with holes. Nor yet did my good teacher set me down from off his back, but brought me to the hole of him who grieved so sorely with his shank. Whoe'er thou art, sad soul, that holdest down thine upper portion planted like a stake, I then began, say something if thou canst. I there was like a friar that confesses a base assassin, who, on being planted, calls him again, that death may be delayed. And he cried out, Dost thou stand there already? Dost thou stand there already, Boniface? By several years the writing lied to me. Art thou so quickly sated with the wealth for which thou didst not fear to seize by fraud and outrage next the Lady Beautiful? Even such did I become, as those are who, not understanding what is answered them, deem themselves mocked, and think of no reply. Then Virgil said, "Tell him immediately, I'm not the one thou thinkest." And I replied to him as I was bidden. Whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, then sighing, and with weeping voice, he said, "What is it then that thou dost ask of me? If to know who I am concern thee so, that for it thou hast crossed the bank, know then that I was with the mighty mantle clothed, and verily the she-bear's son was I, so eager to advance the cubs that wealth I pocketed up there, and here myself. The others who in working simony preceded me are gathered 'neath my head, flattened between the fissures of the rock. I, in like manner, shall down yonder fall, when he arrives whom I believed thou wast, when I of thee the sudden question asked. But now already longer is the time that I, thus upside down, have cocked my feet, than he will planted stay with ruddy souls. For after him shall come from westward lands a lawless shepherd of still uglier deed, and fit to cover him and me. Renewed shall Jason be, of whom in Maccabees one read, and as to that one his king yielded, even so who governs France shall yield to this." I know not whether I was here too bold, in that I answered him in this strain only. "Now tell me, pray, how great the treasure was our Lord demanded of Saint Peter first, before he placed the keys in his control. Surely he asked for naught but follow me. Nor yet did Peter or the rest take gold or silver from Matthias, when by lot he took the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore keep still, for thou art rightly punished, and take good care of that ill-gotten wealth which caused thee to be valiant against Charles. And were it not for this, that I am still forbidden by reverence for the keys supreme, thou hadst in keeping in the joyful life words of still greater weight would I employ, because your greed, by trampling on the good and raising the depraved, afflicts the world. The evangelist was thinking of your shepherds, when she, who on the waters hath her seat, was seen by him to fornicate with kings. The one who with the 7 heads was born, and from the 10 horns her support received, while virtue still was pleasing to her spouse. Ye made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from idolaters how differ ye, save that they worship one, and ye 100? Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was mother, not thy conversion, but the dower gift the earliest wealthy father took from thee. While I was singing him such notes as these, he, whether it were wrath or conscience bit him, was fiercely kicking out with both his feet. I verily believed it pleased my leader. He heeded with so glad a look throughout the utterance of those true clear words of mine. He therefore took me up with both his arms, and when he had me wholly on his breast, he climbed again the path down which he came, nor tired of holding me in his embrace, but bore me to the summit of the arch which crosses from the 4th bank to the 5th. When there, he gently set his burden down, gently, because that crag was rough and steep, and would be difficult for goats to cross. From thence another trench was shown to me. Inferno 20. The 8th circle, fraud. The 4th trench, diviners and soothsayers. About strange punishments must I make verses, and furnish matter for the 20th song of this first lay, which treats of those submerged. Already had I wholly given myself to looking down at its uncovered bottom, which with the tears of agony was bathed, when people in the great round trench I saw come weeping silently, and at the pace at which in this world litanies advance. Then, as my sight fell on them lower down, wondrously twisted each of them appeared between the chin and where the chest begins, for toward his loins his face was turned around, and backward it behoved him to advance, because of foresight they had been deprived. By palsy some, perhaps, may thus have been entirely turned around, but I've not seen it, nor do I think there ever was one such. So may God let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading. Think now for thyself how I could ever keep my own face dry, when at close range I saw a human image so twisted that the weeping of the eyes along the fissure bathed the back. Indeed, as on a rock of that hard crag I leaned, I wept so that my escort said to me, "Art thou still foolish as the others are? Here liveth piety when wholly dead is pity. Who then guiltier is than he who lets his feelings judge divine decrees? Lift, lift thy head, and see the man for whom before the Trojans' eyes the earth was opened, whence all cried, 'Whither art thou rushing now, Amphiaraus? Why quittest thou the war?' And he ceased not from plunging headlong down to Minos, who lays hold on every one. See how he makes a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far ahead. He looks behind, and backward goes his way. Behold Tiresias there, who changed his looks when female he became from being male, his members being each and all transformed. And afterward he needs must strike again the two entwining serpents with his rod, ere he the plumage of a male regained. He who to that one's belly turns his back is Aaron's, who in Lunai's mountain quarries, where toils the Carares, who dwells below, among white marbles had as dwelling place a cave, from which his view was not cut off when at the stars he gazed, or at the sea. And she who yonder with dishevelled locks covers the breasts which thou dost not behold, and has on that side all her hairy skin, was Manto, who first searched through many lands, then settled in the place where I was born. Thereof I'd have thee hear me speak a little. After her father had from life departed, and Bacchus' city had become enslaved, she wandered long about the world. Up there in lovely Italy beneath the Alps, which o'er the Tyrol lock out Germany, there lies a lake which is Bonacco called. From o'er 1,000 springs, I trow, 'tween Garda and Val Camonica, the Pennine Alp is bathed by waters which therein find rest. A midway place there is, where Trento's shepherd, and he of Brescia, and the Veronese, might each his blessing give, if there he went. Peschiera next, a fair and mighty fortress, and fit to face both Bergamasques and Brescians, sits where the shore lies lowest round about. There all that in Bonacco's spacious lap cannot be held flows out of it perforce, and down through verdant pastures forms a stream. When once its water gathers head to run, no more Bonacco, Mincio is its name, till at Governolo it joins the Po. Not long its course before it finds low ground, o'er which it spreads, and, making it a marsh, is wont at times to be unsound in summer. Passing that way, the cruel virgin saw a region in the middle of the fen, untilled and naked of inhabitants. There to escape all human fellowship and work her arts, she settled with her slaves and lived, and there she left her empty body. Thereafter men, who all around were scattered, collected in that place, which was a strong one, because it had a fen on every side. O'er those dead bones of hers they built a town. Then, after her who first picked out the site, they called it Mantua, with no other lot. The people in it were more numerous once, before the foolishness of Casalodi had been deceived by Pinamonte's guile. I charge thee then, if e'er thou hear it said, my town had its beginning otherwise, permit no falsehood to defraud the truth. Thy statements, teacher, are so sure to me, said I, and take such hold upon my faith, that those of others would be burnt out coals. But tell me, if among these passing people thou seest any one deserving note, for my mind now is wholly bent on that. He told me then, the one who from his cheeks extends his beard across his swarthy shoulders, an augur was, when Greece lacked males so much that for her cradles only few were left. 'Twas he who set, with Calchas' aid at Aulis, the time to cut the fleet's first rope. His name Eurypylus, and in a certain place he thus is called by my high tragedy. This thou knowest well, who knowest all of it. That other one, so thin about his flanks, was Michael Scott, who surely understood the artful game of magical deceits. Guido Bonatti see, and see as Dante, who wishes now that he had given heed to cord and leather, but too late repents. See the sad women who abandoned needles, spindles, and shuttles to become diviners. These wrought their spells with herbs and images. But now come on, for Cain is with his thorns holding the bounds of both the hemispheres, and plays upon the waves below Seville, and round already was the moon last night. Thou surely must recall it, since at times it harmed thee not, when in the dark wood's depth. Thus he to me, as meanwhile on we went. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 21. The Eighth Circle. Fraud. The Fifth Trench. Corrupt politicians. Speaking of other things, my comedy cares not to sing. We thus from bridge to bridge moved on, and when upon the summit stopped, in order to behold the next ravine of Malebolge, and the next vain cries, and I beheld it wonderfully dark, and just such sticky pitch as that which boils in the Venetians' arsenal in winter, for caulking up again the unsound ships which cannot then be sailed; instead of which, as one a new one builds, one plugs the ribs of that which many voyages has made. One hammers at the stern, and at the prow another. One fashions oars, another cordage twists, while still another mends a jib or mainsail. Such was the coarse, dense pitch which, not by fire, but by an art divine, boiled there below, and lined the bank on every side. I saw the pitch, but nothing in it, save the bubbles the boiling raised, and that the whole of it kept swelling up and settling back compressed. While I was gazing fixedly down yonder, my leader cried to me, "Beware! Beware!" and drew me to himself from where I was. I then turned round, as one who longs to see the thing which it behooves him to escape, and who, when by a sudden fear unmanned, although he sees, delays not his departure, and I perceived behind us a black devil come running up along the rocky crag. Ah, how ferocious in his looks he was, and in his actions how severe he seemed, with wings outspread and light upon his feet. His shoulder, which was sharp and high, was loaded with both a sinner's haunches, whom he held clutched tightly by the sinews of his feet. "Oh, Malebranche!" from our bridge he cried, "here's one of Santa Zita's ancients, put him beneath, for I'm for more of them returning to that town which I have well stocked therewith. There, save Pontiro, every one's a grafter, and no, for money there becomes a yes." He hurled him down, and o'er the rugged crag returned, and never was a mastiff loosed with so much hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank, and then rose doubled up. Those fiends, though, who were sheltered by the bridge, cried, "Here, the holy face availeth not. One here swims otherwise than in the Secchio. If, therefore, thou dost not desire our hooks, protrude not from the surface of the pitch." They pricked him then with o'er 100 prongs, and said, "Here under cover must thou dance, that, if thou canst, thou mayest thieve secretly." Not otherwise do cooks have scullions plunge the meat with hooks into the cauldron's midst, to hinder it from floating on its surface. Thereat my kindly teacher said to me, "That here thy presence be not known, crouch down behind a rock, which may avail to screen thee, and be not thou afraid for any harm that may be done to me, who know these things, for I in frays like this have been before." He then passed on beyond the bridge's head, and when the 6th embankment had been reached, he had to show assurance in his face. With just the storm and fury wherewith dogs break out and rush upon a poor old man who stops and begs at once from where he is, from 'neath the little bridge those devils issued, and turned against him all their grappling hooks. But he cried out, "Be none of you malicious. Before your grappling hooks take hold of me, let one of you advance and hear me speak. Then take ye counsel as to grappling me." Then all cried out, "Let Malacoda go!" Thereat one started, while the rest kept still, and as he came said, "What does this avail him?" "Dost thou think, Malacoda," said my teacher, "that, as thou seest, I have hither come, safe until now, from all your hindrances, unhelped by will divine and favouring fate? Let us go on, for it is willed in heaven that I should show another this wild road." Thereat his pride received so great a fall that at his feet he dropped his grappling hook, and to the rest said, "Let him not be wounded." My leader thereupon cried out to me, "Thou, that among the bridge's broken rocks art crouching safely, now regain my side." I therefore moved, and quickly came to him. Then all the fiends advanced so far I feared they would not keep their word. Even thus I once saw infantry who, under pledge of safety, were from Caprona coming forth afraid, when 'mong so many foes they saw themselves. Then wholly to my leader's side I drew, nor from their faces, which did not look good, did I remove my eyes. For as their prongs they lowered, one fiend to another said, "Wouldst thou that I should touch him on his rump?" And they replied, "Yes, see thou nick it for him." But that fiend, who was with my leader talking, turned round at once and said to him, "Keep still there, Scarmaglione." Then to us, "Further advance along this present crag cannot be made, because the sixth arch yonder lies wholly shattered on the ground below. But if it please you still to go ahead, go on along this ridge. There is near by another crag which furnishes a path. Then this hour, 5 hours later yesterday, 1260 years had passed since here the path was broken. I am sending some of my company in that direction to see if any yonder air themselves. Go on with them, for they will not be bad. Step forward, Alecchino and Calcabrino," he then began to say. "Thou to Cagnazzo, and let old Barbaricia guide the 10. Have Libicoccio go, and Dragignazzo, tusked Ciriato too, and Graffiacane, with Farfarello and crazy Rubicante. Search round about the boiling birdlime pitch. Let these be safe as far as that next crag, which, all unbroken, goes across the dens." "O teacher, what is this I see?" said I. "If thou know how, pray let us go alone, for I request no escort for myself. If thou as wary art as thou art wont, dost thou not notice how they gnash their teeth, and with their eyebrows threaten us with woe?" And he to me, "I would not have thee frightened. Let them grin on then as they like, for that they're doing at the wretches who are boiled." They wheeled and moved along the left bank then, but not till each, as signal toward their leader, had first thrust out his tongue between his teeth, and he had of his rump a trumpet made. Inferno 22. The eighth circle, fraud. The fifth trench, corrupt politicians. Ere now have I seen cavalry break camp, start to attack, or be reviewed, and even at times retreat in order to escape. Scouts have I also seen upon your lands, O Aretines. Raids too have I beheld, and tournaments and tilting matches fought, with trumpets now, and now with bells, with drums, and beacon signals made from fortresses, with native and with foreign things, but never have I seen horse or infantry or ship, by sign of either land or sky, set out with instrument of wind as odd as that. With the 10 demons we were going on, the fierce company, but in a church, with saints consort, with gluttons at an inn. Upon the pitch alone was I intent, that I might see all details of the trench, and of the people who were burned therein. As dolphins do, when, arching up their backs, they give the warning which bids mariners take measures for the safety of their ship, even so, at times, his suffering to relieve, one of the sinners there displayed his back, and hid it in less time than lightning takes. And as in ditches at the water's edge frogs stay with nothing but their muzzles out, and thus conceal their feet and all the rest, even so on all sides did those sinners stay, and now that Barbaricia was approaching, they likewise 'neath the boiling pitch withdrew. I saw, and still it stirs my heart with horror, one waiting thus, as oft, while one frog stays, it happens that another scurries off. And Graffiacane, who was nearest to him, hooking his pitch-smeared tresses, pulled him up, so that an otter he appeared to me. I knew by now the names of each and all. I noted them so well when they were chosen, and when they called each other, noticed how. "Oh, Rubicante, see thou set thy claws upon him so that thou peel off his skin," the accursed all cried out together then. And I, "My teacher, if thou canst, contrive to learn who that wretch is who thus has fallen into his adversary's hands." My leader thereupon drew near to him, and asked him whence he was, and he replied, "Of Navarre's kingdom I a native was. My mother placed me out to serve a lord, for she had borne me to a rascal knave, who both himself and what he owned destroyed. I next in good King Tybalt's household served, and there I set myself to practise craft, for which I pay the reckoning in this heat." Here Cariato, from whose mouth protruded, as from a boar's, a tusk on either side, caused him to feel how one of them could rip. Among bad cats the mouse had fallen now, for Barbaricia clasped him in his arms, and said, "Stand off, while I am clutching him." Then, toward my teacher having turned his face, he said, "Ask him again, if more thou wish to know of him, before the others rend him." My leader then, "Now tell me, knowest thou any among the other sinners 'neath the pitch who Latin is?" And he, "Not long ago I left a man from that vicinity. Would that like him I still were covered up, for I should there fear neither claw nor hook." Here Libicuccio said, "We've borne too much," and with his hook so seized him by the arm and tore it that he carried off a piece. And Dragignazzo also wished to clutch him down at his legs, but their decurium then turned right around at them with threatening looks. When they were somewhat pacified again, of him who still was looking at his wound my leader asked without delay, "Who then was he from whom thou tookst unlucky leave, as thou hast said, to land upon the shore?" And he made answer, "That was Fra Gomita, Galura's man, a vessel of all fraud, who, when he held in hand his master's foes, so dealt with them that each is glad. Their money he took, and, as he puts it, let them all off easy, and even in other offices was not a petty, but a first-rate grafter. With him Don Michel Zanch of Logodoro associates, and never do their tongues feel tired out by talking of Sardinia. But, oh, look at the other grinning there. More would I say, but I'm afraid lest that one be making ready now to claw my skin." Then the great provost turned toward Farfarello, who rolled his eyes as if he meant to strike, and said, "Up yonder, thou malicious bird!" "If you desire," thereat began again the terror-stricken man, "to see or hear Tuscans or Lombards, I will have some come. But let the evil claws here stand aside a little, that their vengeance be not feared, and I, while sitting in this very place, for one that I am, shall make 7 come out, when I shall whistle, as our wont it is, when any one of us protrudes himself." Cagnazzo at this speech his muzzle raised, and shook his head, and said, "Here the sly trick, devised by him to cast himself below." Then he, who frauds in great abundance had, replied to him, "Tricky indeed am I, when for my mates a greater pain I win." Here Alatchin could not control himself, but said, in opposition to the rest, "I shall not gallop after thee in case thou dive, but o'er the pit shall beat my wings, the ridge abandoned, be the bank a screen, to see if thou alone art more than we." Now, reader, of a new sport shalt thou hear. Each turned his eyes the other way, and he, the first, who had thereto been most opposed. The Navarrese chose well his time, stood firmly upon the ground, and jumping suddenly from what they purposed, freed himself thereby. For this each felt himself to blame, but most the one who of the loss had been the cause. Hence he moved first, and shouted, "Thou art caught!" But little did it profit him, for wings could not outmeasure fear. As one went under, the other, flying upward, raised his breast. Nor different is the speed with which a duck dives under water when a hawk draws near, who, vexed and baffled, thus flies up again. Then Calcabrina, angered by the flight, flew out behind him, glad that one escaped, because it let him scuffle with the other, and then the grafter having disappeared, he turned his claws upon his own companion, and grappled with him o'er the ditch. But he, being indeed a fighting sparrow-hawk, fitted to claw him well, they both fell down into the middle of the boiling fen. A sudden separator was the heat, but rising thence was quite impossible, they had their wings so limed with sticky pitch. Then Barbaricia, vexed as were the rest, his mates, had 4 of them, with all their hooks, fly to the other bank. On both sides then they speedily descended to their posts, and stretched their hooks out toward the pitch belimed, who now were cooked inside their crusted hides, and thus embarrassed we abandoned them. Inferno 23. The 8th circle, fraud. The 6th trench, hypocrites. Silent, alone, and unaccompanied, we went along, one first and one behind, as minor friars go when on the road. My thoughts, by reason of the present brawl, were turned to Aesop's fable, that wherein he talks about the frog and mouse. For now, and at this moment, are no more alike than one is like the other, if beginning and end be linked by an attentive mind. And even as one thought from another springs, so next from that one was another born, which doubled my first fear. Hence thus I thought, these devils have been scorned on our account, and with such injury and scoff indeed, that I believe that they are greatly vexed. If anger to ill will be joined, they'll come more fiercely after us than doth a dog the rabbit which he seizes with his teeth. Already was I feeling all my hair bristling with fear, when, gazing back intent, I said, "If, teacher, thou hide not thyself and me with speed, I dread the evil claws. We have them now behind us, and I so imagine them that I already feel them." And he, "If I were made of leaded glass, thine outward image I would not reflect more quickly than thine inward I receive. Even now thy thoughts were coming among mine, with outlook and intent so similar, that I with both a single purpose formed. If it be true, the right bank slopeth so, that to the following trench we can descend, we shall escape from this imagined chase." He had not finished telling me his plan, when not far off I saw them coming on with wings outspread, intent on seizing us. My leader then took hold of me at once, even as a mother, by the noise aroused, and seeing close to her the burning flames, seizes her child and flees, and doth not stop, since caring more for him than for herself, even long enough to clothe her with a shift. And downward from the ridge of that hard bank His back he yielded to the hanging rock which closes one side of the following trench. Water ne'er moved as swiftly through a sluice to turn the overshot wheel of a mill when closest to the paddles it approaches, as did my teacher o'er that salvage bank, bearing me down with him upon his back, as though his son I were, and not his mate. His feet had hardly reached the trench's bed below, when they were on the ridge above just over us, but nought was now to fear, because the Providence on high, which willed to place them in the fifth trench as its servants, takes from them all the power of leaving it. A painted people found we there below, who, moving with exceedingly slow steps, shed tears, and in their looks appeared subdued and weary. Cloaks they had, equipped with cowls, lowered before their eyes, and cut like those which in Cologne are fashioned for her monks. So gilded outside are they that they dazzle, but inside all are lead, and of such weight that those which Frederick clothed men with were straw. O cloak that wearies through eternity! We turned again, as ever, to the left, along with them, intent on their sad plaint, but owing to the weight, that weary folk came on so slowly that new company we had at every motion of our legs. Hence, to my leader, I contrive to find some one whom we may know by deed or name, and while thus going, move thine eyes around. And one who heard my Tuscan speech cried out behind us, "Stay your feet, O ye that run so quickly through the gloomy air! From me, perhaps, shalt thou receive what thou dost ask." Thereat my leader turned and said, "Now wait, and then proceed according to his pace." I stopped, and two I saw, whose faces showed great mental haste to be with me, and yet their burden and the narrow path delayed them. On coming up to us they watched me long, with eyes askance, and uttered not a word. Then toward each other turning, thus they spoke: "This one seems by the action of his throat alive, but if they're dead, by what right then go they uncovered by the heavy stole?" And then, addressing me, they said: "O Tuscan, who to the gathering of sad hypocrites art come, scorn not to tell us who thou art." And I to them: "On Arno's lovely stream, and in its famous town, both born and bred, I'm in the body I have always had. But who are ye, adown whose cheeks there drips, as I perceive, so great a woe? And what the penalty which sparkles on you thus?" "These orange cloaks," one answered, "are of lead, and of such thickness are they that the weights thus cause the scales that balance them to creak. We jovial friars were in Bolognese, I Catalan, and Lodoringo he by name, and chosen by thy town together, as one alone is usually called to keep its peace, and such we were as still in the Gardingo's neighbourhood appears. O friars, I began your evil deeds, but said no more, because there struck mine eyes one crucified by 3 stakes on the ground. On seeing me, sighs through his beardy blue, and writhed all over. Then Fra Catalan, informed thereby of what had happened, said: "The pinioned man thou gazest at advised the Pharisees that it expedient was to torture one man for the people's sake. Stretched crosswise, as thou seest, on the road, and naked, he is forced to be the first to feel how much whoever passes weighs. and in like fashion suffer in this ditch his father-in-law and others of the council, which proved a seed of evil for the Jews." I then saw Virgil marvelling at him, who in the figure of a cross was stretched so basely in eternal banishment. Then to the friar he addressed these words: "Be not displeased to tell us, an ye may, if on the right there lie a crossing place, by means of which we too may issue hence, without black angels being forced to come and extricate us from this trench's bed." "Nearer than thou dost hope," he then replied, "a crag there is, which at the great round wall begins, and all the cruel trenches spans, save that at this one it is broken down, and spans it not. But ye can climb the ruins, which from its base lie piled along the slope." My leader kept his head bowed down a while, then said, "Wrongly did he report the thing who yonder grapples sinners with his hook." The friar then: "Among the many vices given the devil at Bologna, I once heard that he a liar is, and sire of lies." Thereat my leader with great strides departed, somewhat disturbed by anger in his looks. Then I the burden left, and followed on behind the footprints of beloved feet. Inferno 24. The eighth circle. Fraud. The seventh trench. Thieves. When, in the youthful season of the year, the sun beneath Aquarius warms his locks, while southward now the nights pursue their way, and when the hoar-frost draws upon the ground the counterfeit of her white sister's face, though shortly lasts the temper of her pen, the peasant, lacking provender, gets up, looks out, and seeing all the country white, slaps himself on the thigh, returns indoors, and walking to and fro laments, poor wretch, not knowing what to do. Then, later on, returning out again, recovers hope, on seeing that the world has shortly changed its face, and taking down his shepherd's staff, out to their feeding drives his tender sheep. Even thus my teacher filled me with dismay when I beheld such trouble in his face. Thus, too, the plaster quickly reached the wound, for when we had attained the ruined bridge, my leader turned to me with that sweet look which at the mountain's foot I first perceived. First, having well surveyed the ruined arch, after some counsel taken with himself, his arms he opened, and took hold of me. And like a man who ponders while he acts, and always seems to look ahead, even so, while upward to the top of one great rock he pushed me, he sought out another crag, and said, "Take hold of that one next, but first see whether it be fit to bear thy weight." No path was this for one who wears a cloak, since scarcely could we two, though he was light and I was pushed, ascend from rock to rock. And had the slope on that bank not been shorter than on the other, I know not of him, but I would surely have been overcome. But since the whole of Malebolge slopes down to the opening of the lowest well, such is the nature of each trench's banks, that one is high and low the following one, and yet we reached at length the ridge above, from which the crag's last rock projects. My breath was so exhausted from my lungs, when up at last, that I could go no further. Nay, on arriving, I sat down at once. "Thus henceforth must thou rid thyself of sloth," my teacher said, "for one attains not fame sitting on cushions or 'neath canopies, and he that lives without attaining it leaveth on earth such traces of himself as smoke doth in the air, or foam in water. Therefore get up, o'ercome thy troubled breath with that soul energy which wins all fights, unless it sink beneath its body's weight. A longer stairway must be climbed. 'Tis not enough that these stairs have been left. If then thou understand me, let it profit thee. I thereupon arose, and showed myself better equipped with breath than I had felt, and said, "Go on, for I am strong and bold." We took the pathway up along the crag, which rocky was, narrow and hard to climb, and steeper far than was the one before. Not to seem weak, I talked as on I went. This from the next trench caused a voice to come, which was incapable of forming words. Though I was on the summit of the arch which crosses here, I know not what it said, but moved to anger seemed the one who spoke. Downward I looked, and yet my living eyes could not attain the bottom for the dark. Hence, "Teacher, try to reach the following ridge," said I, "and let me from the wall descend, for as I hear but do not understand, so looking down from hence I make out nothing." "No other answer give I thee," he said, "save that of action, for a fair request ought to be met by deeds without a word." We climbed down from the bridge's further head, where to the 8th embankment it is joined, and then the trench was clearly shown to me, and in it I beheld a frightful throng of snakes, and of so weird a kind that still the memory of them freezes up my blood. Let Libya and her sand no longer boast, for though she breed Calidri, Jaculi, with Kentri, Pharai, and Amphesbinae, ne'er with all Ethiopia did she show, nor e'en with what above the Red Sea lies, either so many or such evil plagues. Among this cruel and most dismal swarm people were running, nude and terrified, and with no hope of hole or heliotrope. Their hands were bound behind their backs with snakes, whose tail and head were thrust between their loins and tied together in a knot in front. Then, lo! a serpent hurled himself at one who near our bank was standing, and transfixed him there where the neck is to the shoulders joined. Never were O or I so quickly written, as he took fire, and burning up must needs turn wholly into ashes as he fell. Whereat, though thus destroyed upon the ground, the dust, assembling of its own accord, turned instantly into the selfsame man. So likewise, as great sages have declared, the phoenix dies and then is born again, as she approaches her 500th year. She feeds through life on neither herbs or grain, but on amomum only and incense tears. Her final swaddling bands are nard and myrrh. And as is he who falls, nor knoweth how, by demon force which pulls him to the ground, or other inhibition binding man, and who, on getting up again, looks round, wholly bewildered by the great distress which he has felt, and as he looks heaves sighs, such was that sinner after he had risen. O power of God, how truly just thou art, that in revenge dost deal such blows as these! Thereat my leader asked him who he was, and he replied, "Into this wild ravine I reined from Tuscany not long ago. Mule that I was, a beast's life, not a man's, I liked. I'm Vanifucci, called the Beast. For me Pistoia was a worthy den. Then, "Tell him not to slip away," I said, "and ask what fault thrust him down here, for I once saw in him a man of blood and strife." The sinner then, who understood, feigned not, but turned toward me both mind and face, and said, as with a sudden shame he coloured up, "That thou hast caught me in the misery in which thou seest me gives me greater pain than that which took me from the other life. I can't refuse what thou dost ask of me, and placed thus low because it was I who robbed the vestry known for its fair ornaments, a deed once falsely put upon another. But now lest thou enjoy this sight of me, if thou art ever out of these dark lands, thine ears to my announcement opened hear. Pistoia first despoils herself of Neri, then Florence changes folk and government. From Val di Magra Mars draws forth a bolt, by turbid clouds enveloped. Next, with wild and cruel storm, a battle will be fought upon the Piscine plain. Then suddenly the bolt will cleave the mist in such a way that every Bianca will thereby be wounded. And this I've said that it may give thee pain." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 25. The Eighth Circle. Fraud. The Seventh Trench. Thieves. The thief, at the conclusion of his words, lifted his hands with both their figs, and cried, "Take that, O God, for 'tis to thee I show them." From that time onward snakes have been my friends, for thereupon one coiled around his neck, as if to say, "I'd have thee speak no more." Another, coiling, tied his arms together, and clenched itself so well in front of him that he could make no use of them at all. Pistoia, ah, Pistoia, why not will to burn to ashes and no longer last, since in ill doing thou excellest thy seed? In all of hell's dark rings I've seen no spirit so arrogant toward God, not even he who fell down headlong from the walls of Thebes. Without another word he fled away, whereat I saw a centaur full of rage come crying, where is the stubborn soul?" Not even Maremma has so many snakes, I think, as on his crupper that one had, as far as where our human form begins. Upon his shoulders, right beneath his nape, there crouched a dragon with wide opened wings, and he sets fire to whomsoever he meets. My teacher said, "He yonder Cacus is, who 'neath the rocks that form Mount Aventine oft made a lake of blood. He travels not along the road o'er which his brethren go, because of having fraudulently robbed the famous herd which he as neighbour had. This ended his sly deeds beneath the club of Hercules, who may perhaps have dealt him 100 blows, whereof he felt but 10. While thus he spoke, that sinner too made off, whereat 3 spirits came and stood below us, whom neither I nor even my leader noticed, until they all cried out, "Who then are ye?" Because of which our conversation ceased, for afterward we heeded them alone. I knew them not, but so it happened then, as it is wont to do in certain cases, that one perforce employed another's name, saying, "But where can Chianfa have remained?" Hence, that my leader might give heed, I placed my finger in a line from chin to nose. If thou art slow, now, reader, to believe what I shall tell, no marvel will it be, for I, who saw it, hardly grant I did. As toward them I was holding up my brows, lo! a 6-footed serpent hurls itself in front of one, and clings to him all over. With both its middle feet it clasped his paunch, and with its fore feet seized upon his arms. Then with its teeth it wounded both his cheeks. It spread its hind feet out along his thighs, and thrusting next its tail between the two, it stretched it upward all along his back. Ivy was never rooted to a tree so fast as round about the other's limbs that horrible wild creature twined its own. And thereupon, as if hot wax they were, they stuck together, and their colours mixed, till neither seemed to be what it had been, just as a brownish hue precedes the flame on burning paper which is not yet black, while equally the white part dies away. The other two looked on, and each exclaimed, "Ah me, Agnello, what a change is thine! For see, thou now art neither two nor one." Already into one had both heads turned, when we two countenances still beheld, mixed in a single face where both were lost. From the 4 previous strips 2 arms were made. The thighs and legs, the belly and the chest, became such members as were never seen. Cancelled therein was every former aspect. The transformed figure seemed both two and none, and thus appearing, slowly moved away. As like a lightning flash a lizard looks, if, changing hedges 'neath the dog-day scourge, across a road it passes, even such a little fiery serpent seemed to me, as toward the bellies of the other two it came, livid and black as peppercorn; and in that part through which our nourishment is first received, it transfixed one of them, and then fell down stretched out in front of him. The pierced man gazed at it, but nothing said. Nay, firmly on his feet he stood and yawned, as if attacked by fever or by sleep. He at the serpent looked, and it at him, one through his wound, the other through its mouth, smoked hard, and each smoke with the other mingled. Let Lucan then be silent, where he tells of poor Sabelus and Narcidius' fate, and, giving heed, hear what is now proclaimed. Of Cadmus and of Arethusa too let Ovid cease to speak, for though his verse turn him into a snake, and make of her a fount, I grudge him not, for face to face he ne'er so changed 2 natures that the forms of each were ready to exchange their matter. They blended each with each in such a way that while the serpent forkwise clove its tail, the wounded man together drew his feet. The legs, and with them even the very thighs, so stuck together that in little time their juncture left no mark that could be seen. The cloven tail was taking on the shape which there was being lost. The skin of one, meanwhile, was growing soft, and hard the other's. I saw his arms withdraw into his armpits, and both the serpent's feet, which were not long, lengthen as much as those were growing short. And then its hinder feet, together twisted, became the member which a man conceals, while from his own the wretch had two thrust forth. And while the smoke was veiling both of them with novel hues, and generated hair on one side, and, deprived of it, the other, the one stood up, and down the other fell, nor turned aside, for that the impious eyes beneath which each of them was changing face. The one who stood drew his in toward his temples, and from the excessive matter coming there, ears issued on his undeveloped cheeks, and that which ran not back but was retained, of this superfluous matter gave the face a nose, and thickened suitably its lips. He who was lying down thrust forth his muzzle, and backward through his head withdraws his ears, even as a snail doth with its horns. His tongue, which single used to be, and prompt to speech, divides itself, while in the other case the split one closes, and the smoking stops. The soul, which had become a savage beast, flees hissing through the trench. The other spits behind him as he talks. Then, having turned away from him his just created shoulders, he to the third said, "I'd have Briscoe run as I have on his belly o'er this path." I thus beheld the seventh ballast change and interchange. Here let its novelty excuse me if it slightly blur my pen. And though somewhat bewildered were my eyes, and though confused my minds, these men could not escape so secretly that I should fail Puccio Sciancato perfectly to see, and of the three companions who came first, he only was not changed. The other one was he for whom, Gavile, thou dost weep. Inferno 26. The eighth circle, fraud. The eighth trench, fraudulent counsellors. Rejoice, O Florence, since thou art so great, that thou dost bear thy wings o'er sea and land, while even through hell thy name is spread abroad. Among the thieves 5 such as these I found, thy citizens, whence shame accrues to me, nor to great honour risest thou thereby. But if the truth be dreamed at dawn's approach, thou'lt feel a little while from now what Prato, of others not to speak, is craving for thee. And were it now, it would not be too soon. So were it then, since thus it needs must be, for it will grieve me more the more I age. We went away, and up the flight of stairs the bournes had formed for our descent before, my teacher climbed again, and drew me with him. And as we followed up the lonely path among the rocks and borders of the crag, our feet proceeded not without our hands. I sorrowed then, and now again I sorrow, when I direct my mind to what I saw, and curb my genius more than I am wont, lest it should run when virtue guides it not, that if a kindly star, or aught that's better have blessed me, I myself may not regret it. As many glow‐worms has the countryman who on the hillside takes his rest, when he who lights the world least hides his face from us, while to the gnat the fly is giving way, sees down along the valley where perchance he gathers in his grapes or ploughs his field, with just as many flames the whole 8th trench was gleaming bright, as I perceived at once when I was where its bottom came in view. As he who by the bears avenged himself beheld Elijah's chariot when it left, and when to heaven its horses rose erect, since he could not so trace it with his eyes as to see more than just the flame alone, when like a little cloud it rose on high. Of such a nature were the flames that moved along the gully of the ditch, for none displays its theft, though each a sinner hides. Risen up to look, I so stood on the bridge that without being pushed I would have fallen, had I not grasped a great projecting rock. My leader, who perceived me thus intent, then said, "The spirits are within the fires, and each is swathed by that wherewith he burns." "My teacher," I replied, "I'm more assured through hearing thee, but deemed it so already, and wished to ask thee, who is in the flames, which comes along so cloven at the top, that from the pyre it seems to rise, whereon Eteocles was with his brother placed?" He answered me, "Therein are both Ulysses and Diomed tormented, who in pain thus go together as they did in wrath. And in that flame of theirs they now bewail the ambush of the horse which made the gate from which the Romans' noble seed went forth. There they lament the trick, because of which Deidameia dead still mourns Achilles. There the Palladium's penalty is paid." "If they can speak within those sparks," said I pray thee, teacher, much, and pray again, that mine be worth to thee 1,000 prayers, refuse not my request to linger here until the horned flame come this way. Thou seest that toward it I'm inclined by great desire." And he replied to me, "Thy prayer deserves much praise, and therefore I accede to it. But see thou that thy tongue restrain itself. Leave speech to me, who have a clear idea of what thou wouldst. For they, since Greeks they were, might be perchance disdainful of thy words." After the flame had come so near to us that time and place seemed fitting to my leader, 'twas in this fashion that I heard him speak: "O ye, that in a single flame are two, if I deserved of you when still alive, if I deserved of you or much or little, when in the world I wrote the lofty verses, depart not, but let one of you inform us whither, when lost, he went away to die." The greater born then of the ancient flame began to quiver with a murmuring sound, as would a flame made weary by the wind, and then, while swaying here and there its tip, as if the latter were the tongue that spoke, gave forth a voice and said: "When I departed from Circe, who concealed me near Gaeta more than a year before Aeneas so had named the place, nor fondness for my son, nor pious reverence for my aged father, nor even the bounden love which should have cheered Penelope, could overcome within me the eagerness I had to gain experience both of the world and of the vice and worth of men. But forth I put upon the deep and open sea with but a single ship, and with that little company by whom I had not been deserted. Both its shores I then beheld, as far away as Spain, Morocco, and the island of the Sards, and all the rest that sea bathes round about. Both old and slow were I and my companions when we attained that narrow passage‐way where Hercules set up those signs of his which warned men not to sail beyond their bounds. Seville I left behind me on the right hand, Ceuta had left already on the other. And then I said, "O brothers, ye who now have through 100,000 perils reached the west, to this so short a waking time still left your senses, will not to refuse experience of that world behind the sun, which knows not man. Bethink you of the seed whence ye have sprung, for ye were not created to lead the life of stupid animals, but manliness and knowledge to pursue." So eager for the voyage did I make my fellows by this little speech of mine, that after it I hardly could have checked them. Hence to the morning, having turned our stern, we with our oars made wings for our mad flight, e'er veering toward the left as on we sped. Night was already seeing all the stars of the other pole, and our pole so low down that from the ocean's floor it never rose. 5 times rekindled, and as often quenched, had been the light beneath the moon, since first we entered on the passage of the deep, when lo! a mountain loomed before us, dim by reason of the distance, and so high it seemed to me that I had seen none such. And we rejoiced. But soon our happiness was turned to grief, for from the new‐found land a whirlwind rose and smote our vessel's prow. 3 times it made her whirl with all the waters. Then at the 4th it made her stern go up and prow go down, even as another pleased, till over us the ocean's waves had closed. Inferno 27. The 8th circle. Fraud. The 8th trench. Fraudulent counsellors. The flame, because of having ceased to speak, was quiet and erect, and now away from us was going with the gentle poet's leave, when lo! another, which behind it came, caused us to turn our eyes up toward its tip, by reason of a vague sound issuing thence. As the Sicilian bull, which bellowed first with the lament of him, and that was right, who with his file had given form to it, was wont to bellow with the voice of him who suffered in it, so that though of brass, it seemed the one who by the pain was pierced. Even so, since from the body of the flame they have nor part nor mouth, the painful words were changed at first into the latter's tongue. But when these words had travelled to the tip, and given it that vibration which the tongue, when uttered, gave to them, we heard it say: "O thou, to whom I now address my voice, and who just now didst talk in Lombard, saying, 'Now go thy way, for thee I urge no more,' though I perhaps have somewhat late arrived, be not displeased to stop and speak with me. Thou seest that I am not, although I burn. If into this blind world thou only now art fallen down from that sweet Latin land whence all my guilt I bring. Pray tell me whether the Romagnoles are having peace or war? For I came from the mountains 'tween Urbino and that high peak from which the Tiber springs." While downward I was leaning still intent, my leader touched me on my side and said, "Speak thou, for this one an Italian is." And I, who had my answer all prepared, began to speak without delay. "O soul, that art concealed down yonder, thy Romagna is not at present, and she never was, devoid of war within her tyrants' hearts. But I left none apparent there just now. Ravenna is as she for many years has been. Polenta's eagle so broods there, that Servia it o'ercovers with its wings. The town which made the long resistance once, and of the French a sanguinary heap, beneath the green paws finds itself again. Verruccio's former mastiff and the new, who foully with Montagna dealt there, make, where they are wont, a gimlet of their teeth. The cities of Lamone and Sant'Anno, the little lion of the white lair rules, who changes sides from summer time to winter, and that whose flank is by the Savio bathed, lives, as it sits, twixt plain and mount, a free state, half and half a tyranny. And now I pray thee tell me who thou art, nor harder be than others here have been, so may thy name maintain itself on earth." After the flame had roared a little while, as is its fashion, to and fro it moved its pointed tip, and then gave forth this breath: "If I believed that my reply were made to one who to the world would e'er return, this flame would stay without another quiver. But inasmuch as, if I hear the truth, none e'er returned alive from this abyss, fearless of infamy I answer thee. A man of arms I was, then Cordelia, trusting, since girded thus, to make amends. And certainly my trust had been confirmed, were it not for that high priest whom ill befall, who set me at my former sins again. Both how and why I'd have thee hear from me. While I was still the shape of bones and flesh my mother gave me, my performances were not a lion's, but a fox's deed. All covert practices and hidden ways I knew, and I so carried on their arts that to the ends of earth their fame was noised. When I perceived at last that I had reached that period of my life when each should strike his sails and coil his ropes, what hitherto had given me pleasure I thereat disliked. I yielded then, repenting and confessing, and that, alas, poor me, would have availed. The prince of modern Pharisees, who then hard by the Lateran had a war on hand, though not with either Saracens or Jews, for Christians were all enemies of his, and none of them had gone to conquer Acre or been a merchant in the Soldan's land. Not heeding in himself his lofty office and holy orders, or in me the cord which Lena used to make those girt therewith, but as upon Soracte Constantine once bade Sylvester heal his leprosy, so this one called on me as master leech to cure him of the fever of his pride. He asked me for advice, but I kept still, because his words were like a drunkard's words. And then he said, "Let not thy heart mistrust. I from now on absolve thee. Teach me then how I can Palestrina overthrow. To lock and unlock heaven is in my power, as thou dost know. Two, therefore, are the keys my predecessor held in small esteem." His weighty words then drove me to the point at which the silent course appeared the worse. "Father," I therefore said, "since from the sin thou washest me, which I must now commit, a promise long drawn out, but shortly kept, will cause thy triumph on the lofty seat." Then Francis came for me when I was dead. But one of our black cherubs said to him, "Remove him not, and do no wrong to me. Among my menials he must needs descend, because he gave the fraudulent advice, since which till now I've had him by the hair. For who repents not cannot be absolved, nor yet can one at once repent and will, the contradiction not permitting it." Oh, woeful me! Oh, how I shook with fear, when after laying hold on me, he said, "Perhaps thou didst not think me a logician." He carried me to Minos, and the latter rammed his hard back 8 times and twined his tail, and when in great rage he had bitten it, "A sinner of the thievish fire is this," he said. "Hence, where thou seest me, I am lost, and thus robed, sorrowing go my way." When he had thus completed his discourse, the flame departed from us with its grief, twisting and lashing its sharp-pointed horn. I and my leader then passed farther on, up o'er the crag, as far as the next arch, which spans the ditch wherein their due is paid to those who burdens win by severing bonds. Inferno 28. The 8th circle, fraud. The 9th trench, sowers of discord. Who ever could, even with unfettered words, tell fully of the blood and of the wounds which now I saw, though oft he told the tale? All tongues would certainly fall short of it, by reason of our speech and of our mind, whose means are small for taking in so much. If all the people should again assemble, who on Apulia's fortune‐ravaged soil suffered of old from all the loss of blood shed by the Trojans, and in that long war, which with its spoil of rings made such high heaps, as Livy writes, who maketh no mistakes; with those who felt the painful force of blows received in waging war with Robert Guiscard, and those whose bones are still heaped up together at Ceparano, where a faithless liar was each Apulian, and near Tagliacozzo, where old Alado won, though all unarmed. And if of these one showed a limb pierced through, and one a limb lopped off, 'twould all be nothing compared with this 9th trench's foul display. No cask, indeed, by loss of middle board or stave, is opened, as was one I saw, split from the chin to where one breaketh wind, while down between his legs his entrails hung, his pluck appeared, and that disgusting sac which maketh excrement of what is swallowed. While I on seeing him was all intent, he looked at me, and opening with his hands his breast, he said, "See how I am cloven. Behold how torn apart Mahomet is. Ali in tears moves on ahead of me, cloven in his face from forelock down to chin, and all the others whom thou seest here disseminators were, when still alive, of strife and schism, and hence are cloven thus. There is a devil here behind, who thus fiercely adorns, and to the sword's edge puts each member of this company anew, when we have gone around the woeful road, because her one return in front of him, the wounds thus made have all been closed again. But who art thou that musest on the crag, perhaps to put up going to the torture, adjudge thine accusation of thyself? "Death hath not reached him yet," replied my teacher, "nor to a torment is he led by guilt, but that complete experience may be given him. I, who am dead, must needs conduct him here, from circle unto circle down through hell, and this is true as that I speak to thee." On hearing him, more were there than 100 who stopped there in the ditch to look at me, and who, through their surprise, forgot their pain. "To Fra Dolcino do thou therefore say, thou that perhaps wilt shortly see the sun, if soon he would not hither follow me, to arm him so with food, lest stress of snow should give the Novarese a victory which else would not be easily obtained." When one foot he had raised to go away, Mahomet said these words to me, which done, upon the ground he stretched it to depart. Another then, who had his neck pierced through, his nose cut off as far as 'neath his brows, and who had one ear only, having stopped to gaze in wonder with the others there, opened before the rest his throat, whose neck vermilion was on every side, and said: "O thou that by thy guilt art not condemned, and whom up in the Latin land I've seen, unless too great resemblance play me forth, call Pier de Medicina to thy mind, if e'er thou see again the lovely plain which from Vercelli slopes to Marcabo, and make it known to Fano's 2 best men, to Messer Guido and Angiolello too, that they, unless foreseeing be in vain down here, will from their vessel be cast forth and drowned in sacks near La Cattolica, through a disloyal tyrant's treachery. Beneath the isles Majolica and Cyprus, Neptune ne'er saw so great a crime committed by pirates, nay, nor by the Argolic folk. That traitor who sees only with one eye, and holds the town from seeing, which one now is with me here, who fain would fasting be, will to a conference have them come with him. He'll then so act that 'gainst Pochaco's wind they'll stand in need of neither vow nor prayer." And I to him: "Point out and show to me, if news of thee thou'dst have me bear above, which is the one who hath the bitter sight?" Thereat he laid his hand upon the jaw of one of his companions, oped his mouth, and cried, "This is the one, for he speaks not. When exiled, he removed all doubt in Caesar, by saying that a man, when once prepared, ne'er brooked delay but to his detriment." Oh, how dismayed that Curio seemed to me, who from his throat now had his tongue cut out, yet once had been so daring in his speech. Then one, from whom both hands had been lopped off, raising his maimed arms through the gloomy air, so that his blood befouled his face, cried out: "Mosca, wilt thou remember too, who said, 'Alas! what's done is done'?" A speech which proved the seed of evil for the Tuscan race. "And death," I thereto added, "to thy tribe." Then he, as woe on woe he heaped, went off, as one would whom his grief had made insane. But I remained to look upon the throng, and such a thing I saw as I should be afraid to tell of without further proof, if it were not that conscience reassures me, the good companion which, beneath the breastplate of conscious purity, emboldens man. I really saw, and still I seem to see it, a trunk without a head which moved along, as moved the others of the mournful herd, and by the hair it held the severed head, which, hanging like a lantern from its hand, was saying, as it gazed at us, "Oh me!" With his own self he made himself a lamp, and two in one they were, and one in two. How this can be, he knows who so ordains. When at the bridge's very foot he was, he raised his arm above him, head and all, that he might thus bring near to us his words, which were, "Now see my baneful punishment, thou that, though breathing, goest to see the dead. See whether any be as great as this, and that thou with thee mayest bear news of me, now that Bertranda born I am, the man who gave the youthful king the ill support of sire and son our mutual rebels made, Ahitophel by Absalom, and David with his malicious goadings did no more. Because I served those who thus were joined, I bear my brain around with me, alas, severed from its foundation in this trunk. Retaliation thus is seen in me." End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 29. The 8th circle, fraud. The 10th trench, falsifiers of metals. The many people and unheard of wounds had caused my eyes to be so drunk with tears, that fain they were to linger there and weep. But Virgil said, "At what art gazing still? Why is it that thine eyes still rest down there, among the wretched mutilated shades? Thou didst not thus when in the other trenches. Consider then, if thou propose to count them, that this trench circles 22 miles, and that the moon is now beneath our feet. Short is the time allowed us still, and more there is to see than what thou seest here." "If thou hadst heeded," I thereat replied, "the reason for my gazing there, thou wouldst perhaps have granted me a longer stay." Meantime my leader on his way was going, and I behind him moving, as I made my answer, adding, "In that hollow place, whereon I kept mine eyes so steadily, I think a spirit sprung from mine own blood bewails the fault so dearly paid for there." Thereat my teacher said, "Let not thy thoughts hereafter break on him. Heed other things, and there let him remain. For at the foot of that small bridge I saw him point thee out, and with his finger fiercely threaten thee. Geri del Bello I then heard him called. So wholly wast thou then intent on him, who formerly possessed haut fort, that thou till he departed didst not look beyond." "Leader," said I, "is death by violence which is not yet avenged for him by any who shared the shame, made him indignant. That, as I believe, was why he went away without addressing me. He thus has caused me to pity him the more." We thus conversed till we had reached the first place on the crag, whence, had there been more light, the next ravine had to its very bottom been revealed. When we o'er Malebolge's final cloister was situated so that its lay brethren could be perceived by us, uncouth laments, which had their arrow‐heads with pity barbed, so pierced me through and through, that with my hands I closed mine ears. Such pain as there would be, if from the hospitals of Valdiciana, Maremma, and Sardinia, from July until September, all diseases came together in one ditch, such was it here, and out of it there came a stench like that which out of rotting limbs is wont to come. Adown the last bank of the lengthy crag we went, as ever, to the left, and then much clearer was my vision toward the bottom, wherein the servant of the Most High Lord, Justice infallible, is punishing the falsifiers she recordeth here. I do not think it were a sadder sight to see the whole race in Ægina sick, when so suffused with poison was the air, that all the animals, down to the little worm, fell dead, and when the ancient race of people, according to what poets hold for truth, out of the seed of ants restored themselves, then now it was to see the spirits languish down in that gloomy ditch in different heaps. One on his belly lay, and others leaned against each other's shoulders, while another crawled on all fours along the dismal path. Without conversing, step by step we moved, both looking at and listening to the sick, who could not raise their bodies. Two of these I then saw sitting hand against each other leaning, just as a pan against a pan is leaned to warm, and spotted o'er with scabs from head to foot. And never have I seen a curry‐comb plied by a boy for whom his master waited, or by one who kept awake against his will, as each oft plied upon himself the edge of finger‐nails, for the great rage of itching which hath else no help. Their nails kept scraping down their scabs, as doth a knife the scales of bream, or fish of other kinds equipped with larger scales. "O thou that with thy fingers flayest thyself," to one of them my leader then began, "and who at times dost pincers make of them, pray tell us whether Latin any be of these in here, so may thy nails suffice thee for thy work eternally." "We, both of us whom thou beholdest here so spoiled, are Latin," answered one who wept. "But who art thou that didst inquire of us?" My leader thereupon said, "I am one who with this living man from ledge to ledge descend, and do propose to show him hell." Thereat the common back was broken up, and trembling each of them turned round toward me, with others who had heard him by rebound. Then my good teacher drew close up to me and said, "Say whatsoe'er thou wilt to them." Hence, since he so had wished it, I began. "So may your memory never fly away from human minds in that first world of ours, but rather and a many sons survive. Pray tell me who ye are, and of what people, nor let your foul and loathsome punishment make you afraid to show yourselves to me." "I of Arezzo was, and Alberto da Siena had me burned," one then replied. "But what I died for doth not bring me here. 'Tis true I said to him, although in jest, that I knew how to raise me in the air, and he who, curious, had but little sense, wished me to show that art to him, and only because I did not make him Daedalus, he had me burned by one who treated him as son. But to the last trench of the 10, Minos, who may not make mistakes, condemned me for the alchemy I practised in the world." Then to the poet I: "Now was there ever a people as vainglorious as the men of Siena? Surely not the French by far." Whereat the other leprous one who heard me replied to what I said: "Excepting Straker, who moderation knew in what he spent, and Nicolo, who was the first to find the costly use of cloves in gardens where such seed takes root; excepting, too, the company on whom Cecchia d'Ascian wasted his vineyard and great forest land, while Da Baglietto squandered all his sense. But so that thou mayst know who backs thee thus against the men of Siena, point thine eyes toward me, that well my face may answer thee. So shalt thou see that I'm Capocchio's shade, who metals falsified by alchemy; and thou, if well I see thee, shouldst recall how good an ape of nature I was once." Inferno 30. The 8th Circle. Fraud. The 10th Trench. Falsifiers of persons, money, and words. When Juno, on account of Semele, was angry with the royal blood of Thebes, as several times she showed herself to be, so fiercely mad did Athamas become, that when he saw his wife approaching him, burdened by her 2 sons on either side, "Spread we the nets," he cried, "that I may take, upon their passing, lioness and cubs," and thereupon stretched out his cruel claws, and taking hold of one, Learchus named, whirled him around and dashed him 'gainst a rock. His wife then with the other drowned herself. Again, when fortune so low down had brought the Trojans arrogant, all-daring power, that with their kingdom shattered was their king, Hecuba, sad, forlorn, and captive now, when she had seen her dead Polyxena, and in her painful anguish had perceived her Polydorus lying on the beach, out of her senses barked as would a dog. So greatly had her suffering turned her mind. But ne'er did Furies, or of Thebes or Troy, reveal in any one such cruelty in goading beasts, or much less human limbs, as that which I beheld in 2 death‐pale and naked shades, who ran around and bit, as doth a boar when from the sty let out. One reached Capocchio, and so thrust his tusks into his neck behind, that dragging him, he made his belly scrape the solid ground. The Aretine, still trembling, said to me, "That imp is Gianni Schicchi, who, enraged, goes all around ill-treating others thus." Then, "Oh," said I to him, "so may the other not fix his teeth in thee. Be not too tired to tell me who he is before he skips." And he to me, "That is the ancient soul of wicked Mara, who, outside the bounds of lawful love, became her father's mistress. She came to sin with him by counterfeiting another's person in herself, as dared the other one who yonder goes away, that he might gain the Lady of the Stud, to counterfeit Buoso Donate's self, and make his will, and give it legal form." When the two furious souls on whom my eyes were fixed had passed away, I turned them round to look upon the other evil born. And one I saw, who like a lute were shaped, if he had only had his groin cut off, down in the region where a man is forked. The heavy dropsy, which unmates the limbs in such a way with ill-digested humour, that face and paunch no longer correspond, was causing him to keep his lips apart, as doth the hectic, who, because of thirst, turns one lip chinward and the other up. "O ye that are, and wherefore I know not, free from all torment in this world of woe," said he to us, "behold and pay attention to Master Adam's wretched misery. When living, I had all that I desired, and now, alas! I crave a drop of water. The little brooks which toward the Arno run, down from the Casentino's green-clad hills, and render all their channels cool and fresh, are evermore before me, nor in vain, because their image makes me drier far than this disease which strips my face of flesh. The rigid justice which is scourging me takes from the very place in which I sinned the means to give my sighs a greater flight. There lies Romina, where I falsified the coin on which the Baptist form is stamped. For that I left my body burned above. But could I seek the woeful soul of Dido, or Alexander, or their brother here, for Fante Boranda I'd not give the sight. One is in here already, if the shades who go around here raging tell the truth. But what is that to me? His limbs are bound. If only I were still so light of foot that I could in 100 years advance 1 inch, I'd be already on the road in search of him among the loathsome people, although this trench goes round 11 miles, and is no less than half a mile across. Through them am I in such a family, for they persuaded me to coin the florins, which had at least 3 carats of alloy. Then I to him said, "Who are these 2 wretches who, smoking like wet hands in winter time, are lying there beside thee on thy right?" "I found them here," he answered, "when I reined into this ditch, since when they have not turned, nor will, I think, for all eternity. One is the woman who charged Joseph falsely, the other Sinon, Troy's deceitful Greek. Their burning fever makes them reek like this." And one of them, who felt aggrieved perhaps at being named so darkly, smote the speaker upon his hard stiff belly with his fist. It made a sound as it had been a drum. Then Master Adam smote him with his arm, which did not seem less hard, upon his face, and said, "Though I of motion be deprived by reason of my limbs, which heavy are, I have an arm that's loose for needs like this." Then he replied, "When going to the fire thou hadst it not so ready, but just so, and more thou hadst it when thou madest coin." He of the dropsy: "Here thou sayest true, but thou wast not so true a witness there, when thou wast questioned of the truth at Troy." "If I spoke falsely, thou didst falsify the coin," said Sinon. "I'm for one sin here, and thou for more than any other demon." "Remember Purgatory the horse," replied he of the swollen paunch, "and bitter be for thee that known it is by all the world." "Ill be for thee the thirst wherewith thy tongue is cracking," said the Greek, "and that foul water which for thine eyes thus makes thy paunch a hedge." Thereat the coiner said, "As is its wont, thy mouth in speaking evil gapeth wide. For though I'm thirsty, and humour stuffs me out, thine is the fever and the aching head, and thou'dst not stand in need of many words, bidding thee lick the mirror of Narcissus." On listening to them I was all intent, when, "Now be careful there," my teacher said, "for I'm not far from quarrelling with thee." When I thus heard him speak to me in anger, such was the shame wherewith I turned to him, that through my memory it is circling still, and such is he who dreameth of his harm, and dreaming wishes that he dreamt, and thus, as if it were not, longs for that which is. Such I became, who, impotent to speak, would fain excuse myself, and all the while was doing so, but did not think I was. "Less shame would wash away a greater fault than thine hath been," my teacher said to me. "Therefore unburden thee of all thy sadness, and count on me as ever at thy side, if it again should chance that fortune find thee where folk in such a wrangle are engaged. For vulgar is the wish to hear such things." Inferno 31. The edge of the central well. The Giants. One and the self-same tongue first wounded me, so that it coloured both my cheeks, and then supplied me with the medicine required. Achilles and his father's lance, I hear, was likewise wont to be the source of, first, a sad, and after of a grateful gift. We turned our backs upon the woeful vale over the bank which girds it round about, and passed across without a single word. Here less than night it was, and less than day, so that my sight advanced not far, but here I heard a horn give forth so loud a sound that it had rendered any thunder faint. This led mine eyes, as counter to its path they followed, wholly to a single place. After the woeful rout, when Charlemagne the holy army of his knights had lost, Roland blew not so terrible a blast. I had not kept my head turned toward it long, when many lofty towers I seemed to see. I, therefore: "Teacher, say what town is this?" "Since through the darkness from too far away thou peerest," he replied, "it comes about that afterward thou errest in conceiving. If yonder thou attain, thou'lt clearly see how from afar one's senses are deceived. Hence, onward, urge thyself a little more." Thereat he took my hand with kindly care, and said to me, "Ere further on we go, so that the fact may seem less strange to thee, know then that towers they are not, but giants, and all of them are standing in the well around the bank, each from his navel down. As when a fog is thinning off, one's gaze little by little giveth shape to that which, since it packs the air, the mist conceals; even so, as through the dense dark air I pierced, and nearer drew, and nearer to the brink, error in me took flight, and fear increased. For, as upon its round enclosing walls Monte Regione crowns itself with towers, thus o'er the margin which surrounds the well, with one half of their bodies, towered up those frightful giants, whom, when from the sky he thunders, Jupiter is threatening still. Already now was I distinguishing the face of one, his shoulders and his breast, most of his paunch, and down his sides, both arms. When nature ceased from making animals like these, and took such executioners from Mars, she certainly did very well; and even if she of elephants and whales repent her not, whoever subtly looks holds her therein the more discreet and just. For where the reasoning faculty is joined to evil, will equipped with power to act, people can make against it no defence. His face appeared to me as long and big as is at Rome the pine cone of St. Peter's, and in proportion to it were his other bones, so that the bank, which from his middle down an apron was, showed quite so much of him above it, that of reaching to his hair 3 Frisians would have made a useless boast; for I full 30 spans of him perceived, down from the place at which one buckles cloaks. "Raphael, my amexabi et almi!" The frightful mouth, to which no sweeter psalms were fitting, thereupon began to cry. Then toward him cried my leader, "Foolish soul, keep to thy horn, and vent thyself therewith, when wrath or other passion seizes thee. Search at thy neck, and thou wilt find the cord which holds it tied, O spirit of confusion, and see it lying on thy mighty breast." To me then, self‐accused he stands, for this is Nimrod, to whose evil thought is due that more than one tongue in the world is spoken. Let us leave him alone, nor talk in vain, for such is every tongue to him, as his to others is, for that is known to none. Then, turning to the left, we travelled on much further, and within a crossbow's shot we found the next one far more large and fierce. What was the master's power who girded him I cannot say, but this one had in front his left arm, and behind his back his right, tied by a chain which downward from his neck held him so bound that on the uncovered part it wound around as far as the 5th coil. My leader said to me, "'Gainst Jove most high, this proud soul wished to test his strength, and hence hath this reward. Ephialtes is his name. His haughty undertaking he attempted, what time the giants caused the gods to fear. The arms he plied, he moveth now no more." And I to him, if possible it be, I'd gladly have these eyes of mine enjoy experience of the measureless Beatrice." Then he replied: "Antaeus thou behold, not far from here, who speaks, and since unbound can set us at the bottom of all sin. He is much further on whom thou wouldst see, and bound he is, and shaped like this one, save that more ferocious in his looks he seems. There never was an earthquake strong enough to shake a tower with so much violence as Ephialtes quickly shook at this. Then more than ever yet did I fear death, nor for it was there need of more than fear, had it not been that I perceived his bonds. We thereupon proceeded further still, and to Antaeus came, who full 5 ells beside his head protruded from the pit. O thou, that in the valley fortune blest, which once caused Scipio to inherit glory, when with his followers Hannibal took flight, once tookst 1,000 lions as thy prey, and who, hadst thou been at thy brethren's war on high, it seems that it is still believed the sons of earth had been the victors there. Pray set us down below, nor let disdain affect thee, where the cold locks up Cocytus. Make us not go to Tityus or to Typhoeus. This man can give what most is longed for here. Stoop then, nor twist thy muzzle. He can still give fame to thee on earth, since he is living, and still looks forward to long life, if grace recall him not untimely to itself." The teacher thus. Then he in haste stretched out the hands, whose mighty pressure Hercules once felt, and took my leader. Virgil then, on feeling himself taken, said to me: "Come here, that I may take thee up," and then so did, that he and I one bundle were. Such as the Carisenda seems, when viewed beneath its leaning side, whene'er a cloud sails o'er it so that opposite it hangs, such did Antaeus seem to me, who watched to see him stoop, and such a moment 'twas that I had gladly gone another road. But lightly at the bottom, which devours Judas and Lucifer, he set us down, nor, thus bent over, did he linger there, but raised himself, as on a ship, a mast. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 32. The Ninth Circle. Treachery. Cocytus. Traitors to their relatives and to their country. If I had rhymes that were as harsh and hoarse as would be fitting for the dismal hole on which lean all the other circling rocks, I'd squeeze the juice of my conception out more fully. But because I have them not without fear do I resolve to speak. For to describe the bottom of the universe is not an enterprise wherewith to jest, nor for a tongue that says Mamma and Dad. Let then those ladies give my verse their aid, who helped Amphion build the walls of Thebes, that from the facts the telling differ not. O rabble, that ill born beyond all people, are in a place to speak of which is hard. Far better had ye here been sheep or goats. When we were down within the gloomy well, beneath the giant's feet, though lower far, and I still gazing at its lofty wall, I heard one say to me, "Look where thou walkest, and see that with thy feet thou trample not the heads of us, two wretched, weary brothers." Thereat I turned around, and saw before me, and 'neath my feet, a lake which, being frozen, seemed to be made of glass and not of water. The Danube up in Austria never made so thick a veil in winter for its course, nor yonder 'neath the cold sky did the Don as what was here. For even if Tambernic had fallen on it, or had Pietrapana, it had not cracked even at its very edge. And as a frog remains to do its croaking with muzzle out of water, in the season when oft the peasant dreams that she is gleaning, even so, as far as where one's shame is shown, the woeful shades were livid in the ice, as to the notes of storks they set their teeth. Each kept his face turned downward, from his mouth the cold, and from his eyes his saddened heart provides itself a witness in their midst. When I had gazed around a while, I looked down at my feet, and two I saw, with heads so close together that their hair was mixed. "Ye that are pressing thus your breasts together, say who ye are," said I. They bent their necks, and when their faces had been raised toward me, their eyes, moist only inwardly before, gushed upward through the lids, whereat the cold, binding the tears between them, closed them up. A clamp ne'er bound so tightly board to board, whereat, so great the anger mastering them, like two he-goats they butted one another. And one who had by reason of the cold lost both his ears, with face still lowered, said, "Why dost thou mirror thee so much on us? If thou wouldst know who those two near thee are, the valley from which thy Vicentio flows belonged to their sire Albert, and to them. They issued from one body, and thou canst search through all China, but thou'lt never find a shade more worthy to be fixed in ice. Not he, whose breast and shadow broken were by one same blow at Arthur's hand, nor yet Focaccia, nor this fellow here, whose head so blocks me that I cannot see beyond, and who was Sasso Mascheroni called. Who he was thou, if Tuscan, now know'st well, and that thou put me to no further speech. Know then that I was Camicium de Pazzi, and that, to excuse me, I await Carlin." Thereafter I beheld 1,000 faces made dog-like by the cold. Hence frozen ponds cause me to shudder now, and always will. And now, while toward that centre we were moving, whereto all heavy objects gravitate, and I was trembling in the eternal cold, I know not whether it were will or fate or chance, but as I walked among the heads, hard in the face of one I struck my foot. Weeping, he scolded, "Wherefore dost thou smite me? Unless thou comest to increase the vengeance for Montapeti, why dost thou molest me?" And I said, "Teacher, wait now for me here, that I through him may issue from a doubt. Then at thy pleasure shalt thou hurry me." My leader stopped, and I to him, who still was savagely blaspheming, said, "What sort of man art thou, that scoldest people so?" "Now who art thou that goest?" he replied, "through Antenora, smiting cheeks so roughly that it would be too much wert thou alive." "I am alive, and it may profit thee," was my reply, "for me to place thy name, if fame thou ask, among my other notes." And he, "I crave the contrary. Away with thee, and bother me no more, for ill dost thou know how to flatter in this bog." Thereat I seized him by the nape, and said, "It needs must be that thou reveal thy name, or that no hair remain upon thee here." Then he to me, "Do thou pull out my hair, and neither say nor show thee who I am. Fall thou upon my head 1,000 times." I had his hair wrapped round my hand already, and more than one shock had I plucked from him, while he was barking with his eyes turned down, when here another cried, "What ails thee, barker? Is making noise with jawbones not enough, unless thou bark? What devil touches thee?" "Henceforth," said I would not have thee speak, perfidious traitor, for true news of thee I'll carry with me to thy lasting shame." "Begone, and tell whate'er thou wilt," he answered. "But be not silent, if thou issue hence, of him who had just now his tongue so ready. He here bewails the money of the French. Him of Duera thou canst say, I saw where cold the days are for the sinful folk. And if thou shouldst be asked who else was there, thou hast beside thee him of Beccaria, who had his gorget cut in two by Florence. Gianni de Saldanier is further on, I think, with Ganelon, and Tebaldello, who while its people slept unlocked Faenza." From him we had departed now, when two I saw, so frozen in a single hole that one man's head served as the other's cap. And as because of hunger bread is eaten, even so the upper on the other set his teeth, where to the nape the brain is joined. Not otherwise did Tydeus gnaw the temples of Menelaus out of spite, than this one was gnawing at the skull and other parts. "O thou that showest by a sign so beastly hatred toward him thou eatest, tell me why," said I to him, "on this express condition, that shouldst thou rightfully of him complain, I knowing who ye are and that one sin, may quit thee for it in the world above, if that wherewith I speak be not dried up." Inferno, 33. The ninth circle. Treachery. Cocytus. Traitors to their country and to their guests. From his grim meal that sinner raised his mouth, and wiped it on the hair of that same head which he had spoiled behind. He then began, "Thou wouldst that I renew a hopeless grief, the thought of which already breaks my heart, before I speak of it. But if my words are likely to be seeds, and bear the fruit of infamy upon the traitor whom I gnaw, speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what means thou art come down here. But when I hear thee speak, thou truly seemst to me a Florentine. Know then that I Count Ugolino was, and this man here Ruggieri the Archbishop. And now I'll tell thee why I'm thus his neighbour. That as the outcome of his evil thought. I, trusting him, was seized, and afterward was put to death. There is no need to say. But that which thou canst not have heard, that is, how cruel was my death, thou now shalt hear. And whether he have wronged me, thou shalt know. A narrow slit within the molting tower, which bears because of me the name of Hunger, and in whose walls still others must be locked, had through its opening shown me many a moon already, when I had the evil dream which rent apart the curtain of the future. This one therein a lord and huntsman seemed, chasing the wolf and wolfings toward the mount, which hinders peasants from beholding Luca, with bitches lean and eager and well trained, for he had set before him in his van Gualandi with Sismondi and Lanfranchi. After a little run, both father and sons seemed weary to me. Then, methought, I saw their flanks torn open by sharp-pointed fangs. When, just before the morning, I awoke, I heard my children who were with me there sob in their sleep and ask me for their bread. Cruel indeed thou art, if thinking what my heart forebode thou grievest not already, and if thou weepest not at what art wont to weep. Awake they were, and now the hour was drawing nigh when food was brought to us. Hence each, by reason of his dream, was worried. And then I heard the dread tower's lower door nailed up, whereat, without a word, I looked my children in the face. I did not weep, so like a stone had I become within. They wept, and my poor little Anselm said, Father, thou lookest so, what aileth thee? But still I did not weep, nor did I answer through all that day, or through the following night, till on the world another sun had dawned. Then, when a little beam had made its way into our woeful prison, and I perceived by their four faces how I looked myself, I bit in anguish both my hands, and they, thinking it done because I craved to eat, immediately stood up and said to me, Father, much less shall we be pained if us thou eat. Thou with this wretched flesh didst clothe us, do thou then strip it from us now. Thereat, to sadden them no more, I calmed myself through that day, and the next we all kept mute. I calmed myself through that day, and the next we all kept mute. Ah, why, hard earth, didst thou not open up? Then Gaddo, when the fourth day we had reached, stretched himself out at length before my feet, and said, My father, why dost thou not help me? And there he died, and even as thou seest me, between the fifth day and the sixth, I saw the three fall one by one, and blind already, I gave myself to groping over each, and 2 days cold them after they were dead. Then fasting proved more powerful than pain. When he had spoken thus, with eyes awry, he seized again the wretched skull with teeth, which for the bone were strong as are a dog's. Ah, Pisa, foul reproach of those that dwell in that fair country where the sea is heard, since slow thy neighbours are to punish thee, then let Caprara and Gorgona move, and make a hedge across the Arno's mouth, that every person in thee may be drowned. For though Count Ugolino had the name of traitor to thee in thy castle towns, thou shouldst not thus have crucified his sons. Their youthful age had made thou modern thieves, Brigata and Uguccione, innocent, and the other two my canto names above. Further along we went, to where the ice roughly enswathes another class of people, not downward turned, but wholly on their backs. Weeping itself allows not weeping there, and tears which find a barrier in their eyes, turn back to cause their suffering to increase, because the first ones form a solid block, and thus, like crystal visors, wholly fill the hollow cup beneath the brow. And though, as in a callous spot, because of cold, all feeling had departed from my face, it seemed to me that now I felt some wind. Whence I to him, "My teacher, who moves this? Is not all moving air quenched here below?" And he, "Ere long shalt thou be where thine eyes, seeing the cause which raineth down the blast, will make an answer to thee as to this." One of the wretches of the icy crust called out to us thereat, "O soul so cruel that unto you the last place is assigned, remove for me the hard veils on my face, that I may somewhat vent the pain that fills my heart, before the tears freeze up again." Whence I to him, "If thou wouldst have me help thee, say who thou art, and should I not relieve thee, may I needs reach the bottom of the ice." Then he, "I Frate Alberigo am, he of the evil garden's fruit, who here for every fig I gave get back a date." Then, "Oh," said I, "art thou already dead?" And he to me replied, "I have no knowledge how in the world above my body fares. Such is the privilege of this Ptolemaic, that frequently a soul falls into it, ere Atropos have caused it to move on. But that thou scrape more gladly from my face these glassy tears, know, then, that just as soon as any soul betrays, as I betrayed, its body is taken from it by a demon, who then takes charge of it, until its time be all revolved. Into a well like this it rushes headlong down. And so, perhaps, the body of the shade that wanders here behind me is still visible above. This thou shouldst know, if just come down. For he Sir Branca is, and many years have now gone by since he was thus shut up." "I think," said I, "that thou deceivest me, for Branca is not dead as yet, but eats and drinks and sleeps and dons his clothes." "Above us, in the Malebranches ditch," he said, "there where the sticky pitch is boiling. Not yet had Michael Zencher's soul arrived, when in his stead this fellow left behind a devil in his body, as did also one of his kinsmen, who with him performed the treachery. But stretch thy hand here now, and ope thine eyes." And yet I oped them not, for rudeness shown to him was courtesy. Ah, Genoese, ye men estranged from all morality, and full of every vice, why from the earth are ye not wholly driven? For with the meanest spirit of Romagna I found one such of you, that for his deeds in soul he bathes already in Cocytus, and seems in body still alive above. Inferno 34. The ninth circle. Treachery. Cocytus. Traitors to their benefactors. Lucifer. "The banners of the King of Hell advance towards us now. Therefore look ahead of thee," my teacher said, "and see if thou perceive him." As when a heavy fog is breathed abroad, or when at night our hemisphere grows dark, a windmill looks when seen from far away, even such a structure seemed I now to see. Then for the wind I shrank behind my leader, for other shelter was there none. I now, and 'tis with fear I put it into verse, was where the shades were wholly covered up, and visible as is a straw in glass. Some lying are, and some are standing up, one on his head, the other on his soles. One like a bow bends toward his feet his face. When we had gone so far ahead that now it pleased my teacher to reveal to me the creature who once seemed so beautiful, he stepped from where he was in front of me, stopped me, and said, "Lo, Dis, and lo the place where thou must arm thyself with fortitude." How frozen and how weak I then became, ask thou not, reader, for I write it not, because all speech would be of small avail. I did not die, nor yet remained alive. Think for thyself now, hast thou any wit, what I became, of both of these deprived. The Emperor of the realm of woe stood forth out of the ice from midway up his breast, and I compare more closely with a giant than merely with his arms the giants do. Consider now how great that whole must be that with such parts as these may be compared. If once as beautiful as ugly now, he still raised up his brows against his Maker, justly doth every woe proceed from him. Oh, what a marvel it appeared to me when I beheld three faces to his head. One was in front of us, and that was red. The other two were to the latter joined right o'er the middle of each shoulder blade, and met each other where he had his crest. That on the right 'twixt white and yellow seemed, the left one such to look at as are those who come from there where valeward flows the Nile. Under each face two mighty wings stretched out, of size proportioned to so huge a bird. Sails of the sea, I never saw so large. They had no feathers, but were like a bat's in fashion. These he flapped in such a way that three winds issued forth from him. Thereby Cocytus was completely frozen up. With 6 eyes he was weeping, and his tears and bloody slaver trickled o'er 3 chins. In each mouth, as a heckle would have done, a sinner he was crushing with his teeth, and thus was causing pain to 3 of them. To him who was in front of us the biting was nothing to the clawing, for at times his back remained completely stripped of skin. That soul up there which hath the greatest pain, Judas Iscariot is, my teacher said, who hath his head within, and plies his legs without. Of the other 2 whose heads are down, Brutus is he who from the black snout hangs. See how he writhes, and utters not a word. Cassius the other is, who so big-limbed appears. But night is coming up again, and now 'tis time to leave, for we've seen all. Then, as it pleased him, I embraced his neck, and he availed himself of time and place, and when the wings were opened wide enough, he firmly grasped the shaggy flanks, and then from tuft to tuft he afterward descended between the matted hair and frozen crusts. When we were come to where the thigh turns round, just at the thick part of the hips, my leader, with tiring effort and with stress of breath, turned his head round to where his legs had been, and seized the hair as one would who ascends. Hence, I thought, we were going back to hell. Hold fast to me, for by such stairs as these, panting like one worn out, my teacher said, must such great wickedness be left behind. Then through an opening in the rock he issued, and after setting me upon its edge, over toward me advanced his cautious step. Raising mine eyes, I thought that I should still see Lucifer the same as when I left him, but I beheld him with his legs held up. And thereupon, if I became perplexed, let those dull people think who do not see what kind of point that was which I had passed. "Stand up," my teacher said, "upon thy feet. The way is long and difficult the road, and now to Middle Tierce the sun returns. It was no palace hallway where we were, but just a natural passage underground, which had a wretched floor and lack of light. "Before I tear myself from this abyss, teacher," said I on rising, "talk to me a little, and correct my wrong ideas. Where is the ice, and how is this one fixed thus upside down? And in so short a time how hath the sun from evening crossed to morn?" Then he to me, "Thou thinkest thou art still beyond the centre, where I seized the hair of that bad worm who perforates the world. While I was going down, thou wast beyond it; but when I turned, thou then didst pass the point to which all weights are drawn on every side. Thou now art come beneath the hemisphere opposed to that the great dry land o'ercovers, and 'neath whose zenith was destroyed the man who without sinfulness was born and died. Thy feet thou hast upon the little sphere which forms the other surface of Judeca. 'Tis morning here, whenever evening there, and he who made our ladder with his hair is still fixed fast, even as he was before. He fell on this side out of heaven, whereat the land, which hitherto was spread out here, through fear of him made of the sea a veil, and came into our hemisphere, perhaps to flee from him. What is on this side seen left the place empty here, and upward rushed. There is a place down there, as far removed from Beelzebub as e'er his tomb extends, not known by sight, but by a brooklet's sound, which flows down through a hole there in the rock, gnawed in it by the water's spiral course, which slightly slopes. My leader then and I, in order to regain the world of light, entered upon that dark and hidden path, and without caring for repose went up, he going on ahead, and I behind, till through a rounded opening I beheld some of the lovely things the sky contained. Thence we came out, and saw again the stars. End of chapter 54. End of Inferno. Chapter 55 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 1. Introduction to the Purgatorio. The shore of the island of Purgatory. Cato. To run o'er better water hoists her sails the little vessel of my genius now, which leaves behind her such a cruel sea. And of that second realm I'll sing, wherein the human spirit purifies itself, and groweth worthy to ascend to heaven. But here let poetry arise from death, since, holy Muses, yours I am, and let Calliope, here somewhat higher soaring, with those sweet tones accompany my song, whose power the miserable magpies felt so keenly that of pardon they despaired. The oriental sapphire's tender hue, now gathering in the sky's unclouded face, as far as to the first of circles pure, began again to give mine eyes delight, when forth I issued from the deadly air, which with its gloom had filled mine eyes and heart. The beauteous planet, which incites to love, veiling with light the fishes in her train, was causing all the eastern sky to laugh. Round to the right I turned, and set my mind upon the other pole, and saw four stars, never perceived, save by the first of men. The sky appeared to enjoy their little flames. O region of the north that widowed art, because deprived of gazing thereupon! When I had from the sight of them withdrawn, turning a little toward the other pole, whence now the wane had wholly disappeared, a lone old man beside me I perceived, deserving of such reverence in his looks that no son owes his father any more. Long was the beard he wore, and partly white, as likewise was the hair upon his head, 2 locks of which hung down upon his breast. And so the rays of those 4 holy stars adorned his face with splendour, that to me he looked as if the sun were facing him. "Who then are ye that 'gainst the blind streams have from the eternal prison escaped?" he said, moving the while those venerable locks. "Who led you, or what served you as a lamp, when forth ye issued from the night profound, which makes the infernal veil for ever black? Are broken thus the laws of hell's abyss, or through new counsel is there change in heaven, that ye, though damned, are come to these my clefts?" My leader thereupon took hold of me, and with his words, and with his hands and signs, imposed respect upon my legs and brow. He then replied, "I came not of myself. From heaven came down a lady, at whose prayer I helped this man with my companionship. But since thy will it is that our true state should be explained to thee more clearly, mine it cannot be that this should be denied thee. Not yet hath this man his last evening seen, but through his folly was so near to it, that he was left but very little time. As I have told thee, I was sent to save his life, nor was there any other way than this, to which I have addressed myself. I've shown him all the people who are guilty, and now I mean those spirits to reveal, who 'neath thy jurisdiction cleanse themselves. Long would it take to tell thee how I led him. Virtue descendeth from on high, which helps me lead him to see thee and to hear thee speak. His coming, therefore, please to welcome. Freedom he seeks, which is so dear, as knoweth he who gives up life therefor. This thou dost know, since death for its sake was not bitter to thee in Utica, where thou didst leave the robe which on the great day will so brightly shine. The eternal edicts are not void to us, for this man lives, and I'm not bound by Minos, but of that circle am, wherein the eyes of thy chaste Marcia are, O holy breast, whose looks implore thee still to hold her thine. For love of her, then, yield thee unto us. Permit us through thy 7 domains to go. My grateful praise of thee I'll bear to her, if to be mentioned there below thou deign." "Marcia so pleased mine eyes," he then replied, "that while upon the other side I was, I granted all the favours she desired. Now that she dwells beyond the evil stream, no longer can she move me, by the law made at the moment when I issued thence. But if a lady of heaven impel and guide thee, as thou hast said, no need of flattering prayers. Suffice it thee that for her sake thou ask. Go then, and see that with a leafless rush thou gird this man, and that thou wash his face, so that therefrom all foulness thou remove. For 'twere not fit he went with eyes o'ercast by any mist, before the first of those who serve as ministers of Paradise. This little isle, around its lowest base, down yonder where the waves are beating it, produces rushes on its yielding ooze. No other plant, like one that brought forth leaves, or hardened, can maintain its life down there, because it yields not when receiving blows. Thereafter be not hither your return. The sun, which rises now, will show you how to climb the mountain by the easiest slope." Thereat he disappeared, and I arose without a word, and to my leader's side I closely drew, and toward him turned mine eyes. And he began, "Son, follow thou my steps. Let us turn backward, for the shore slopes down on this side toward its lowly boundaries." The dawn was vanquishing the morning breeze which fled before it, so that from afar I recognized the shimmering of the sea. We now were going o'er the lonely plain, as one who to a road he lost returns, until he find it seems to go in vain. When we were there, where with the sun the dew still struggles on, through being in a place where, for the breeze, it slowly melts away, my teacher, having spread out both his hands, rested them gently on the tender grass; whence I, who of his purpose was aware, yielded to him the cheeks my tears had stained. He then brought all that natural colour back, which hell had on my countenance concealed. We came thereafter to that lonely shore, which never saw its waters sailed by one who afterward expected a return. Here, as the other pleased, he girded me. O wondrous sight! For like the humble plant which he had chosen, another instantly sprang forth again from where he tore the first. Purgatorio 2. The shore of the island of Purgatory, the angel pilot, and arriving souls. And now already had the sun arrived at that horizon whose meridian circle rests with its zenith o'er Jerusalem, and night, which circles opposite thereto, was issuing from the Ganges with the scales, which when she gains are falling from her hands, so that the white and pure vermilion cheeks of beautiful Aurora where I was were turning orange through excessive age. Along the seaside we were lingering still, like folk who taking thought about their road go on in heart, but with their body stay, when lo, as at the approach of morning, Mars, because of heavy vapours groweth red down in the west above the ocean's floor. Even so I saw, may I again behold it, a light which o'er the sea so swiftly moved that no flight is as rapid as its motion, from which, when I a moment had withdrawn mine eyes to ask a question of my leader, again I saw it grown more bright and large. And on each side of it there then appeared I knew not what white thing, and underneath little by little came another forth. Meanwhile my teacher uttered not a word, until the first white objects looked like wings. Then, having recognized the pilot well, he cried, "See, see now that thou bend thy knees. This is God's angel, fold thy hands. Henceforth shalt thou behold such officers as this. See how he so scorns human instruments as to wish neither oar nor other sail than his own wings between such distant shores. See how he holds them straight up toward the sky, stroking the air with those eternal plumes which do not moult as mortal feathers do." And then, as more and more the bird divine drew near to us, the brighter he appeared. Therefore mine eyes endured him not near by, but down I cast them. With a little boat he came ashore, so agile and so light, the water swallowed up no part of it. Such on its stern the heavenly pilot stood, that he would bless one were he but descried. More than 100 spirits sat with him. When Israel out of Egypt came, they all in unison were singing there together, with what is written after in that psalm. Then, having signed them with the Holy Cross, whereat all cast themselves upon the shore, he went away as swiftly as he came. The crowd which stayed seemed strangers to the place, and gazed around them there, as doth a man who with unwonted things acquaints himself. The sun, which from the middle of the sky had hunted Capricorn with arrows bright, was shooting forth the day on every side, when those new people raised their brows towards us, and said, "If ye know how, point out to us the road that one should take to reach the mount." And Virgil answered, "Ye perchance believe that we have had experience of this place, but we are pilgrim strangers like yourselves. We came just now, a little while before you, but by another way so rough and hard that going up will now seem play to us." The souls who, by my breathing, had become aware that I was still a living being, in their astonishment turned death-like pale, and, as around a messenger who bears the olive, people surge to hear the news, and, as to crowding, none of them seem shy, so one and all those fortune-favoured souls fixed on my face their gaze, as if forgetting to go and make their spirits beautiful. Then one among them I beheld advance in such a loving manner to embrace me, that it persuaded me to do the like. Oh, save in your appearance, empty shades! 3 times behind it did I clasp my hands, and to my breast therewith as oft returned. With wonder, I believe, I painted me. Smiling because of this, the shade drew back, while following after, I pressed further on. With gentle words he told me to desist. Then who it was I knew, and begged of him to stop a little while and speak with me. "As thee I loved when in my mortal body," he answered me, "even so when freed I love thee. Therefore I stop. But wherefore goest thou?" "Casella mine," said I take this journey, that where I am I may return again. But why from thee hath so much time been taken?" And he to me, "No outrage hath been done me, if he who takes both when and whom he likes hath more than once refused me passage here, for to a righteous will is his conformed. Yet peacefully these 3 months hath he taken whoever wished to enter into his boat. Hence I, who now was toward the seashore bent, where Tiber's water mingles with the salt, was with benignity received by him at yonder river's mouth, towards which his wings even now are turned, for those who go not down toward Acheron always assemble there. And I, if some new law take not from thee the memory of the practice of the song of love, which used to quiet all my longings, be pleased a little to console therewith my spirit, which because of coming here when in its body is so sore distressed." the love that talketh with me in my mind." He thereupon began to sing so sweetly that still within me is its sweetness heard. My teacher, I, and those that with him were, seemed as contented as if none of us had any other thing upon his mind. Absorbed in listening to his notes, we all were motionless, when lo, the grave old man, who cried, "Ye laggard spirits, what is this? What means this negligence and standing still? Run to the mount, and strip ye off the slough which lets not God be visible to you." Even as, when picking grains of wheat or tares, doves met together at their feeding, calm, and not displaying their accustomed pride, if anything appear that frightens them, all of a sudden leave their food alone, because assailed by greater cause for care, even so I saw that new-come family give up the song, and toward the hillside move, like one who goes, but whither knoweth not, nor was in less haste our departure made. Purgatorio 3. Anti-Purgatory. The repentant who died excommunicated. Although their sudden flight had scattered them over the plain and turned them toward the mount, where justice probes us with its penalties, more closely to my faithful mate I drew. And how without him had I run my race, or who had drawn me up the mountain side? To me he seemed o'erwhelmed with self-reproach. O conscience, when both dignified and clear, how sharp a bite a slight fault is to thee! When once his feet had given up the haste which of their dignity deprives all acts, my mind, to one thought limited at first, enlarged its scope with eager interest now, and toward that mountain I addressed my gaze, which skyward rises highest from the sea. The sun, which back of us was flaming red, in front of me was broken in the shape wherein I lent its rays a resting place. I turned, and at my side I looked, afraid of having been abandoned, when I saw the ground was dark in front of me alone. When wholly turned, my comforter began: "Why still distrustful? Dost thou not believe that I am with thee, and am guiding thee? 'Tis evening now, where buried lies the body wherein I cast a shadow. Naples now possesses it, from Brindisi 'twas taken. If then in front of me no shadow fall, marvel no more than at the heavenly spheres thou wouldst, which hinder not each other's rays. That power enables bodies such as mine to suffer torments both of heat and cold, which wills not that its ways be shown to us. Insane is he that hopes our human reason will ever travel o'er the boundless path, o'er which one substance in three persons moves. Be satisfied, O human race, with facts, for if ye could have seen the cause of all, no need had been for Mary to bear child, and ye've seen, vainly longing, men so great that their desire would else have been appeased, which given them is for an eternal grief. I speak of Aristotle, and of Plato, and many others." Here he bowed his head, and saying nothing more, remained disturbed. Meanwhile we had attained the mountain's foot, and there we found the rocky cliff so steep that legs would there be nimble all in vain. 'Tween Lerici and Turbia the loneliest and wildest path is, if compared with that, a safely climbed and easy flight of stairs. Now who knows on which side the hill so slopes? Then said my teacher, as he stayed his steps, that he who wingless goes can make the ascent. Meanwhile, as he was questioning his mind about the path, and held his face bowed down, and I was gazing upward round the cliff, upon my left a throng of souls appeared, who toward us moved their feet, yet did not seem to move, so slowly were they coming on. "Teacher," said I, "lift up thine eyes. Behold on this side people who will give us counsel, if thou canst not obtain it from thyself." He then looked up, and with relief replied, "Let us go toward them, for they slowly come. And thou, sweet son, be steadfast in thy hope." Those people were as yet as far away, after 1,000 of our steps, I mean, as a good thrower's hand would reach, when all pressed up against the lofty bank's hard mass, and stayed there still, and huddled up together, as when, in doubt, a walker stops to look. Virgil began, "O ye whose end was good, O now elected spirits, by the peace which I believe ye all look forward to, say where the mount so lies that going up be possible for us, for loss of time to him who knoweth most is most displeasing. As from the fold young sheep are wont to come by ones and twos and threes, while timidly the others stay with downcast eyes and muzzle, and what the first one doth, so do the rest, all huddling up to her in case she stop, simple and quiet, nor yet knowing why. Even so the leader of that favoured flock I saw start forward then, and toward us come, modest in face and dignified in gait. When those who were in front the light beheld so broken on the ground upon my right, that 'gainst the cliff a shadow fell from me, they stopped and backward drew a little way, and all the others coming on behind, not knowing why they did so, did the same. Without your asking, I affirm to you that this you see a human body is. Therefore the sun's light on the ground is broken. Be not surprised then, but believe that not without a power that cometh down from heaven is he attempting to surmount this wall." My teacher thus, those worthy people then, as with the back part of their hands they waved, said, "Turn then, and ahead of us go in." And one of them began, "Whoe'er thou art, as thus thou goest, turn thy face, recall if thou hast ever seen me in the world." Toward him I turned, and on him fixed my gaze. Blond, handsome, and of noble mien he was, although an eyebrow by a blow was cut. When I had, with due modesty, disclaimed having e'er seen him there, he said, "Now see," and showed me high upon his breast a wound. Then with a smile he said, "Manfred am I, the grandson of the Empress Constance. Hence I beg thee that on thy return thou go to my fair daughter, mother of the honour of Sicily and Aragon, and should aught else be told her, tell her thou the truth. After my body by 2 mortal stabs had been pierced through, in tears I gave myself to that one who forgiveth willingly. My sins were horrible indeed, and yet the goodness infinite hath arms so wide that it receiveth all who turn to it. And if Cosenza's pastor, who by Clement was sent to hunt me down, had then perused this page in God's book as he should have done, my body's bones would still be lying there, hard by the bridge's head near Benevento, under the keeping of the heavy calm. Bathed by the rain, the wind now blows them round outside the kingdom, near the Verde's banks, whither he moved them with extinguished lights. Not by their cursing is eternal love so lost that it cannot return again as long as hope hath still a speck of green. 'Tis true that he that dieth in contempt of Holy Church, though at the very last he may repent, outside this mountain's bank must stay, for all the time that he hath been in his presumption 30 times as long, unless by good prayers shortened be this ban. See now if thou canst make me glad by telling my good Costanza both where thou hast seen me and of this interdict, for one is here greatly advanced by those that are beyond. Purgatorio 4. Anti-Purgatory. The first ledge. Those who neglected repentance until death. Whene'er, because of pleasure or of pain received by any faculty of ours, our soul is wholly centred thereupon, it seems to heed no other faculty, and this is gainst that wrong belief which holds that one soul in us or another burns. Therefore, when anything is heard or seen, which toward it holds the soul intently turned, time passes by, and one perceives it not, since one thing is the faculty which harks, and that which holdeth all the soul another. This last is bound, as 'twere the former free. Of this I real experience had, while hearing and wondering at that spirit. For the sun had climbed up 50 full degrees at least, though I had not perceived it, when we came to where those souls cried out to us together, "The place which you are asking for is here." Oft doth a farmer, when the grapes grow dark, close up a wider opening in a hedge with but a little forkful of his thorns, than was the entrance there, through which my leader and I behind him mounted all alone, when once the crowd had gone away from us. One climbs San Leo and descends to Noli, one wins the summit of Bismantova, helped solely by one's feet, but one up here would have to fly, with the swift wings, I mean, and plumes of great desire, behind the guide who gave me hope and furnished me with light. As up within the cloven rock we climbed, its walls on each side closely hemmed us in, while under us the ground both feet and hands required. When on the high cliff's upper edge we were, and out upon the open slope, "Which way, my teacher, shall we go?" said I. And he to me, "Take thou no backward step. Keep gaining ground behind me up the mount, until some guide who knows appears to us." So high the summit was that it surpassed our sight, and steeper far the slope than were a line from centre to mid-quadrant drawn. Weary was I when I began to speak. "O gentle Father, turn around and see how I remain alone unless thou stop." "Draw thyself up, my son, as far as there," he said, and somewhat higher pointed out a ledge on that side circling all the hill. His words so spurred me that I forced myself to crawl behind him on my hands and knees until the girding ledge was 'neath my feet. There both of us sat down and faced the east, whence we had made the ascent, for looking back upon a traversed course is wont to help. First to the shores below I turned mine eyes, then raised them to the sun, and was amazed that we were smitten by it on our left. Then raised them to the sun, and was amazed that we were smitten by it on our left. The poet well perceived that I was gazing dumbfounded at the chariot of the light, which now was rising between the north and us. "If Castor," said he then to me, "and Pollux, were in the company of yonder mirror, which up and down in turn conducts its light, thou wouldst the zodiac's ruddy part behold revolving still more closely to the Bear's, unless it issued from its ancient path. If thou wouldst understand how this can be, collect thy thoughts within thee, and imagine both Zion and this mount so placed on earth that both of them one sole horizon have, and different hemispheres, and thou wilt see how that the road which Phaeton could not take, alas for him, must pass this mount on one, while passing that one on the other side, if thine intelligence but clearly heed. "Surely, my teacher, never have I seen," said I, "as clearly as I now perceive, where once my mind appeared to be at fault, how the mid‐circle of supernal motion, which in a certain art is called equator, and ebetween the sun and winter stays, lies toward the north, for reasons given by thee, as far on this side as the Hebrew people ever beheld it toward the heated parts. But if it please thee, I would gladly know how far we have to go, because the mount higher ascends than eyes of mine can rise." "Such is this mountain," said he then to me, "that always hard to climb at first below, it pains one less the higher one ascends. Hence, when so pleasant to thee it shall seem, that going up shall be to thee as easy as floating with the current in a boat, thou then shalt have attained the pathway's end. Hope there to rest thee from thy breathless toil. No more I answer, this I know for truth." When he had ended what he had to say, the voice of one near by cried out, "Perhaps, ere that shall happen, thou wilt need to sit." On hearing this, we both of us turned round, and saw a massive boulder on our left, which neither I nor he had seen before. Thither we drew, and there some persons were who lingered in the shade behind the rock, as one is wont to do through indolence; and one of them, who weary seemed to me, was sitting with his arms around his knees, and down between the latter held his face. "O my sweet lord," said I then, "turn thine eyes on yonder man, who shows himself to be more lazy than if sloth his sister were." Then turning round toward us, and giving heed, he moved his face no more than o'er his thigh, and said, "Go up now, thou that active art." I then knew who it was, nor did the strain, which quickened still my breath a little, hinder my going to him. Yet when at his side I was, he barely raised his head, and said, "Hast thou at last seen why it is the sun driveth his car o'er thy left shoulder here?" His lazy actions and his few short words impelled my lips to smile a little. Then, "Belacqua," I began, "I grieve for thee no more. But tell me why thou sittest here. Art waiting for a guide, or hast thou now merely resumed thy customary mood?" And he, "What, brother, is the use of climbing? The bird of God, who at the gate is seated, would not allow me to approach the pangs. The sky must first turn round me here outside, as long as ever in my life it did, since I delayed good sighs until the end, unless before then I be helped by prayers arising from a heart that lives in grace. Of what avail are those unheard in heaven?" But now the poet, climbing on ahead, was saying, "Come now on with me. Thou seest that our meridian by the sun is touched, and that already from the Ganges banks Night covers up Morocco with her feet." End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 5. Anti-Purgatory. The second ledge. The negligent who died by violence. Already had I parted from those shades, and in my leader's steps was following on, when one behind me, pointing with his finger, cried out, "See, how the light seems not to shine upon the left side of that lower man, who seems to act like one that's still alive." Hearing this speech, I turned mine eyes, and saw that with astonishment they gazed at me alone, and at the broken light. "Why is thy mind so sore perplexed," then said my teacher, "that thou slackest thy pace? What carest thou for what is whispered here? Follow thou me, and let the people talk. Firm as a tower remain, which never shakes its top, however hard the winds may blow. For from himself he ever turns his mark, in whom one thought wells up behind another, for each of them impairs the other's strength." What could I say in answer, save, "I come"? And this I said, tinged slightly with the colour which sometimes makes one worthy of forgiveness. Meanwhile, a little way ahead of us, some people crosswise o'er the slope were coming, singing the Miserere verse by verse. When they became aware that through my body I gave no passage to the rays of light, they changed their chant into a long hoarse "Oh!" and two of them, acting as messengers, ran out to meet us, and inquiring said, "Cause us to know what kind of life is yours." My teacher answered, "Ye may go your way, and unto those that sent you out report that real flesh this man's body is. And if, as I suppose, they stopped because they saw his shadow, they've been answered well enough. If they respect him, it may profit them." I never saw ignited vapours cleave at nightfall an unclouded sky, or break so rapidly from August clouds at sunset, that these returned not up in shorter time, and once there, with the rest they veered toward us, as would a troop that ran without a curb. "These people who are crowding us are many," the poet said, "and come to beg of thee. Therefore go on, and listen on thy way." "O soul that goest to be glad," they cried, as on they came, "with those limbs which thou hadst when thou wast born, a little stay thy steps. Recall, if thou hast e'er seen one of us, that yonder thou mayst carry news of him. Why, pray, dost thou go on? Ah, why not stop? We all were slain of old by violence, and sinners were until our latest hour. Then light from heaven so caused us to beware that we, repentant and forgiving, issued from life at peace with God, who in our hearts stirs us with grievous longings to behold him. And I, howe'er I gaze upon your faces, none do I recognize. And yet if aught within my power can please you, well-born souls, ask it, and I will do it, by the peace which, following the feet of such a guide, hath now become my quest from world to world." And one began, "Each trusts in thy good help without an oath, provided lack of power cut not thy goodwill short. Hence I, who speak alone before the others, beg of thee, if e'er thou see the country which extends between Romagna and the land of Charles, be courteous to me with thy prayers in Fano, that supplications do be made for me, to help me purge away my grievous sins. It was from there I came, but those deep wounds whence flowed the blood wherein my life resided were given me in the Antenore's lap, where I had trusted I should be most safe. The Lord of Este, who was angry with me beyond the bounds of justice, had it done. Yet toward Lamira had I only fled, when at Ariago I was overtaken. Still yonder would I be, where people breathe. Toward the lagoon I ran, whose reeds and mire so hampered me I fell, and there a pool formed from my veins I saw upon the ground. Then said another, "So may that desire which draws thee to the lofty mount be granted with kindly pity. Prithee, help thou mine. I Montefeltro was, I am Buoncante. Giovanna cares not for me, nor do others. Hence among these I go with head bowed down." And I to him, "What force was it, or chance, caused thee to stray so far from Campaldino, that never hath thy burial place been known?" "Oh," he replied, "a river called Arciano flows crosswise at the Casentino's foot, and takes its rise among the Apennines above the Hermitage. There, where its name is lost, I came, a fugitive on foot, pierced through the throat, and staining with my blood the plain. And there it was I lost my sight, and ended speech with Mary's name. And there I fell, and all alone my flesh remained. The truth I tell thou among the living. God's angel took me, while the one from hell cried out, 'Why dost thou rob me, thou from heaven? Thou bearest hence this man's eternal part, because of one small tear which takes him from me. But I shall with the rest deal otherwise.' Well knowest thou how damp vapours in the air, as soon as they ascend to where the cold affects them, into water change again. He joined that wicked will, which asks for naught but evil, with intelligence, and stirred the mists and wind by power his nature gave. The valley thereupon, when day was spent, he covered o'er with fog from Pratomagno up to the mountain chain, and made the sky so lowering o'er it that the pregnant air to water turned. The rain poured down, and what the soil absorbed not reached the rivulets. Then, having joined the torrent brooks, it rushed so swiftly toward the royal stream that naught could hold it back. The swift Arciano then, hard by its outlet, found my frozen body, and as it swept it on into the Arno, loosened the cross which with my arms I made upon my breast, when sorrow's pain o'erwhelmed me. Along its banks and bed it rolled me on, then covered me and wrapped me with its spoils. Prithee, when to the world thou hast returned, and when from thy long journey thou art rested?" "After the second spirit," said the third. "Do thou remember me, who Pia am? Sienna made me, Maremma me unmade. He knoweth what this means, who previously had in betrothal ringed me with his gem." Purgatorio 6. Anti-Purgatory. The negligent who died by violence. Address to Italy and Florence. Whene'er a game of dice is broken up, the one who loses sorrowing stays behind, and learns how sadly he repents the throws, while with the other all the people leave. One goes before, one grasps him from behind, and at his side one asks to be remembered. And he stops not, but that one heeds, and this, the one whose hand he takes, no longer crowds, and from the throng he thus defends himself. E'en such as he was I in that dense crowd, for as I this and that way turned my face and promised each, I freed myself therefrom. Here was the Aretine who met his death from Gin de Taco's cruel arms, and he who running madly in pursuit was drowned. Here Frederick Novello prayed with hands outstretched, and he of Pisa who induced worthy Marzucco to reveal his strength. Count also I beheld here, and the soul through spite and envy from its body parted, and not, so he maintained, through crime committed. Pierre de la Brosse I mean, and here, while still on earth, let Brabant's lady see to it that 'mong the worst flock she be not for this. When I was free from each and all those shades, who only prayed that others pray for them, that their becoming holy might be sped. It seems that thou deniest, I began, O thou my light, expressly in a text, that prayer can cause a change in heaven's decrees, and yet these people only pray for this. Could it then be that this their hope is vain, or is thy saying not quite clear to me? And he to me, that which I wrote is clear, nor yet delusive is this people's hope, if it be looked at with a healthy mind. For justice stoops not from her lofty height, because love's ardour all at once fulfils what he who dwelleth here must satisfy. And there, where I decided on this point, the fault was not made good again by praying, because the prayer discordant was with God. Yet in so deep a doubt decide thou not, unless she bid thee do so, who a light shall be between thine intellect and truth. I know not if thou understand. I speak of Beatrice. Thou see her up above, smiling and happy on this mountain's top. And I, let's go then, Lord, with greater haste, for now I grow not weary as before, and see, the hillside casts its shadow now. We shall go forward with this day, he answered, as long as we are able. But the case is otherwise than what thou deem'st it. Ere thou shalt be up there, thou him shalt see return, who now so shields him with the hill that thou dost not compel his rays to break. But yonder see a soul who all alone is seated, and toward us is looking now. He will point out to us the quickest way. We came to him. O Lombard soul, how full of self-respect and noble scorn thou wast, and in the moving of thine eyes how slow and dignified. Naught did he say to us, but let us go our way, and only gazed, as would a couching lion in repose. Virgil, meanwhile, drew near to him, and begged that he would show to us the best ascent. And he to his request made no reply, but asked us of our country and condition. And my kind leader was with Mantua beginning, when the self-collected shade, from where he was, sprang up to meet him, saying, "Ho, Mantuan, I'm so dolour of thy town," and each the other thereupon embraced. Ah, Italy, thou slave, thou inn of woe, ship without pilot in a mighty storm, not queen of provinces, but house of shame. So instant ready was that noble soul, but at the sweet sound of his city's name, to welcome here his fellow citizen. And yet within thee now thy living sons are not exempt from war, and those one wall and moat enclose upon each other prey. All round thy coastline search its shores, poor wretch, and then within thy bosom look, and learn if any part of thee be blessed with peace. What boots it that Justinian rearrange thy bridle, if thy saddle vacant be? Had it not been for that, thy shame were less. And ye, ye that ought to be devout, and so let Caesar in his saddle sit, if well ye heeded God's advice to you, behold how wild this animal has grown, through being uncorrected by the spur, since you first set your hands upon her rein. O German Albert, thou that dost forsake this creature, now become untamed and wild, and oughtest to bestride her saddle bows, may some just judgment from the stars before thy blood, and may it so unheard of be and plain, that it may frighten thy successor. For, held by greed of lands outside its bounds, thou and thy father also have allowed the empire's garden to become a waste. Come, see the Montagues and Capulets, Monaldi and Philipschi, careless man, already troubled those and these in dread. Come, come, thou cruel man, and see the oppression of thy nobility, and right their wrongs, and thou shalt see how safe is Sancta Fior. Come, see thy Rome, that widowed and alone is shedding tears, and day and night is calling. Why dost thou not, my Caesar, stay with me? Come, see the people, how they love each other, and if for us no pity move thy soul, come them, and shame thee for thine own renown. And if I be allowed, O Jove supreme, thou that for us wast crucified on earth, are thy just eyes, too, turned away elsewhere? Or in thy council's depths art thou in this a preparation making for some good, from our perception utterly cut off? For all Italia's towns are full of tyrants, under Marcellus every churl is deemed, who comes to play a petty henchman's role. My Florence, well mayest thou be satisfied with this digression, which concerns thee not, thanks to thy people who look out for that. Many at heart are just, but slow to shoot, lest to the bow uncounselled they should come. But thy folk on their lips alone are just. Many refuse to bear the common burden, but thy folk eagerly respond and cry, although uncalled, I'll load myself therewith. Be joyful then, since thou hast cause to be, thou that art rich, that peaceful art and wise. Whether I speak the truth, results conceal not. Athens and Lacedaemon, they that framed the ancient laws, and were so civilized in living well, made but a little mark compared with thee, that dost so carefully provide thee that thy fine October spinning as far as mid-November reaches not. How many times within thy memory hast thou changed laws and coinage, offices and customs, and thy membership renewed? And if thou well recall and face the light, thou'lt see thy likeness to a suffering woman, who on a feather bed can find no rest, but seeks by tossing to relieve her pain. Purgatorio 7. Anti-Purgatory. The Vale of Flowers. Princes intent on earthly glory. After their words of greeting, dignified and glad, had 3 and 4 times been repeated, Sordello, drawing back, said, Who are ye? Or ever yet the spirits who deserve to rise to God were toward this man directed? My bones were buried by Octavian's order. Virgil am I, and through no other guilt did I lose heaven than through not having faith. 'Twas thus my leader thereupon replied: like one who sudden sees before him aught he wonders at, and, as he says "It is," and "No, it's not," believes and disbelieves, such did the former seem, and then his head he bowed, and humbly turning back to him, embraced him where inferior men take hold. "O glory of the Latins," said he then, "through whom O glory of the Latins," said he then, "through whom our language showed what it could do, eternal honour of my native town, what merit or what grace shows thee to me? Tell me if I deserve to hear thy words, if thou from hell art come, and from what cloister?" "Through all the circles of the woeful realm," he answered him, "have I come hither. Virtue from heaven impelled me, and therewith I come. 'Twas not for doing aught, but for not doing, I lost the sight of that exalted sun thou longest for, and which was known by me too late. There is a place below, not sad because of pain, but only gloom, where moans sound not as wailings, but are merely sighs. There with those little innocents I dwell, who, not delivered yet from human guilt, were bitten by the teeth of death, and there with those I dwell who did not clothe themselves with the three holy virtues, but who knew the others without vice, and practised all. But give us, if thou know and can, some sign, whereby the sooner we may reach the place where Purgatory hath its real beginning." "No fixed place is assigned us," he replied. "I may go upward and around. I'll join thee and be thy guide as far as I can go. But see already how the day declines, and one at night cannot ascend it. Hence were well to think of some fair resting place. Here to the right are souls that dwell apart. If thou permit me, I will lead thee to them, and not without delight will they be known." "How, then, is this?" was answered. "Should one wish to mount by night, would some one hinder him? Or would one not ascend through lack of power?" Then with his finger good Sordello marked the ground. "And see," he said, "when once the sun is gone, thou couldst not even cross this climb, though not because aught else than gloom of night would hinder one from climbing. That it is puzzles the will with impotence. One could, however, downward go again therewith, and walking o'er the hillside, wander round while still the horizon kept the day confined." My lord then said, as if in wonder lost, "Do thou then lead us thither, where thou saidst that one, while waiting, can enjoy himself." But little had we gone away from there, when I perceived the hill was hollowed out, as here on earth our hillside valleys are. "Thither," that shade said, "we'll betake ourselves, where of itself the hillside forms a lap, and there will we await the coming day." A winding path there was, nor steep nor level, which led us to a border of the dell, where more than half away the hillside falls. Gold and fine silver, scarlet and white lead, indigo blue, woods clear and shining brown, and green of emeralds when newly flaked, would each in hue be vanquished by the grass and flowers found growing in that bosom dell, as by the greater vanquished is the less. Nature not only had been painting there, but with the fragrance of 1,000 scents was making up a blend unknown on earth. Here, seated on the grass among the flowers, Salve Regina, singing, souls I saw who for the dell could not be seen outside. Before the waning sunlight nests itself, began the Mantuan who had guided us, "Desire me not to lead you among these. Much better from this border shall ye learn to know the acts and faces of them all, then greeted 'mong them in the dale below. The one that sitteth highest up, and seems to have neglected what he should have done, and with his mouth joins not the others' songs, was Emperor Rudolph, he who might have healed the wounds that so have left Italia dead, that by another she reviveth late. He who appears to cheer him ruled the land where rise the waters which the Moldau gives the Elbe, and the Elbe gives the sea. Named Ottokar he was, in swaddling clothes, far better than is Wenceslaus his son, on whom a bearded man feed lust and ease. That small-nosed man, who close in council seems with him that hath so kind a countenance, died fleeing and disflowering the lily. Look at him yonder, how he smites his breast, and see the other one, who for his cheek hath, sighing, made a cushion of his hand. Father and father-in-law of France's bane, they know the latter's foul and vicious life. Hence comes the sorrow that so pierces them. The one who so large-limbed appears, and joins in song with him who hath the manly nose, was girded with the cord of every worth. And if the youth who seated is behind him had, following after him, remained as king, Worth would indeed have gone from vase to vase. Which of the other heirs cannot be said. The kingdoms James and Frederick hold, but none is owner of the better heritage. Seldom doth human righteousness ascend among the branches. This is willed by him who gives it, that of him it may be asked. My words concern the large-nosed man no less than the other, Peter, who was singing with him, whence both Apulia and Provence are grieved. That plant is as inferior to its seed as of her husband Constance still vaunts more than Beatrice and Margaret do at theirs. Behold the king, known for his simple life, Henry of England, seated there alone. He in his branches better issue hath. He that among them lower on the ground is sitting and looks up is Marquis William, for whom both Alexandria and her war make Montferrat and Canavese weep. Purgatorio 8. Anti-Purgatory. The Vale of Flowers. Princes intent on earthly glory. The Serpent. 'Twas now the hour which homeward turns the longing, and melts the heart of those that sail the sea, the day they've said good-bye to tender friends, and thrills with love the pilgrim newly sped, if from afar he hear a tolling bell that seems to mourn the slowly dying day. When I began to render hearing vain, and of those souls watch one who risen up was asking for attention with his hand. He joined his palms, and raising them on high, turned toward the east his eyes with steadfast gaze, as if to God he said, "I heed naught else." "Ere daylight fadeth," issued from his mouth, with such devoutness and with notes so sweet. "I heed naught else." "Ere daylight fadeth," issued from his mouth, with such devoutness and with notes so sweet that I was made unmindful of myself. Thereat the others, sweetly and devoutly, followed that soul, and sang the whole hymn through, fixing their gaze upon the spheres above. Sharpen thine eyes here, reader, for the truth. for now its veil is certainly so thin that easy is the passage into it. I saw that army of the gentle born gazing on high in silence after this, as if in expectation, pale and meek, and issuing from above and coming down, 2 angels with 2 fiery swords I saw, which broken off were of their points deprived. As green they were as little new-born leaves, and clothed with garments which behind them trailed, were stroked and fanned by verdant plumes. One came and poised somewhat above us, while the other alighted on the hillside opposite, so that the people there remained between. I well perceived that golden was their hair, but on their faces vision went astray, as would a power confounded by excess. "From Mary's bosom both of them are come," Sordello said, "to guard this sheltered vale against the serpent which will soon arrive." Hence I, who knew not by what path, turned round, chilled through with fear, and to the trusted shoulders drew closely back. Sordello thereupon began: "And now among the mighty shades let us descend, and we will speak with them. Greatly will they be pleased to see you here." Only 3 steps, I think, did I go down, and was below. Then one I saw who looked at me alone, as if he wished to know me. The air had for some time been growing dark, but not so much as 'tween his eyes and mine, not to reveal what it concealed before. Toward me he came, and I toward him advanced. "Noble Judge Nino, when I saw that not among the damned thou wast, how glad I was! No greetings fair were left unsaid between us, and then he asked, 'How long ago didst thou, o'er the far waters, reach the mountain's foot?' 'Oh,' I exclaimed, 'across the fields of woe I came this morn, and in the first life am, though by this going I'll the other win.' When once my answer had been heard, Sordello and he drew back like people suddenly perplexed. The first to Virgil turned, the other to one who there was seated, crying out, 'Get up, comrade! Come and see what God hath as a favour willed!' Then turned toward me: 'By that rare gratitude thou owest him, who hides his primal why in such a way that there's no fording it, when thou art past the wide waves, ask my Joan to pray for me, whereto the innocent replies are given. I think a mother loves me now no more, for those white wimples hath she laid aside, which she, poor soul, must needs want back again. Through her one understands with greatest ease how long the fire of love in woman lasts, unless rekindled oft by sight and touch. The viper which conducts the Milanese afield will never make as beautiful a tomb for her as would Galura's cock." These were the words he used, his countenance marked with the impress of that righteous zeal which burneth in the heart with temperate flame. My greedy eyes now sought the sky alone, and only there where slowest are the stars, as nearest to its axis is a wheel. My leader then: "What art thou looking at up there, my son?" And I: "At those 3 torches, wherewith the pole on this side wholly burns." Then he: "The 4 bright stars which thou this morn didst see are low down on the other side, and these have risen there, where those were then." While he was speaking thus, Sordello drew him aside, and saying, "Yonder see our foe," lifted his finger up to have him look. On that side, where the little hollowed vale hath no defence, a snake there was, like that perhaps which gave the bitter fruit to Eve. On through the grass and flowers the wicked reptile glided, and turning back its head at times, was licking like a beast that smooths itself. I did not see, and therefore cannot tell, how the celestial falcons 'gan to move, but both I clearly saw when once in motion. When cleft by their green wings it heard the air, the serpent fled, and back the angels turning regained their posts above with equal flight. The shade who, when he called him to the Judge, had closely drawn throughout the whole assault, had not one moment loosed his gaze from me. So may the lantern leading thee above find in thy will the wax that is required for one to reach the enamel green on high, he thus began. If thou of Val di Magra, or of its neighbouring land, dost know true news, tell it to me, who once was mighty there. Corrado Malaspina I was called. I'm not the elder, but from him descended. I bore my race the love which here is cleansed. Oh, said I then to him, I've never been in your domains, but where throughout all Europe dwelleth a man who knows them not. The fame which honoureth your house proclaims its lords, proclaims its district, so that even he knows of them who hath never been there yet. I swear to you, so may I go on high, that of the glorious use of purse and sword your honoured race doth not despoil itself. Nature and use so favour it that, howe'er the guilty head distort the world, alone it goeth straight, and scorns the evil path. And he, Now go, for lo, the sun shall not 7 times on that bed rest him which the ram now covers, and with all 4 feet bestrides, ere this thy courteously expressed opinion shall in the middle of thy head be nailed with greater nails than words of other men, unless the course of doom decreed be stayed. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 9. Anti-Purgatory, the Vale of Flowers. Dante's first dream, the Gate of Purgatory. Already was old Titan's concubine whitening upon the Orient's balcony outside the arms of her sweet paramour. Already was her forehead shining bright with gems arranged according to the shape of that cold beast which smites one with its tail. And night had, at the steps wherewith she climbs, already taken 2 where we were then, and now the 3rd was lowering its wings. When I, who had somewhat of Adam in me, o'ercome with sleep, reclined upon the grass, on which all 5 of us were sitting then. Near morning, at the hour in which the swallow begins to sing her melancholy lays, perchance in memory of her earliest woes, and when, much more, a pilgrim from the flesh, and less imprisoned by its thoughts, our mind well nigh prophetic in its vision is. An eagle in a dream I seem to see suspended in the sky, with plumes of gold and wings outspread, intent on swooping down. And it appeared to me that I was where his friends were left behind by Ganymede, when to the highest council he was raised. I thought within myself, perhaps this bird is wont to strike but here, and from elsewhere perhaps disdains to lift one with its claws. Then, having wheeled a while, It seemed to me that terrible as lightning it came down, and bore me up as far as to the fire. There it and I both seemed to burn together, and so intense was that imagined burning, my sleep was broken of necessity. Achilles roused himself no differently, turning around him his awakened eyes, nor knowing in what region he might be, when, sleeping in her arms, his mother took him away from Herein to the Isle of Syrus, from which the Greeks removed him afterwards. Then I aroused myself, when from my face sleep fled away, and death-like pale I turned, like one who freezes when overcome by fright. Only my comforter was at my side, and now the sun was higher than 2 hours, and toward the open sea my face was turned. "Be not afraid," my Lord then said to me. "Be reassured, for we are faring well. Restrain not, but expand thine every power. At Purgatory art thou now arrived. Behold the cliff there which encloses it. Behold the entrance where it broken seems. Just now, when, in the dawn preceding day, thy soul was sleeping in thee on the flowers, wherewith the place down yonder is adorned, a lady came and said, 'I am Lucia. Allow me to take up this sleeping man. I shall assist him thus upon his way.' Sordello and the other noble forms remained. She took thee, and when daylight dawned, hither came up, and in her footprints I. She laid thee here, and first her lovely eyes revealed to me that opened entrance. Then both she and sleep together passed away. Like one who, when in doubt, is reassured, and into comfort turns his fear, when once the truth has been disclosed to him, I changed. And when my leader, wholly freed from care, beheld me, upward o'er the cliff he moved, and I behind him followed toward the height. Reader, thou surely seest how I exalt my subject. Therefore be thou not surprised if I support it now with greater art. Nearer we drew, and were in such a place that where at first there seemed to be a break, just like a fissure that divides a wall, I saw a gate, and under, to approach it, 3 steps of different colour each, and then a keeper, who as yet said not a word. And as I opened more and more mine eyes, I saw him sitting on the upper step, such in his face that I endured him not, and in his hand he had a naked sword, which so reflected upon us its rays, that toward him oft I turned my eyes in vain. "Say what it is you wish from where you are," he then began, "and where your escort is. Beware lest coming up should do you harm." "A heavenly lady, of these things aware," my teacher answered him, "said unto us just now, 'Go thither, yonder is the gate.'" "And unto good may she advance your steps," the courteous keeper of the gate resumed. "Come forward, therefore, unto these our stairs." Made of white marble was the first great step to which we came, so polished and so smooth, I mirrored me therein as I appear. The second step, darker than purple black, was of a rough and calcined kind of stone, cracked lengthwise and across. The third, which rests in massive shape above it, seemed to me to be a porphyry as flaming red as blood appears when spurting from a vein. Upon this last, God's angel held both feet, sitting upon the threshold, which to me appeared to be a rock of adamant. Up over these 3 steps my leader then drew me along with my good will, and said, "Humbly request him to undo the lock." Devoutly at his holy feet I cast me. I begged that of his mercy he would open, but first I smote upon my breast 3 times. Then with his sword sharp point he traced 7 P's upon my brow, and told me, "See thou to it, that when inside thou wash away these wounds." Ashes or earth, when excavated dry, would with his garments of one colour be, and from beneath it he drew forth 2 keys. One was of gold, the other silver was. First with the white, and after with the yellow, he so did to the gate that I was pleased. "Whenever one of these keys faileth so, that in the lock it doth not rightly turn," said he to us, "this passage opens not. More precious is the first, and yet the other, ere it unlock, much skill and judgment needs, for it is that one which unties the knot." Peter, from whom I hold them, bade me err rather in opening than in keeping closed. Provided folk fell prostrate at my feet. He pushed the holy portal's door thereat, and said to us, "Go in, but I inform you that he who looks behind returns outside." And when that sacred gateway's folding doors, which were of strong resounding metal made, were on their iron hinges turned around, Tarpeia roared not so, nor proved so shrill, when good Metellus was removed from her, because of which she afterwards kept lean. I turned to heed its first resounding tones, "And thee we praise, O Lord," I seemed to hear in voices mixed with those delightful sounds. What I was hearing made upon me then just the impression one is wont to get when people with an organ sing, for now the words are heard, and now again are not. Purgatorio 10. Purgatory. The first ring, pride. Instances of humility. The expiation of pride. When past the threshold of the gate we were, whose use the evil love of souls impairs, because it makes the crooked path seem straight, 'twas by its sound I knew that it had closed, and had I turned mine eyes in its direction, what would have fittingly excused my fault? We mounted through a fissure in the rock, which moved about to this side and to that, as moves a wave that flees and draweth near. A little skill must here be used by us, my leader then began, in keeping close, now here, now there, to the receding side. This caused our steps to be so slow and short, that to her bed the waning moon had gone to rest herself again, ere we had issued forth from that needle's eye. But when set free we were, and in the open up above, where back the mountain side recedes, I, weary, and both of us uncertain of our way, stopped short upon a level place up there, more lonely than our roads through desert lands. From where its margin borders on the void, up to the foot of that high-rising bank would measure thrice a human body's length, and far as e'er mine eye could wing its flight, now on the right, and now upon the left, such did this girding ledge appear to me. Our feet had not been moving on it yet, when I perceived the bank surrounding it, which being perpendicular could not be climbed. White marble was, and so adorned with carvings, that not only Polycletus, but nature too, would there be put to shame. The angel who to earth came with the word of peace, which wept for during many years, had after its long closure opened heaven, appeared before us there in gentle mien, sculptured so truthfully it did not seem that he could be an image that is dumb. One would have sworn that he was saying "Hail!" for she was there portrayed in effigy, who turned the key that opened love on high, and in her mien and acts she had the words, "Behold the handmaid of the Lord," impressed as clearly as a figure stamped in wax. "Keep not thy mind on one place only fixed," my gentle teacher said, who had me there on that side of him where one has his heart. I therefore moved my eyes, and further on than Mary, on the side where him I had, who urged me to go on. I then beheld another story graven in the rock. Passing by Virgil, therefore, I drew near, so that it might be set before mine eyes. Cut in the marble there, the cart and oxen were drawing up the holy ark, which made men dread a charge not given them in trust. People in front appeared, and all of them, forming 7 choirs, made one of my 2 senses say "No," and the other one say "Yes." They sing. So, too, by reason of the incense smoke which there was pictured forth, my eyes and nose became discordant as to yes and no. The humble psalmist there, with loins girt up, came dancing on before the blessed vessel, and doing so was more and less than king. And Michal, opposite to this portrayed, was from a palace window looking down, as would an angry woman filled with scorn. From where I was, I onward moved my feet, that I might closely note another tale, which after Michal gleamed upon me white. The glorious action of that Roman prince was storied here, whose worth moved Gregory to win his mighty triumph. I refer to Emperor Trajan. At his bridle stood a widow who, in tears, showed signs of grief. The space around him there seemed trampled down and thronged with horsemen, while above his head eagles, it seemed, upon a field of gold, were fluttering in the wind. Among all these the sorrowing woman seemed to say, "My lord, avenge me for the slaying of my son, which breaks my heart." And he, to answer her, "Wait now till I return." And she, like one whom sorrow makes impatient, said, "But what, my lord, if thou shouldst not return?" And he, "That one will do it, who shall hold my place." "How shall another's goodness help thy case," she answered him, "if thou forget thine own?" Then he, "Now be thou comforted, for needs must I perform my duty ere I leave. Justice so wills, and pity keeps me here." He, to whose vision naught was ever new, created this seen language, new to us, since not found here on earth. while with delight I looked upon the pictures of such great humilities, which for their Maker's sake are also dear to see. On this side, lo, much people come, but slow the steps they take, the poet murmured, toward the grades above. These souls will send us forward on our way. Mine eyes, intent on gazing, to behold new things, for which with eagerness they long, in turning toward him, were not slow to move. Yet I'd not have thee, reader, shrink dismayed from thy good purposes, through hearing how God wills it that what is due be paid. Heed not the nature of the torment, think of what comes after, think that at the very worst beyond the judgment day it cannot go. Then I began. That teacher, which toward us I see advancing, does not look like people, nor know I what. My sight is so deceived. And he to me, their torments' heavy nature so bows them toward the ground, that my eyes too struggled therewith at first, but steadily gaze there, and disentangle with thine eyes what underneath those stones is coming on. Thou now canst see how each one smites himself. O ye proud Christians, sad and weary creatures, who, sick in mental vision, put your trust in backward moving steps, perceive ye not that worms we are, created but to form the angelic butterfly which flies unscreened to judgment? Why then is it that your mind soars up in pride, since ye are, as it were, defective insects, even as is a worm, in which formation is not yet complete? As to hold up a ceiling or a roof in lieu of corbel, one perceives at times a human figure joining knees to breast, which out of unreality gives birth to real distress in him who sees it. Such seemed these to me when I had given good heed. They were, in truth, both more and less bowed down, as each had more or less upon his back. But he that in his acts most patient was, seemed to say weeping, I can bear no more. Purgatorio 11. Purgatory. The first ring. Pride. The Lord's Prayer. The proud. Our Father, thou that in the heavens dost dwell, not circumscribed but for the greater love thou hast for what thou madest first on high, let both thy name and worth be given praise by every creature, even as it is meet that to thy loving Spirit thanks be given. And may thy kingdom's peace come down to us, since we cannot attain it of ourselves, for all our striving save it also come. As gladly of their will thine angels make a sacrifice to thee, singing all hail, so likewise gladly may men do with theirs. Give us this day our daily spirit food, without which through this bitter wilderness he backward goes who onward toileth most. And as we pardon every one the wrong we've suffered, of thy mercy do thou us forgive, regarding not what we deserve. Our virtue, which is easily o'ercome, test thou not through our ancient enemy, but set us free from him who tempts it so. This last request, dear Lord, is not indeed made for ourselves, who need not make it here, but is for their sakes who behind us stayed. Thus praying good speed for themselves and us, those shades beneath the burden went their way, not unlike that whereof one dreams at times, unequally tormented, all of them, and weary o'er the first ring round and round, purging away the world's defiling mists. If good things there be always said for us, what can be said and done on their behalf down here by those whose will is rooted well? Surely one ought to help them wash away the stains they brought with them, that they may issue cleansed and unburdened to the starry spheres. Pray, so may pity and justice speedily unburden you, that ye may move unto your wings and raise yourselves according to your wish. Show us on which hand lies the shortest way to reach the stair, and be there more than one, teach us the pass that hath the gentlest slope. For owing to the load of Adam's flesh, which clothes his spirit, he who with me comes is slow in climbing, though against his will. As to the words which in reply they said to those which he whom I was following spoke, it was not evident from whom they came. But this was said: "Come with us on the right, along the bank, and ye shall find the pass, which may be climbed by one that's still alive. And were I not prevented by the stone which tames my haughty neck, and forces me to keep my face bowed down at this man here, who liveth still, and telleth not his name, I'd look to see if he is one I know, and stir his pity for this heavy load. Latin I was, and born to a great Tuscan. Guglielmo Aldobrandesco was my father. I know not if you ever knew his name. My forebears' ancient blood and noble deed caused me to be so arrogant that I, unmindful of our common Mother Earth, held every man in scorn to such extent I died for it, as well knows Siena's folk, and every child in Campagnatico. I am Umberto. Not to me alone doth this work ill, for pride hath with itself drawn all my kin into calamity, and here for this must I needs bear this load among the dead, till God be satisfied, since I among the living bore it not." Listening, I bowed my face, and one of them, not he who had been speaking, writhed around under the burden which was hampering him, and having seen and recognized me, called, and kept his eyes with effort fixed on me, who, as I went along with them, was stooping. Then, "Oh," said I, "art thou not Odorici, the glory of Agobio, and the art which is in Paris called illuminating?" "Brother," said he, "more smiling are the parchments which Franco Bolognese paints. The glory is now all his, and only partly mine, because of that great longing to excel whereon my heart was set. I certainly would not have been so courteous while I lived. Here is the forfeit paid for pride like this. Nor should I be here yet, had it not been that while I still could sin, I turned to God. Oh, empty glory of our human powers! How short a time green lasts upon its top, unless uncultured ages overtake it. One Cimabue thought that he would hold the field in painting, yet the cry is all for Giotto now. Hence that one's fame is dark. Thus hath one Guido taken from the other the glory of our tongue, and he is born, perhaps, who from the nest will banish both. Worldly repute is but a breath of wind, which cometh now from here and now from there, and shifts its name because its quarter shifts. What greater fame shalt thou have, if when old thou quit thy flesh, than hadst thou died ere pap and chink were dropped 1,000 years from now? For that, if to eternity compared, is shorter than the twinkling of an eye is to the sky's most slowly moving sphere. All Tuscany proclaimed the fame of him who walks so slowly on the road before me. Yet hardly is a whisper of him left in Siena now, whose governor he was, what time the rage of Florence was destroyed, which then as haughty was as abject now. Your worldly fame is like the hue of grass, which comes and goes, and he discolours it, through whom it springs up tender from the ground. And I, thy true speech heartening me with good humility, thou prick'st my swollen pride. But who is he of whom thou spokest just now? That, he replied, is Provenzan Salvani, and here he is, because presumptuously he brought all Siena under his control. Thus hath he gone, and without rest he goes, as since he died. Who yonder dares too much in satisfaction pay such coin as this? And I then, if the spirit who delays before repenting till the verge of life abides below, and cometh not up here, unless good prayers assist him, till as long a time be past as he had been alive, wherefore hath this man's coming been vouchsafed? When in his greatest glory, he replied, all shame removed, he freely took his stand in Sieno's Campo, and there to free a friend suffering in Charles's prison, he brought himself to quake in every vein. I'll say no more, and know that what I say is darkly spoken. But so ere long will thine own neighbours act, that thou be able to interpret it. This deed of his relieved him from those bounds. Purgatorio 12. Purgatory, the first ring, pride, instances of punished pride, the angel of humility. With equal steps, like oxen going yoked, I went along beside that burdened soul, as long as my dear pedagogue allowed. But when he said, leave him, and go thou on, for here 'tis well that each should urge his back with sail and oars as much as e'er he can, I straightened me as much as walking called for, although my thoughts kept humble and depressed. On had I moved, and in my teacher's step was following willingly, and both of us were showing now how light of step we were, when downward turn thine eyes, he said to me. Well will it be to calm thee on thy way, that thou shouldst see the bed thy souls are treading, as over those that 'neath them buried lie, that they may be recalled to people's minds, tombs level with the ground the record bear of what they were before, whence there they oft are wept for, through the prick of memory, which spurs to grief the pitiful alone. Even so I saw engraved in sculpture here, though finer in respect to workmanship, as much as from the mount juts out as part. I saw on one side him who once was made nobler by far than any other creature fall like a flash of lightning down from heaven. I saw Briareus on the other side, pierced by an arrow from the sky, lie prone and heavy on the ground with mortal cold. I saw Apollo, Mars I saw, and Pallas, as still in armour round their sire they stood, gazing upon the giant's scattered limbs. I saw great Nimrod, 'neath his mighty work, dumb with confusion, as he watched the folk who once were proud with him on Shinor's plain. O Niobe, with what sad eyes I thee saw pictured forth in stone between thy children, the 7 and 7 thy dead upon the road. O Saul, how plainly there on thine own sword didst thou seem dead upon Gilboa's mount, which felt thereafter neither rain nor dew. O mad Arachne, thee I saw, as when, already half a spider, thou wast sad amid the tatters of thy fatal work. O Rehoboam, not a threat seems now thy face, but terror-stricken, as away a chariot bears thee, lest thou be pursued. It showed, moreover, that hard pavement did, how costly once Alcmaeon caused his mother's unlucky ornament to seem to her. It showed how, in the temple's walls, his sons cast themselves on Sennacherib, and how, when he was dead, they there abandoned him. It showed the slaughter and the cruel woe wrought by Tomyris, when she said to Cyrus, "With blood I fill thee, that didst thirst for blood." It showed, too, how the Assyrians took to flight, routed when Holofernes had been killed, and also what was of that slaughter left. I saw proud Troy in ashes and in caves. O Ilion, how degraded and how vile it showed thou wast, the image there perceived! What master, or a brush or graving tool, could reproduce the shadows and the features which there would cause all cultured minds to wonder? The dead seemed dead, the living seemed alive. Whoever saw the real no better saw than I then did what I was treading on, as long as bowed I walked. Be ye then proud, and go with haughty looks, ye sons of Eve, nor bow your heads to see your evil part. More of the mountain had we circled now, and of the sun's course far more had we spent than my not disengaged mind had supposed, when he, who always walked attentively ahead of me, began, "Lift up thy head, the time for going thus absorbed is past. See there an angel who is making ready to come toward us. See how the sixth handmaiden returns now from the service of the day. With reverence adorn thine acts and face, that he may now be pleased to send us up. Think that this day will never dawn again." So well accustomed was I to his warning, that I should never let my time be lost, that on this theme he could not darkly speak. Toward us the lovely creature was advancing, arrayed in white, and in his countenance such as, when trembling, seems the morning star. His arms he opened, then he oped his wings, and said to us, "Come, near by are the steps, and going up is easy after this." Only a few to this announcement come. O human race, why born for upward flight, fallest thou so before a little wind? He led us on to where the rock was cut, and there my forehead with his wings he stroked, and promised that my passage would be safe. As on the right hand to ascend the mount, where seated is the church, which dominates the well-ruled town or Rubaconte's bridge, the slope's bold flight is broken by the stairs constructed in an age when choir and stave were safe. So likewise doth the bank relax, which from the next ledge here quite steeply falls, but closely on each side the high rock rubs. While, turning thither, we were on our way, "Blessed are the poor in spirit," voices sang in such a way as words could not describe. Alas, how different are the passes here from those in hell! For one up here goes in with songs, but there below with frightful wails. We now were climbing up the holy stairs, and lighter far I felt than formerly I seemed to be when on the level ground. I hence said, "Teacher, say what heavy thing has been removed from me, that, as I walk, I almost feel no weariness at all." He answered, "When the P's which still remain, almost extinct upon thy brow, are quite erased, as one is now, thy feet will so be conquered by good will that they will feel not only no fatigue, but it will be a pleasure to them to be upward urged." I then did as do those who go about with something on their head they know not of, till others' gestures cause them to suspect; whereat their hand assists in ascertaining, searches and finds, and so performs the work which cannot be accomplished by their sight. And with my right hand's fingers spread, I found that only 6 the letters were, which he who held the keys had o'er my temples cut; on seeing which my leader smiled with joy. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 13. Purgatory. The second ring. Envy. Instances of generosity. The envious. We now were at the summit of the stairs, where for the second time is cut away the mount, ascent of which frees one from sin. And there a cornice like the first one girds the hillside round about, save that its arc more quickly curves. There is no shaded carving apparent here, nor is there any mark. The bank seems bare, as also seems the path, with but the livid colour of the rock. If we await folk here, of whom to ask our way, the poet argued, I'm afraid our choice will be perhaps delayed too long. Then on the sun he fixed his steadfast eyes, made of his right the centre for his motion, and turned the left side of himself around. O thou sweet light, with confidence in whom I enter this new path, conduct us thou, he said, as one should be conducted here. Thou warm'st the world, and on it thou dost shine. If aught else urge not to the contrary, thy rays at all times ought to be our guide. Already had we gone as far up there as here on earth is reckoned for a mile in little time, because of ready will, when, flying toward us, there were spirits heard, who, though unseen, were to the board of love uttering their courteous calls. The voice which first passed flying said aloud, "They have no wine," and then behind us kept repeating it, and ere, because of having moved away, it could be heard no more, another passing cried, "I'm Orestes," nor did that one linger. "What are these voices, father?" said I then, and even while I was asking, lo, a third, which said, "Love those from whom you've ill received." The kindly teacher then, "This circle whips the fault of envy, hence the scourge's cords are drawn from love. The curve will probably give forth a sound the contrary of this. In my opinion, I believe thou'lt hear it before the pass of pardon thou attain. But keenly through the air address thy gaze, and thou'lt see people on ahead of us, who seated are, and each against the cliff." Then Wider than before I oped mine eyes. I looked ahead, and shades I saw with cloaks not differing from the colour of the stone. And when a little further on we were, I heard one crying, "Mary, pray for us!" and cries to Michael, Peter, and all the saints. Nor do I think there walks on earth to‐day a man so hard that he would not be pierced by sympathy for what I then perceived. For, after I had drawn so near to them that what they did with clearness came to me, tears from my eyes were drawn by bitter grief. Covered they seemed to me with coarse haircloth, and one sustained the other with his shoulder, while all of them were by the bank sustained. Even thus the blind, in want of livelihood, at pardon stand to beg for what they need, and one upon the other bows his head, that pity may be speedily aroused, not merely by the sound of what they say, but by their aspect, which no less implores. And as the sun availeth not the blind, so to the shades whereof I spoke just now, the sky's light willeth not to grant itself, because an iron band runs through and sews the eyelids of them all, as with wild hawks one does, since otherwise they'd not keep still. To me it seemed an outrage that, unseen, I should see others as I walked along. I therefore turned to my wise counsellor. He well knew what the dumb man wished to say, and therefore waited not for me to ask, but "Speak," he said, "be brief and to the point." Virgil, on that side of the corner sledge, was coming on with me, whence one can fall, because it wreathes itself with no bank there. On the other side I had those zealous shades, who through the horrid seams were pressing so their tears that they were bathing both their cheeks. Turning to them, I thus began: "O people, who certain are of seeing that high light which your desire hath for its only object, so melt grace soon the scum upon your conscience, that memory's stream may through it clearly flow. Tell me, for grateful will it be to me, and pleasing, if there is among you here a soul that Latin is. It will be well for him, perhaps, if I should come to know it. O brother mine, we both are citizens of one true city, but thou meanest one who, while a pilgrim, lived in Italy." It seemed to me that this I heard for answer a little further on than where I was. I therefore let myself be heard much further. Among the rest I saw a shade which seemed expectant in its looks, and if one asked, "How so?" held up its chin as do the blind. "Spirit," said I, "that dost subdue thyself, that thou mayst climb, if she that didst reply, make thyself known to me by place or name." "Sienese I was," she answered, "and with these cleanse here my guilty life, and pray to him with tears that he may lend himself to us. Though called Sapphire, sapient was I not, for I was far more glad of others' harm than I of my good fortune ever was. And that thou mayst not think that I deceive thee, even as I tell thee, hear how mad I was, once my year's arch was on its downward course. When with their foes my fellow citizens were joined in battle near the town of Coll, I prayed to God for that which He had willed. When, routed there, they took the bitter path of flight, I felt, on seeing them pursued, a joy unequalled by all other joys. I therefore upward turned my daring face, and cried to God, I fear Thee now no more, as doth the blackbird at the least fair weather. When I was at the end of life, I longed for peace with God, but not yet would my debt have been diminished by repentance here, had it not been that Pietro Pettignano, who of his charity was grieved for me, was mindful of me in his holy prayers. But who art thou that askest of our state while going on, and hast thine eyes unclosed, as I believe, and dost while breathing talk? Mine eyes will yet be taken from me here, but not for long, said I, for they have not offended much by being turned by envy. Far greater is the fear wherewith my soul is filled of that tormenting pain below, for even now the load there weighs upon me. And she, who then led thee to us up here, if to return below thou think? And I, he that is with me here, and speaketh not, but I am living, therefore ask of me, elected spirit, if thou'dst have me move my mortal feet in thy behalf on earth. Oh, this, she answered, is so strange to hear, that certainly it proves God's love for thee. Therefore assist me with thy prayers at times. I beg thee, by what most thou longest for, if e'er thou tread the soil of Tuscany, that thou among my kin restore my fame. Among that vain folk wilt thou see them there, which hopes in Talamone, and will waste more hope on it than on the Diana quest, but still more will the admirals invest. Purgatorio 14. Purgatory, the second ring, envy, Valdorno, and Romagna in 1300. Instances of punished envy. Who is this spirit who around our mount is circling thus, ere death have given him flight, and at his will opens and veils his eyes? I know not who he is, but know he's not alone. Ask thou that nearer art to him, and greet him fairly, so that he may speak. Two spirits, who were leaning on each other, thus talked of me upon the right hand there, then turned their faces up to speak to me, and one said, Soul, that still held in thy body toward heaven art going, of thy charity console us now, and tell us whence thou comest, and who thou art, for thou dost cause in us such wonder at the grace accorded thee, as that demands which never was before. And I, a small stream winds through Tuscany, which up in Falterona hath its rise, and is not sated by 100 miles. From somewhere on its banks I bring this body. Vain would it be to tell you who I am, because my name makes no great sound as yet. If with my mind I rightly penetrate thy meaning, that one then replied to me who spoke before, Thou talkest of the Arno? Thereat the other spirit said to him, Why did this man conceal that river's name, as people hide the name of dreadful things? The shade, who had been questioned as to this, discharged its duty thus, I do not know, but meet it is that this vale's name should die, for from its source, where that wild mountain chain, whence severed is Pelorus, swells so greatly, that in few places doth it pass that mark, to there where it betakes it to restore whatever from the sea the sky sucks up, whence rivers get what goes along with them. Virtue is snake-like as a foe pursued by all, or through the regions evil luck, or through bad customs which incite men there. Hence those that in this wretched valley dwell have changed their nature so that it would seem that Circe had them in her pasturage. Among foul hogs, of acorns worthier far than of all other food that's fit for man to use, it first directs its sorry path. As down it comes, it afterwards finds curs that snarl more fiercely than their strength comports, and turns from these its snout aside in scorn. It keeps on falling, and the more it swells, the more that cursed and unlucky ditch finds that the dogs are turning into wolves. Descending them through many a gloomy gorge, foxes it finds, so full of fraud that naught have they to fear, lest cunning master them. Nor shall I cease to speak, though overheard. And for this man it were well if he recall hereafter what a truthful spirit shows me. Thy grandson I behold, who first becomes a hunter of those wolves upon the banks of that fierce stream, and terrifies them all. He sells their flesh while still alive, then kills them, as an old beast he would, of life depriving many, himself of honour he deprives. He issues bloody from the dismal wood, and leaves it such that in 1,000 years 'twill not rewood itself as once it was. As at the announcement of some painful loss, the face of him who listens is disturbed, from wheresoe'er the danger may assail him, even thus did I behold that other soul, who turned to listen, grow distressed and sad as soon as he had gathered in that speech. The words of one soul and the other's face had caused me to desire to know their names. Therefore with prayers I mingled this request. The spirit, therefore, who addressed me first, began again: "Thou'dst have me condescend to do for thee what thou for me wilt not. But since God wills that so much of his grace should shine in thee, I'll not be niggardly. Guido del Duca know then that I am, and so consumed by envy was my blood, that had I seen a man becoming happy, livid with envy thou hadst seen me turn. Of what I sowed I'm reaping now the straw. O human race, why set your heart on things wherein companionship must be forbidden? This is Rinieri, this the honour is and glory of the house of Calboli, whose worth since him none hath inherited. Nor hath his blood alone despoiled itself 'tween Po and mountains, Reno and the sea, of those good things which truth and joy require. For in those bounds the country is so full of poison stocks that only slowly now would they be lessened, even if it were tilled. Where are good Lizio, Arrigo, Mainardi, Pier Traversaro, and Guido di Carpigna, all Romagnols turned into bastards now? When in Bologna will a Fabro rise? When in Faenza a Bernardin di Fosco, the noble scion of a little plant? Wonder not, Tuscan, if I weep now, when, with Guido da Prata, I recall to mind Ugolin d'Azzo, who among us dwelt, Frederick Tignoso and his company, the Traversara house, the Anastagi, and both these families are void of heirs. The ladies and the knights, the toils and ease which love and courtesy once made us crave, where hearts have grown so bad. O Bretinoro, wherefore not vanish, since thy family, and many people with them, have departed, that guiltless they might be? Bagnasaval, begetting sons, no longer doeth well, but Castracaro ill, and Conio worse, which still takes trouble to beget such counts. Well, the Pagani too will fare, when once their demons shall have gone, but not so well that an unspotted fame will e'er remain to them. O Ugolin de Fantoli, thy name is safe, since one can now no more be looked for, who, as a degenerate, can darken it. But go thy way now, Tuscum, for weeping now affords me far more zest than speech. Our talk hath so distressed my mind. We knew that those dear spirits heard us leaving, and therefore, merely by their keeping still, they made us trust the path which we were taking. When we, advancing, found ourselves alone, a voice, which seemed like lightning when it cleaves the air, was heard, and as it reached us there, said, "Whosoever findeth me shall slay me," then vanished, as when thunder rolls away, if suddenly a cloud be rent apart. Soon as our hearing had a truce from this, behold, another with so great a crash, it seemed to be his following thunderclap. "I am Paglaurus, who was turned to stone." Then, to draw closer to the poet's side, I took a backward, not a forward step. The air was calm on all sides now, when he— That was the painful bit which in his bounds should hold a man. But ye take in the bait, and so the ancient adversary's hook draweth you to him. Hence of small avail is either curb or lure. Heaven calleth you, and showing to you its eternal beauties, around you moves, and yet your eyes look down. Hence he who seeth all things scourges you. Purgatorio 15. Purgatory, the second ring. Envy, the angel of generosity. The third ring. Anger. Instances of gentleness. Between the third hour's close and day's beginning, as much as is apparent of the sphere which like a child is ever given to play, so much now of its course toward evening seemed remaining to the sun. 'Twas vespers there, and midnight here, and fully on the face its rays were striking us, because the mount had so been circled by us that we now were going on directly toward the west, when, far more blindingly than e'er before, I felt my forehead overcome by splendour, and was bewildered by these unknown things. Over my eyebrows hence I raised my hands, and made myself the screen which, filing off, tempers excessive light in what is seen. As when from water or a looking-glass a ray leaps up in the opposite direction, and in the same way mounts that down it came, and from the falling of a stone departs at equal distance to the same extent, as both experiment and art reveal, even so it seemed to me that I was smitten as by a light reflected there before me, because of which my sight was swift to flee. "Dear father, what is that?" said I, "from which I cannot screen my face sufficiently to help me, and which toward us seems to come?" "Wonder thou not," he answered me, "if still heaven's family affect thy sight. An angel is this, who comes to ask us to ascend. It soon will happen that to see such things will be no burden, but as great a joy as nature hath enabled thee to feel." As soon as we had reached the blessed angel, with joyful voice he said, "Enter from hence a stairway far less steep than were the rest." We were ascending, having thence departed, when "Blessed are the merciful" was sung behind us, and "Rejoice, O thou that winnest." My teacher then, and I, we two alone were going up, and as we went I thought of how I might get profit from his words, whereat I turned toward him and asked, what meant that spirit from Romagna when he mentioned forbidden and companionship in things? Hence he. Of his worst fault he knows the harm. Hence let it not surprise, if he therefore rebuke men, that it be lamented less. Because your wishes aim at that wherein each share is lessened through companionship, envy fain moves the bellows for your sighs. If love, though, for the highest sphere of all, were upward turning your desires, that fear would not be in your breast, because the more there are up yonder by whom ours is said, so much more good doth each of them possess, and so much more love in that cloister burns. "I fast much more from being satisfied," said I, "than had I silent been at first, and more of doubt I gather in my mind. How can it be then that a good that's shared should make more owners richer with itself than if by but a few it be possessed?" And he to me, "Because thou fastenest thy mind exclusively on earthly things, thou drawest darkness out of very light. That good, ineffable and infinite, which dwells up yonder, runs as fast to love as to bright bodies comes a ray of light. So much it gives itself as is the warmth it findeth. Hence, as is the extent of love, so much the eternal worth spreads over it. The more there are up there that love each other, the more there are to love and more the loved, and, mirror-like, the more of love each sheds on each. And if my talk sate not thy hunger, thou shalt see Beatrice, and she will fully free thee from this and every other want. Do thou then see to it that speedily thou have removed, as two already are, the 5 wounds which are closed by causing pain." Wishing to say, "Thou satisfiest me," I saw that I had reached the following ring. My fond eyes therefore caused me to keep still. There it appeared to me that I was wrapped in an ecstatic vision all at once, and that within a temple I perceived much people, and a lady at the door, who with the sweet mien of a mother said, "Wherefore, my son, hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought for thee in sorrow." Here, when she had ceased to speak, that disappeared which had before appeared. Then there appeared another, o'er whose cheeks those tears were streaming down which grief distills, when born of great resentment toward another, saying, "If thou art master of the city, about whose name there was among the gods such strife, and whence all knowledge sparkles forth, avenge thyself on those audacious arms, Pisistratus, which dared embrace our daughter." Kindly and gently then that lord appeared to answer her with looks of self‐control. "What shall we do to him who hateth us, if he who loves us is by us condemned?" Then folk I saw, enflamed by anger's fire, who, bent on killing a young man with stones, cried to each other naught but "Kill him! Kill!" And him I saw, bowed to the ground in death, which now oppressed him. Of his eyes he e'er made gates of heaven, and in that anguish prayed the Lord on high, with looks which unlock pity, that he his persecutors would forgive. When once my mind returned outside again to those things which outside of it are true, I recognized my not untruthful errors. My leader, who could see that I was acting like one who frees himself from slumber, said, "What aileth thee, that thou canst not stand up, but hast been coming more than half a league, veiling thine eyes and reeling with thy legs, like one o'ercome by either wine or sleep?" "Oh, my dear father, if thou listen to me, I'll tell thee what it was appeared to me," said I, "when I was thus deprived of legs." And he, "If on thy face 100 masks thou hadst, thy thoughts would not be hid from me, however small they were. What thou hast seen was lest thou free thyself from opening up thy heart unto those waters of thy peace, which from the eternal fountain are diffused. I did not ask, What ails thee? as would one who looks but with the eye which seeth not, when once the body lies inanimate, but asked it to endow thy feet with strength. So must the indolent be spurred, when slow to use their waking time when it returns. On through the vesper hours we went along, forward intent as far as e'er our eyes could reach, against the late and shining rays, when lo! a smoke in our direction came, little by little, and as dark as night, nor was there any place of shelter from it. This of pure air deprived us, and of eyes. Purgatorio 16. Purgatory. The third ring. Anger. Free will and the corruption of the world. The gloom of hell, and of a night deprived of every planet 'neath a narrow sky, darkened as much as possible by clouds, ne'er made so thick a veil before my face, nor to my feeling was so rough in tissue, as was the smoke which covered us up there; for that permitted not of opened eyes, because of which my wise and trusty escort drew near to me, and offered me his shoulder. Even as a blind man walks behind his guide, in order not to go astray, and strike aught that might hurt him, or might even kill, so, going through that foul and bitter air, I listened to my leader, who said only, "Take care that thou be not cut off from me." Voices I heard, and each appeared to pray for peace and mercy to the Lamb of God, who taketh sins away. Their only prelude was, "Lamb of God," and all had but one word and intonation, Hence among them all there seemed to be the fullest harmony. "Of those, then, spirits, teacher, whom I hear," said I, and he to me, "Thou judgest rightly, as on they go, they loosen angers not." "Now who art thou that cleavest thus our smoke, and yet dost speak of us as if thou still by monthly kalends went dividing time?" These words were uttered by a single voice. My teacher therefore said to me, "Reply, and ask him if on this side one goes up." And I: "O creature, that dost cleanse thyself, that, beautiful, thou mayest return to him who made thee, thou'lt hear marvels following me." "I'll follow thee as far as I'm allowed," he answered, "and if smoke permit not sight, hearing instead will keep us linked together." I thereupon began: "I go on high, while in that swathing band which death dissolves, and through the infernal anguish came I here; and whereas God hath wrapped me in his grace so much that he would have me see his court by means entirely out of modern use, conceal not who thou wast before thy death, but tell it me, and whether toward the pass I rightly go, and be thy words our guides." Lombard I was, and Marco was I called. Familiar with the world, I loved the worth toward which all men have now unbent their bows. "For mounting upward thou art going rightly," he thus replied, and added, "I beseech thee pray for me there when thou shalt be above." And I to him: "I pledge my faith to thee that what thou askest of me I will do, but with a doubt I'll burst unless therefrom I free myself. Simple at first, it now is doubled by thy speech, which makes me here and elsewhere sure of that wherewith I link it. The world is certainly as wholly void of every virtue as thou tell'st me, and is with evil big and overspread. But pray point out its cause, that I may see, and show it unto other men. For one puts it in heaven, another here below." At first he heaved a sigh profound, which grief to me changed. "Then, brother," he began, "the world is blind, and thou indeed comest hence. Ye that are living still attribute upward each cause to heaven alone, as though it moved everything with it of necessity. If this were so, free will would be destroyed within you, and no justice would there be in having joy for good and grief for ill. Heaven starts your inclinations, though I say not all, but even supposing that I did, light has been given to you for good and evil, with free will, which, if it endure fatigue in its first fights with heaven, will afterward, if duly nourished, conquer everything. Beneath a greater power and better nature ye freely lie, and that creates within you the mind which heaven hath not in its control. Hence, if the present world go wrong, the cause is in yourselves, and should in you be sought. Of this I'll now a true spy be for thee. Forth from the hand of him who ere it lives delights in it, even like a little maid who weeps and laughs and wantons like a child, issues the simple soul which knoweth naught, save that, proceeding from a joyous Maker, it gladly turns to that which pleases it. At first it tasteth things of little good; deceived thereby, it runneth after them, unless a guide or check divert its love. Hence, as a bit, a law must needs be set, a king must needs be had, who should, at least, the tower of the truthful town discern. The laws exist, but who sets hand to them? No one, because the shepherd who precedes can chew the cud, but hath not cloven hoofs. The people hence, who see their guide strive solely for those good things for which it longs itself, feedeth thereon, and asks for nothing more. Well canst thou see that evil leadership, and not that nature in you is corrupt, is what has caused the world to be so wicked. Rome, which once made it good, was wont to have two suns, which rendered visible both roads, that of the world and that of God. One now hath quenched the other. To the bishop's staff the sword is joined, and badly needs must one fare with the other, since together joined neither the other fears. Recall to mind, if thou believe me not, the ear of corn, for every grass is by its own seed known. Throughout the country, watered by the Po and Adige, one used to find both virtue and courtesy, ere Frederick had his strife. With safety it can nowadays be crossed by any who, through shame, refrained from speech with good men, or avoided intercourse. There are, indeed, 3 old men still, in whom the old age chides the modern, and who long for God to give them back a better life. Corrado da Palazzo, good Gerardo, and Guido da Castello, better called the simple Lombard, as in France he is. Say, therefore, that to-day the Church of Rome, by joining in herself 2 kinds of rule, falls in the mire, and fouls herself and load. "O Marco mine," said I, "thine arguments are good, and now I see why Levi's sons were from inheriting debarred. But which Gerardo is the one who, as thou sayest, as sample of the people now extinct, remaineth to reproach this savage age?" "Thy speech deceives or tests me," he replied, "for thou, addressing me in Tuscan speech, seemst not to know who good Gerardo was. I know him not by other added name, unless I took it from his daughter Gaia. God keep you, for with you I come no further. Already whitening now, behold the light which rays out through the smoke, and I must go. The angels there, ere I be seen by him." He thus turned back, nor would he hear me more. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 17. Purgatory, the third ring, anger, instances of punished anger, the angel of peace, love. Reader, remind thyself if e'er a fog o'ertook thee on a mountain, one through which thou couldst not see in any other way than moles do through the membranes o' their eyes, how, when the damp thick mists begin to thin, the sun's orb feebly pierces them, and quickly will thine imagination come to see how I first saw the sun again, which now was at its setting. Thus, as I mine own was matching with my teacher's trusty steps, from such a cloud I came into the beams, already dead upon the shores below. O thou imagination, which at times dost steal us so from outer things, that though 1,000 trumpets blow, one hears them not, what moveth thee, if sense contribute not? A light which takes in heaven its form impels thee freely, or by a will which sends it down. The vision of her cruelty, who changed her form into the bird which most delights in song, appeared in my imagination, and hereupon my mind was so shut up within itself that nothing that was then received by it came to it from without. Then into my high fantasy there reigned one crucified, contemptuous and proud in aspect, and as such he met his death. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and righteous Mordecai, who so whole-hearted was in word and deed. And as this picture of its own accord broke up, as doth a bubble when it lacks the water it was formed withal, a maid rose in my vision next, who bitterly was weeping, and was saying, "Why, O Queen, didst thou through anger wish to be no more? Lavinia, not to lose thyself, hast slain, and now hast lost me. Mother, this is I, who, ere I mourn another's loss, mourn thine." As sleep is broken, when unwonted light strikes closed eyes suddenly, and being broken, quivers before it wholly dies away, even so did my imagining break up, as soon as on my face there smote a light, brighter by far than we are wont to see. I turned around to notice where I was, when, lo, a voice which said, "The ascent is here," from every other interest turned my mind, and made my will so eager to behold the speaker that, when such, it never rests until it sees its object face to face. But as before the sun, which whelms our eyes and veils its figure through excess of light, so likewise here my visual powers failed. A godlike spirit this, who, though unasked, is pointing out to us our upward path, and with his own light is himself concealing. With us he deals as one would with himself, for he that waits till asked when seeing need, inclines already meanly to refuse. To such a bidding let us now accord our feet, and try to climb ere darkness come, for later one could not, till day returned. Thus said my leader then, and I with him turned toward a flight of stairs our feet, and I, when on its first step near me felt, as 'twere, the motion of a wing, and on my face a fanning, while a voice said, "Blessed are the peaceful, who are free from evil wrath." So high above us now were those last beams, which by the night are followed, that the stars were coming out on many sides. And, "O my strength, why dost thou fade away so fast?" I to myself was saying, for a truce, I felt, was set the powers of my legs. We now were where the flight of stairs went up no further, and as motionless we were as is a vessel when the shore is reached. And for a while I waited to find out if aught upon the new ring could be heard. Then, toward my teacher turning round, I said, "Say, my dear father, what offence is purged in this ring here, where now we are? Although our feet keep still, let not thy talking cease." And he to me, "The love of good, when scant of what it should have been, is here atoned. Here beats again the ill‐retarded oar. But now, in order that thou understand more clearly still, turn thou thy mind to me, and some good fruit thou'lt gather from our stay. Neither Creator he began, nor creature was e'er devoid of either innate love, or that which conscious is, and this thou knowest. The innate love is always free from error, but the other kind can err through evil aim, or through deficient or excessive strength, while well directed toward the primal goods, and toward the secondary self-restrained, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when it turns toward evil things, or runs to good with more or less zeal than it ought, the creature then against his Maker works. From this, then, thou canst understand that love must be the seed in you of every virtue, and every deed that merits punishment. And now, since love can never turn its face from its own subjects' welfare, from self‐hate all are secure. And since one cannot think of any self as being from the first divided and existing of itself, all hearts are thus debarred from hating him. It follows that, if I, in arguing, judge well, one's neighbour's is the harm one loves, and this is born in three ways in your clay. There's he who, on the abasement of his neighbour, his hope of rising sets, and only longs that from his greatness he may be brought low. And he who fears the loss of power, favour, renown, and honour should another rise, and grieves so that he loves the contrary. Then he who by injustice seems so shamed that greedy he becometh for revenge, and such must needs prepare for others' harm. This triform love is wept for here below. But now I'd have thee hear about the other, which runs to love in a corrupted way. All apprehend confusedly a good, wherein the mind can rest and long for it, and therefore every one attempts to reach it. If slothful be the love impelling you to see or win it, after just repentance, this present cornice tortures you for that. Another good there is, which never makes man happy. It is not real happiness, nor the good essence, fruit and root of all that's good. The love that yields too much to that is wept for in three rings above us here. But why it's reckoned threefold I say not, that thou mayst seek the reason for thyself. Purgatorio 18. Purgatory, the fourth ring, sloth, love and free will, instances of punished sloth. The lofty doctor, having ended thus his argument, was looking in my eyes, eager to see if I seemed satisfied, and I, who by new thirst was still spurred on, was silent outwardly, and in me said, My many questions trouble him, perhaps. But that true father, who perceived the wish, which, being shy, did not disclose itself, by speaking first, emboldened me to speak. Hence I. My vision, teacher, in thy light becomes so keen, that clearly I discern all that thy talk implieth or unfolds. I therefore beg of thee, sweet father dear, explain to me why thou ascribest to love every good action and its contrary. Direct thine understanding's sharpened eyes toward me, he said, and clear to thee will be the error of the blind who pose as guides. The mind, which is created prone to love, inclines toward everything that pleases it, when roused by pleasure to activity. Your faculty of apprehending draws an image from reality, and so displays it in you that your mind is caused to turn to it, and if thus turned your mind inclines thereto, that tendency is love, is nature bound in you again by pleasure. Then, just as fire by reason of its form moves upward, being made for mounting thither, where in its element it longer lasts, even so the captive mind begins to yearn, a motion of the soul, and never rests until the thing it loveth gives it joy. Apparent to thee now can be the extent to which the truth is hid from those that claim that each love in itself deserveth praise, because perhaps its object in itself seems always to be good, and yet not good is every seal, though good may be its wax. Thy words, together with my heeding mind, I answered him, have shown me what love is, but this hath made me bigger with a doubt. For if love from without is born in us, and if the soul can do naught else, her doing or right or wrong is no desert of hers. And he, what reason sees here, I can tell thee, for aught beyond its ken look thou alone to Beatrice, for that's a work of faith. Every substantial form which is distinct from matter, and is also joined with it, hath in it a specific power collected, which, save in operation, is not seen, and only shows itself in its effects, as life doth by its green leaves in a plant. None knows, however, whence the understanding of first cognitions comes, or whence the bent toward those first appetites which are in you, as zeal for making honey is in bees. This first will hence deserves nor praise nor blame. Now that all others be conformed to this, the power which counsels inborn is in you, and ought to hold the threshold of assent. This is the source whence comes the ground of merit in you, as it gathers in and winnows out your good and guilty loves. Those who in reasoning attained the bottom perceived this inborn liberty, and left the world the teachings of morality. Supposing then that every love that flames within you rises of necessity, within you lies the power to master it. This noble virtue is by Beatrice called freedom of the will. Hence see that thou recall it, should she speak of it to thee. The moon, in rising, close to midnight late, and looking like a bucket all on fire, was causing now the stars to seem more rare. As counter to the heavens, it caused the paths, the sun and flames, whene'er the Romans sees it, setting between the Sards and Corsicans. And now that noble shade, whence Pietola hath greater fame than any Mantuan village, had put aside the load I laid on him. Hence I who, as an answer to my questions, had reaped his clear and easy talk, remained like one confused because of drowsiness. But suddenly this sleepiness of mine was taken from me by a crowd of people who back of us were circling toward us now. And as Ismenus and Asopus once, along their banks, saw maddened throngs at night, whene'er the Thebans needed Bacchus, such were those who, sweeping scythe-like round that ring, were coming on from what I saw of them, by good-will ridden, and by righteous love. And soon were they upon us, for the whole of that great crowd was moving at a run, and two ahead in tears were crying out, "Mary proceeded to the hills in haste," and "Caesar, in order to subdue Ilerda, struck Marseilles, then hurried on to Spain." "Quick, quick, lest time be lost through lack of love," cried those that came behind them, "so that zeal in doing good may make grace green again." O folk, in whom keen fervour now redeems, perhaps, the negligence and slowness shown by your tepidity in doing good, this man who lives, and truly I lie not, desires, when sunlight once returns, to mount. Hence tell us where the nearest opening lies. These were my leader's words, and one of those same spirits said, "Come on behind us, then, and thou wilt find the hall. So keen we are to keep on moving that we cannot stop. Forgive us, then, if lack of courtesy thou deem what we consider righteousness. I was San Zeno's abbot at Verona, under the rule of worthy Barbarossa, of whom Milan in sorrow talketh still, and he has one foot in the grave already, who soon will for that monastery weep, and grieve because he had it in his power. For he, his son, in body wholly sick, worse still in mind, and also ill begot, has had installed in its true shepherd's place." I know not if aught else he said or ceased, so far had he run past us now, but this I heard, and I've enjoyed retaining it. Then he who was my help in every need said, "Turn in this direction, and behold two coming on, who give a bite to sloth." Moving behind them all, they said, "The folk for whom the sea was opened up were dead before the Jordan had perceived their heirs, and those who with the son of Anchises could not endure to toil until the end, gave themselves up to lead inglorious lives." Then, when those shades were separated from us so far that they no longer could be seen, a new thought made its way into my mind, whence many other different thoughts were born, and I between them so confused became that, wandering to and fro, I closed mine eyes and changed what I had thought into a dream. Purgatorio 19. Purgatory, the fourth ring, sloth, Dante's second dream, the angel of zeal, the fifth ring, avarice and prodigality. Within the hour when, vanquished by the earth, or even at times by Saturn, Daytime's heat can warm the coldness of the moon no longer. When geomancers see their greater fortune rise in the east ere dawn, and on a path which doth not long stay dark for it. A female approached me in a dream, with stammering tongue, with eyes asquint and crooked on her feet, with hands lopped off and pallor on her face. I fixed my gaze on her, and as the sun brings comfort to cold limbs which night-time chills, even so my looking at her freed her tongue, and afterward, in but a little time, completely straightened her, and gave that hue to her discoloured face which love desires. As soon as she had thus unloosed her speech, she then began to sing in such a way that from her I could hardly take my gaze. "I am," she sang, "the lovely siren she, who in mid-ocean mariners bewitches. So much I please whoever heareth me. I turned Ulysses from his wandering course to hear my song, and who gets used to me seldom departs, so wholly I content him." Her mouth had not yet closed, when lo! a holy lady at my side appeared, who ready was to put her to confusion. "O Virgil, Virgil, who is this?" she cried in scornful tones, whereat he then advanced with eyes set only on the modest one. She seized the other, opened her in front, and rent her garments, showing me her belly. This woke me with the stench that issued from it. I turned my eyes, and my good teacher said, "I've called thee thrice at least. Arise and come. We'll find the gate through which thou mayest ascend." I rose, and all the holy mountain's rings were with the high day's light already filled, as with the new sun back of us we moved. While I was following him, I held my head like one who, having it bowed down by thought, makes of himself a half arch of a bridge. And then I heard, "Come on, the pass is here," uttered in such a gentle kindly way as in this mortal land is never heard. With outspread wings, which seemed the wings of swan, he who thus spoke directed us on high 'tween the two side walls of the granite rock. He moved his pinions then, and fanning us, affirmed that those who mourn are happy, since possessed of comfort shall their spirits be. "What aileth thee, that only on the ground thou gazest?" said my guide, when past the angel both he and I had climbed a little way. And I, "A recent dream, which to itself inclines me, makes me with such doubt advance, that I cannot refrain from thought of it." "Thou hast perceived," said he, "that ancient witch, who henceforth o'er us is alone lamented, and seen how from her one is freed. Let that suffice thee. Strike thy heels upon the ground, and turn thine eyes up toward the calling lure the eternal King whirls with the mighty wheels. As is the falcon, which at first looks down, then turns around when called, and spreads his wings, keen for the quarry which attracts him, such was I, and thus as long as ere the rock was cleft, to make a path for those that climb, I went along to where the circling starts. When out upon the fifth ring I had come, people therein I saw, who shedding tears were lying wholly prone upon its bed. "My soul hath cloven to the trodden ground," I heard them saying, with such heavy sighs that what they said could hardly be made out. "O ye elect of God, whose sufferings here justice and hope are making less intense, direct us toward the steps that lead on high. If ye are come, exempt from lying down, and wish to find the path with greatest speed, let your right sides be always outward turned." Thus asked the poet, and not far ahead thus was the answer given. Hence, as he spoke, I noticed where the other speaker hid, and then I turned mine eyes unto my lord, whereat he granted with a cheerful nod that which the looks of my desiring asked. When I was free to act as I inclined, I came and stood above the soul whose words had made me notice him at first, and said, "Spirit, who by thy tears art ripening that without which one cannot return to God, for my sake stay a while thy greater care. Say who thou wast, why ye hold up your backs, and whether thou wouldst have me get thee aught from there whence I, a living man, set forth." And he to me, "Why, toward itself the sky is turning here our backs, thou'lt know. But first know thou that I once sat in Peter's chair. 'Tween Siestri and Chiaveri there descends a lovely mountain stream, and from its name my race's title takes its greatest boast. For 1 month and a little more I felt how much the mighty mantle waits on him, and keeps it from the mire, for all loads else seem feathers. My conversion was, alas, delayed, but when Rome's shepherd I was made, I came to know how false the world's life was. I saw that in it hearts can find no rest, nor could one in it higher rise than I. The love of this life hence was kindled in me. Till that time I had been a wretched soul, cut off from God, and wholly given to greed. Now, as thou seest, I'm punished for it here. What avarice doth is here made manifest, in this purgation of converted souls. Nor hath this mount a penalty more bitter. And as our eyes were never upward turned, because intently fixed on earthly things, so justice here hath turned them to the ground. As avarice quenched our love for all good things until well-doing had completely ceased, so here doth justice hold us in restraint, bound fast and fettered in our hands and feet, and here we'll stay, stretched out and motionless, as long as it shall please the righteous Lord." I had knelt down and wished to speak, but just as I began, and he was made aware by listening only of my reverence. "What cause," said he, "hath bent thee downward thus?" And I to him, "Because of your high rank, my conscience troubled me for standing up." "Straighten thy legs, my brother," he replied, "and rise, and not. With thee and with the rest a fellow servant of one power am I. If thou hast ever fully understood those holy gospel words, they neither marry, well canst thou see why I am speaking thus. And now begone, I'd have thee stay no more, for lingering here thou hinderest the tears wherewith I ripen that which thou hast said. A niece I have up yonder, called Alagia, good in herself, so be it that our house by its example do not make her bad, and she is all that's left to me up there." Purgatorio 20. Purgatory, the fifth ring, avarice and prodigality. Instances of liberality and of greed. The earthquake. A will fights weakly 'gainst a stronger will. Hence I, myself displeasing, him to please, out of the water drew my sponge unfilled. I started, and along the space left clear, close to the rocky cliff my leader moved, as 'neath its battlements one hugs a wall. For those who through their eyes pour drop by drop the evil which pervadeth all the world, approach too closely to the outer edge. Be thou accursed, thou ancient wolf, that prey far greater hast than have all other beasts, by reason of thy hunger's endless depth. O heaven, through whose revolving some, it seems, believe that here below conditions change, when will he come through whom this beast shall leave? As on we went, with slow and scanted steps, and I was listening to the shades I heard, weeping and uttering piteous lamentations. By chance I heard in front of us a voice cry out, "Sweet Mary!" in the tearful tones wherewith a woman cries in childbirth's pangs. And this was followed by, "As poor thou wast, as by the hostelry may be perceived, where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down." Next after this I heard, "O good Fabricius, with virtue thou didst poverty prefer to great possessions with iniquity." So pleasing had these last words been to me, that further on I moved, that I might know the spirit from whose lips they seemed to come. He now was speaking of the generous gift bestowed by Nicholas upon the maids, to guide their youth into an honoured path. "O soul, that speakest of such worthy deeds, say who thou wast," said I, "and why alone thou thus renewest this deserved praise? Thy words will not remain without reward, if I return to end that life's short course, which flieth onward towards its final term." And he, "I'll tell it thee, though not for help that I may look for yonder, but because grace shines so brightly in thee ere thy death. I was the root of that malignant plant whose shadow darkens all the Christian land, so that good fruit is seldom picked from it. But if Douai, Lille, Ghent, and Bruges could, vengeance would soon be wrought for this, and I of him request it who is judge of all. Yonder my name was Hugh Capet. From me have sprung the Philips and the Louis, who have in recent ages governed France. A Paris butcher's son I was, when all the ancient kings had passed away, save one, a grey-robed monk. Tight in my hands I found the bridle of the kingdom's government, with so much power of recent gain, and such a host of friends, that to the widowed crown was raised the head of mine own son, with whom the line of their anointed bones began. As long as its great dowry of Provence had not deprived my family of shame, its worth was small, but still it did no harm. With that began its thefts by force and fraud. For afterward, to make amends, Ponthieu it seized, with Normandy and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and there to make amends, a victim made of Conradin, and then, to make amends, drave Thomas back to heaven. A time, I see, not very long from now, which out of France will bring another Charles, to make both him and his the better known. He issues thence alone, and with no host, but with the jousting lance of Judas. This he thrusts so, that he bursts the paunch of Florence. As a result, not land, but sin and shame he'll win, of so much greater weight for him, the lighter he accounts such loss. I see the other Charles, once captured from his ship, his daughter sell, and haggle for the price, as corsairs do with slave girls not their own. What more, O avarice, canst thou do with us, since thou hast to thyself so drawn my race, that even for its own flesh it careth not? That future ills and past ones may seem less, I see Alanya by the lily entered, and in his vicar Christ a prisoner made. I see the latter mocked a second time. I see the vinegar and gore renewed, and him I see 'mong living robbers killed. And this new pilot I behold so ruthless that, not content with this, he lawlessly into the temple bears his greedy sails. O when, my lord, shall I rejoice to see the vengeance in thy secret counsel hid, which now avails to make thine anger sweet? What of the Holy Spirit's only bride I said just now, and thereby made thee turn to me for explanation, serves as answer to all our prayers, as long as daylight lasts. But soon as night returns, instead of these, we utter words which sound the opposite. We thereupon rehearse Pygmalion's story, and how of him his greedy lust for gold, a traitor made, a thief and parricide, and avaricious Midas' misery, which followed from his covetous request, and at which one will always have to laugh. Next, foolish Acon every one recalls, who stole the plunder, so that even here the wrath of Joshua seems to bite him still. We then accuse Sapphira with her husband. We praise the kicks which Heliodorus got, while Polymnestor circles all the mount in infamy who Polydorus killed. And finally our cry is, "Tell us, Crassus, for thou dost know it, what's the taste of gold?" Aloud at times speaks one another low, as each one's feelings spur him on to speak, in stronger now, and now in weaker tones. Hence I, in speaking of the good which here is talked about by day, was not alone, but near us here none other spoke aloud. Already had we gone away from him, striving to make our way along the path as fast as was allowed our powers, when I, like something falling, felt the mountain quake. Then such a chill took hold of me as he is wont to have who goeth to his death. Delos, indeed, shook not so terribly before Latona made therein her nest, in order to give birth to heaven's two eyes. Then such a cry arose on every side, that close to me my teacher drew and said, "Be not afraid while I am guiding thee." "Glory to God," they all said, "in the highest," as far as I could understand from those near by, where what was being shouted could be heard. Both motionless and in suspense we stood, as stood the shepherds who first heard that song, till when the trembling stopped, the shouting ceased. Thereafter we resumed our holy journey, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, returned already to their wonted plaint. No ignorance had ever with as great anxiety made me desire to know, unless in this my memory go astray, as that which, as I thought, I seemed to have. I neither dared to ask because of haste, nor could I see there anything myself. So on I went, timid and lost in thought. End of chapter 59.